objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. May I request the COMSEC to please acknowledge all the members as well as all the resource persons and witnesses.
Good morning, Your Honors. May we welcome for today's hearing, fifth hearing, the following members. Honorable Romeo M. Aco, Vice Chairperson from the 2nd District of Antipolo City. Honorable Ramon Rodrigo L. Gutierrez from One Rider Party List. Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila. Honorable Francisco Paulo P. Ortega from the 1st District of La Union. Honorable Dan S. Fernandez from the Lone District of Santa Rosa City. Honorable Raul Angelo Gil Bongalon from Ako Bicol Party List. And, Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps Espaduano from Abang Lingkod Party List. Honorable David J.J. S. Suarez, Deputy Speaker from the 2nd District of Quezon. Honorable Jude A. Asigre, Deputy Majority Leader from Tingog Party List, Your Honor. With that, we have a quorum, Your Honor. Now, moving on to the recognition of the resource persons or witnesses. Your Honor, we have in attendance from the Office of the Vice President, Attorney Rosaline L. Sanchez, Director for Administrative and Financial Services of the Vice President, of the Office of the Vice President, Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, Chief Accountant, Mr. Kevin Jerome L. Tenido, Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Edward D. Fajarda, former Special Dispersing Officer of the Department of Education and now an employee of the OVP, Your Honor. That's it, Your Honor. May we know where Mr. Fajarda is? She was... Well, pardon, Your Honor, there was an error in the list given to me. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Edward Fajarda is not present, Your Honor.
Sa mga invited po, ilan po yung umattend lang?
Rabago. Edeling Rabago.
Out of 9,
Rabago. Rabago.
ilan lamang po ang umattend out of 9?
Your Honor, we have in attendance Ms. Maria Edeline A. Rabago, Mr. Tenido, Ms. Villa del Rey, and Attorney Sanchez. Only 4 out of the 9, Your Honors.
So what is the pleasure of the members?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, J.J.
Yes.
Suarez,
Thank you
you're
very much.
recognized.
Unang-una po, nagpapasalamat po ako dun sa mga resource persons po natin na dumalo ngayong umaga. At naging positibo po ang pagtugon po ninyo sa marami po naming paanyaya. At sana naman po masagot ang maraming mga katanungan at magkaroon ng kaliwanagan ang ilan sa mga issues na pinag-uusapan at matagal na pong pinag-uusapan ng komitibang ito. Nais ko lang po malaman, Mr. Chair, with regards to the other resource persons, can I get clarification from the COMSEC? Were you able to provide them the subpoena for today's hearings?
COMSEC?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, there was a first attempt for service on November 7, which was Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. But the server from the LSB, Mr. Santos, was refused entry into the lobby of Robinson Cybergate Plaza by Mr. Noel P. Casas, OIC of Masigasig Security Agency, Inc. Because according to him, no one in the OVP will receive the subpoena ad testificandum on that day. A second service was then done on November 8, 2024, and this pertains to this reissued subpoena ad testificandum. The second service was done at 9:34 a.m.
This is for whom?
For all the 9, Your Honors. However, except for Attorneys Lopez and Fajarda, whose subpoenas were refused receipt, the other 7 individuals were physically present to receive their subpoenas, and it was proven by the return of the LSB that they have their signatures in the subpoena ad testificandum, which is in the records of the Committee Secretariat available to your perusal as well, Your Honors. So it was received by Mr. Ortonio, Attorney Sanchez, Ms. Acosta, Ms. Villa del Rey, Mr. Fajarda, Mr. Tenido, and Ms. Rabago. There is also a timestamp when it was received per individual, Your Honor. At 5:55 p.m. on November, since there are 2 individuals who refused receipt of the subpoena, the Secretariat sent a copy of the subpoena ad testificandum to the electronic mail of Attorney Zulaika Lopez and Attorney Sunshine Fajarda. And we received a reply from the server, the postmaster of the ovp.gov.ph, that it was properly delivered to the said emails, Your Honor. And that was on November 8 as well, around 1:41, if I'm not mistaken, in the afternoon, Your Honor. Thereafter, at 5:55 p.m. of November 9.
8.
Yes, all
Okay,
sir,
so
served,
pasok
Your
tayo
Honor.
sa 3-day rule.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. That's the history, Your Honor.
Previous to those attempts, COMSEC, ilang beses po natin silang inimbitahan para dumalo sa committee hearings natin?
Your Honor, there are at least 3 invitations, the first, second, third hearing, but we issued a subpoena to compel their attendance in the 4th hearing on October 28, 2024. However, due to the Typhoon Christine, service was done on November 2, Saturday, in the office of the Vice President. At 1:03 p.m., at 1:56, Your Honor, they arrived there. However, 2:12 p.m., Mr. Carlito Galliano, Detachment Commander of the Armed Security Specialist Investigation Agency, the CIA, refused to receive the SAT issued to Mr. Edwin Fajarda and Ms. Sunshine Fajarda. The rest were received, Your Honor. At that time, we issued 7 subpoenas, Your Honor, excluding Ms. Rabago and Mr. Tenido at that time, for the October 28, 2024 hearing, which was postponed due to Typhoon Christine, Your Honor. After that, none of them attended as well, Your Honor. And then an electronic service was also done by the Secretariat, same day, Your Honor.
So, can you just inform me, COMSEC, how many attempts kasama ng invitation o subpoenas ang in-exercise ng committee para masiguro ang pagdalo ng mga resource persons natin?
Thrice invited, Your Honors. Twice. 5 times with attempts, unsuccessful attempts to be served the subpoenas, Your Honor. Subpoenas at testificanum, Your Honor. So that would be 8, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chair, based on the narration of our COMSEC, I think the committee has gone over and beyond what is usually practiced by committees when it comes to invitations for resource persons and witnesses to attend our hearings. At nakikita naman po ng lahat ng mga mamamayan natin na sumusunod sa atin na regular naman po ang hearings ng Committee ng Good Government patungkol sa issue na pinag-uusapan natin sa pondo ng Office of the Vice President at sa Office of the DepEd Secretary nung panahon po siya ay kalihim ng kagawaran pong ito. Ngayon po, Mr. Chair, given that there is a defiance by these resource persons, willful defiance of these resource persons not to attend our hearings, given that last hearing we already went over and beyond what is necessary for us, I think it is incumbent upon ourselves as members of this committee to exercise our power so that we can ensure that in the succeeding and in the following hearings that the good government will conduct, talagang dumalo na po sila. Kasi ilang oras po ang nagugugol at inuubos po natin para pag-usapan ito when in fact we can already proceed to other pressing matters, but because of their defiance, at limbo yung ilang mga usapin na dapat po natin tinatalakay. So Mr. Chair, can I just request from the COMSEC? COMSEC, can you please give me a list of those invited and yet continued to defy our invitation? Can I request for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. Chair?
1-minute suspension is declared by the Chair. Committee hearing resumes.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, J. Suarez recognized by the Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with regards to the personalities who are supposed to be here, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, nandito po ba siya, Comsec?
Your Honor, wala po.
Si Ms. Gina Acosta, is she here?
Wala rin po, Your Honor.
She is the Special Disbursing Officer, tama po?
For the OVP, sir, yes.
Alright. What about Attorney Sunshine Fajarda? Nandito po ba siya?
Not present as well, Your Honor.
What about Mr. Edward Fajarda? Is he here?
Not present as well, Your Honor.
Miss Juliet Villa del Rey.
Confirmed attendance and present here, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kevin Tenido.
Present, Your Honor, here. Confirmed, sir.
Miss Edeline Rabago.
Present here, Your Honor.
Rosalyn Sanchez.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, with that being said, for the individuals, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Ms. Gina Acosta, Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda, I move that we cite in contempt these individuals for their continuous defiance to attend the committee hearings on good government.
There's second to the motion.
Second, Mr.
Seconded.
Chair.
Insofar as individuals, Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, Ms. Gina Acosta, Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda, there is a motion to cite them in contempt in accordance with Section 11A. Official to obey summon. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that the four resource persons who are absent and disobeyed our summons, Attorney Lemuel Ortonio, Madam Gina Acosta, ASEC Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda, after being cited in contempt, be penalized and detained at the premises of this House of Representatives for a period up to the time the final report of the committee is submitted for the plenary's deliberation. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Hearing none. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Brad.
Madam Comsec, please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Acop.
Noted, Your Honor, the Secretariat is preparing the citation, the orders cited, and the orders as well, Your Honor, for to take in custody.
Is it my understanding, Mr. Chair, that given that we have already acted on the motion to cite into contempt and the proper penalty will be issued to them, Comsec, can the Sergeant at Arms be notified of the action of the committee?
Yes, Your Honor. We will, Your Honor.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Chair, I've also received a letter coming from Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Similar to the other individuals that we have cited in contempt, she also has continued to defy the invitations forwarded to her. Although we have in receipt a letter from her, which I hope we can discuss so that we can determine what the pleasure of the committee would be. So, Mr. Chair, can I ask Comsec? Comsec, lahat po ba nabigyan na nung copy ng letter ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Secretariat was able to produce 10 copies, Your Honor. So majority of the members present were provided, Your Honor, at least, Your Honor. We'll distribute more, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a 2-minute suspension while we go through the letter?
2-minute suspension is declared by the chair. Committee hearing resumes. COMSEC.
Your Honor, I would like to recognize additional members who are present in today's hearing. Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila. Honorable Ampario Maria J. Zamora from the 2nd District of Taguig. Vice Chairperson Honorable Jefferson F. Conghun from the 1st District of Zambales. And Honorable Arnan C. Panaligan from the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro. That's it. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Honorable Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, we have moved to cite in contempt Attorney Lemuel Ortonio, Madam Gina Acosta, ASEC Sunshine Fajarda, and Mr. Edward Fajarda. But I am in receipt of their letters stating therein that they have travel orders. So, may I know, Mr. Chair, because I would like to find out whether the committee would accept the excuse letters or the reasons for their absence of Attorney Ortonio, Madam Villa del Rey, Madam Acosta. No, except for Madam del Rey kasi nandito po siya. ASEC Sunshine Farda and Edward Farda. Are we going to disregard their excuse letter, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes,
With
Congressman
indulgence
Dan,
of Chairman Acop.
you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, medyo panay worrisome na itong mga excuse letter that we are being accepted by this committee. I think they have a new scheme being employed by the resource persons. Before, sila yung mga nagpapa-hospital, sila yung nagbibigay ng different excuses. But this time, we need to validate this excuse of Miss Attorney Zuleika Lopez. As much as I wanted to believe her excuse, no? But I think yung pong aunt niya that is living in the United States can possibly stand on her own, especially the healthcare system of the United States. And the testimony of Zuleika Lopez is so crucial on this investigation. And if we were going to allow this excuse of her, then other resource persons might follow, no? And we're also running out of time because come December and January, we won't be able to conduct hearings anymore. So, I think, as much as I wanted to agree with the humanitarian reason that being employed by this letter, I think let's not accept this letter anymore, Mr. Chairman. They can always run. They can always run. But they cannot hide anymore, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Dan. Deputy Speaker, J.J. Suarez.
Actually, I am also one with the position of Congressman Fernandez, given that the committee has already exercised patience and understanding in these resource persons. I mean, wag din natin kakalimutan, Mr. Chair, na mga public officials po ito. Trabaho po nila yung umattend, dumalo, para may paliwanag kung paano ba nagastos yung ilang mga pondo na pinag-uusapan po natin dito. However, in the same way, Mr. Chair, when I was reading the letter of Attorney Zuleika Lopez, ang nabanggit niya po kasing dahilan doon ay ipinapakiusap ng kanyang tiyahin na makasama siya habang nasa ospital sa ibang bansa. At lahat naman po tayo, may mga pamilya po tayo, because of humanitarian reasons and you know, maybe we can extend a little bit more our understanding if my fellow committee members would accept my explanation. we can accept the letter of Attorney Zuleika Lopez, but only until our next committee hearing, Mr. Chair. Dahil ako naman po ay reasonableng tao, kasi lang siyempre may hangganan. Ngunit kung ang hinaharap naman po ng isang individual ay talaga namang isang dahilan na hindi maiiwasan, siguro po sa susunod na pandinig ng committee hearing, wala na po siguro siyang dahilan para hindi dumalo. Para po ito kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
Mr. Chair. Kasi natatawa po ako dito talaga sa dokumentong to. Siya lang ba po ba yung pamangkin ng tita niya? Wala na po ba ibang pamangkin? Wala na po ba siyang asawa na padadala? Because we are tackling so much issues about her. And this is a clear evasion, Mr. Chairman. Hindi po to justified, itong letter na to. And at the same time, I'm pretty confused with this caser permanente. Ngayon ko lang po nakita tong Xerox copy na to that was sent to us. At yung mga status report that being mentioned in here, I think this is not justifiable, Mr. Chairman. Most likely, ginawa lang nila to or whatever. But I hope this is true. Because if this is not true, and we will be able to validate the truthfulness of this report, status report, di ba? Additional problem for her. So, anyway, dahil malaki rin po respeto ko kay DS JJ, sige po, I'll be, hindi naman po ako nag-motion. That is my manifestation, Mr. Chairman. So, I will agree with the position of the whole body, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Insofar as Attorney Zuleika Lopez, maybe we can ask the COMSEC to issue another subpoena, at least to give her one more chance. Do I hear a motion from the member for the reissuance of subpoena ad testificandum insofar as Attorney Zuleika Lopez only is concerned? Do I hear a motion?
Mr.
So
Chair,
moved, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Acop.
since we have discussed the situation of Attorney Lopez,
No, we still have to
yes,
move for a
and,
motion.
for humanitarian consideration, may I move that we issue another subpoena to Attorney Zuleika Lopez for the next hearing. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion by Congressman Acop for the reissuance of subpoena ad testificandum insofar as Attorney Zuleika Lopez is concerned. Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Now, insofar as the four others witnesses or resource persons that we already cited in contempt, as far as Edward Fajarda, Attorney Sunshine Fajarda, at sino pa ba? Gina Acosta, and Attorney Limuel Ortoño, we find their excuse as unacceptable, considering the fact that, like for example, in the case of Edward Fajarda, according to him, he is on official travel to monitor inventories and documents on November 10 to 15. However, the subpoena was issued to him and was received by him personally, according to COMSEC, last November 8. So, medyo lame po yung excuse niya. Ganon din po dun sa iba.
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized.
Yes, Congressman J.J. Suarez, Deputy
Yeah.
Speaker.
Binabasa ko po itong pinadala ni Mr. Edward Fajarda. Hindi ko nga alam kung siya nagpadala nito. Basta ang nakasulat lang po dito ay travel order niya signed by Assistant Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio. Am I correct, Comsec, na ito lang po yung pinadala ni Mr. Fajarda?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, in other words, Mr. Chair, wala man lang siyang paliwanag personally or in writing to the committee as to why he is not available today. Rather, what was submitted to the committee was a travel order signed by the Chief of Staff, or does he also have a personal letter signed, sent to the committee, Comsec?
Your Honor, apologies, Your Honor. It is on the last page of the file that you are holding. There's a letter signed by Mr. Edward Fajarda himself. Last page, Your Honor.
Dami kasing excuse, kaya...
May I
medyo
proceed to
makapal
read, Your Honor, to make it easier for the members?
No. We can get to that. Ito. Yeah, so in the same purpose, Mr. Chair, well, thank you that he has sent a letter. In the same purpose, Mr. Chair, I believe that the topic at hand is so important that a trip to Caraga can actually be rescheduled just so that he can attend today's hearing. Natanggap niya naman po yung subpoena sa kanya. At alam niya naman po na previous to the subpoena that was received, he received it also via email. Other than that, he's been invited numerous times to attend the same hearing in the weeks past. So it is my position, Mr. Chair, that with regards to the letter of Mr. Edward Fajarda, this is unacceptable for the committee, Mr. Chair.
Ganun din po sa iba, sa tatlo pa.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, actually, yun nga,
Mr. Chairman.
actually, yeah, Mr. Chair, Dan Fernandez.
Kasi
Yes, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
I'm reading
Correct.
the certificate of appearance of Attorney Sunshine Chari Paharda. And the excuse that was mentioned here was nag-appear siya sa Office of the Vice President sa Panay and Negros Island noong November 5 and 9. And attached here, andito po yung mga tickets. Well, ang question po natin, hindi ba nila pwedeng gawin sa ibang araw? Yung kanilang pagbisita doon sa kanilang Panay Negros Island. And at the same time, there are no valid reason why they have to personally visit yung kanila pong opisina doon sa Panay. What is so important in that visitation that was conducted between November 5 and 9? So I think this also evasion, and they're trying to evade our hearings. And nakakalungkot lang po. They're trying to run and hide and not to be with us. So,
And the activities is scheduled on November 5 to 9. Today is November 11.
yes, correct.
So
And-
tapos na yung activities nila.
Yeah, and there's no
dapat
reason,
umattend po siya
to
ngayon.
attend here. And I agree with the DS that this is not acceptable.
In addition, Mr. Chair, doon sa sinabi ni Congressman Fernandez, medyo nakakapagtaka dahil pare-parehas silang umalis. Pare-parehas silang may travel order, pare-parehas silang pinahintulutan na umalis sa araw na may hearing tayo. Now, it makes me think that there's actually a malicious intent behind all these reasons and travel orders given to them just so that they can, again, avoid attending today's hearing, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Isidre.
Mr. Chair, I just want to put it on record, no? Because I remember during the last hearing, the same persons that we've cited in contempt actually made a statement refusing to recognize this committee or refusing to attend to this committee for the reasons as stated in a statement that was read in the previous hearing. I think I want to put it on record that by writing to this committee, they're basically waiving that position and recognizing. Therefore, I see no reason, Mr. Chair, that in subsequent hearings of the committee, they would be excused any longer, since they have already recognized implicitly or explicitly by the correspondence they submitted, and I concur with the earlier decision to recite the following persons in contempt.
Thank you. Kaya po, meron pa po bang gustong mag-comment? Okay na.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
I read the excuse letter of Madam Fajarda, and her reason was he was not able to receive the subpoena. So, yes, ito po yung letter niya eh. I am writing to respectfully inform you that I was not able to receive the subpoena, which was attempted to be served last 8 November 2024. But if we look at the travel order of Attorney Fajarda, it was from 05 to 09 November 2024. So pwedeng wala pa siya kasi nasa travel pa siya. So how do we go about this, Mr. Chair?
Comsec.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. In relation to that, as a report, I would refer to my previous report earlier that despite personal service and their refusal to physically receive the subpoena, the Secretariat made the substituted service through the electronic mails of Attorney Zulaika Lopez and Attorney Sunshine Fajarda. And on the same date, on November 8, 2024, or on it was a Friday, or Your Honor, after sending the electronic mail containing the subpoena ad testificandum, Your Honor, the Secretariat deemed it prudent to ensure that there would be a delivery receipt once it is actually successfully delivered by the house server. So at 1:42 p.m. on November 8, 2024, we received confirmation from the postmaster at ovp.gov.ph, the server of the Office of the Vice President, confirming that our email containing the subpoena ad testificandum has been delivered to the electronic mail of Attorney Sunshine Fajarda at sunshine.fajarda@ovp.gov.ph, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Chairman ako.
Yes, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Lagi na pong practice yan eh. They refuse to accept the invitation. No? And this representation wanted to find out who that person is and who ordered him not to accept the invitation.
May I, Your Honor? I'll just look into the report. On November 7, there was, on November 8, the person who refused to receive the subpoenas for Attorney Zulaika and Attorney Fajarda per the report of the Legislative Service Bureau. It was certain Attorney Emily Torrentina from the Legislative Affairs Division of
Ayun.
the OVP.
Mr. Chairman, can we invite that person as well? And for us to find out why babae ba siya? Oh ma'am, andito po pala kayo. Why did you refuse to accept the
Your Honor, oath has not been administered. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, can we administer the oath of those first time that attended this hearing?
Mr. Chair,
Ipautan
if I
natin
may.
silang lahat. Comsec, pwede po ba paki-out na lahat sabay-sabay?
Thank you, Your Honors. To all the resource persons, including Attorney Emily Torrentira, please stand up, including Attorney Emily Torrentira. But since you are willing to testify, Your Honor, and give your statements, Your Honor, it was requested that she will be giving her oath as well, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, respectfully,
Please administer the oath first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry, Your Honor? I do. The oath has been administered for the resource persons, Ms. Rabago, Mr. Tenido, Attorney Sanchez, and Ms. Villa del Rey. However, Attorney Emily Torrentira refuses to take her oath, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering why attorney, what's the name of that that person?
Attorney Emily
Emily Torrentira, Your
refused to
Honor.
raise her hand for the oath taking. Can we ask her why she refuses to take her oath?
may I, Mr. Chair,
You can
Your
all sit down,
Honors.
ma'am. Upo na po.
Thank you.
Bakit
Your
daw po
Honor.
ayaw ninyo mag-take ng oath?
No, Your Honor, I am not refusing to take the oath. Prior to being asked to take the oath, I was trying to explain, Your Honor, that I am not an invited resource person. Second, that I have only been asked now to explain why there was no receipt for subpoena for the persons who are not present here. That is what I am trying to say, Your Honors, respectfully. I just wanted to explain that as part of the Legal Affairs Division of the office, I wanted to explain why we did not receive. In accordance with the rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, wherein the rules of court suppletorily applies, Rule 14 in relation to Rule 21 of the Rules of Court, Your Honors, personal service must be made to resource persons who are being issued subpoena. With that, Your Honor, they being not present in the office at that time, no person can receive on their behalf, and hence, there will be no proper service. Respectfully, Your Honors.
Well, we accept that that guidelines, no, that you mentioned a while ago. But you all know that this is an aid in aid of legislation, and the reason why we are trying to course this invitation to the office of the president, we discussed this lengthily already, and the testimony of Attorney Lopez is so important to us. And also si Pajarda. And I think, Mr. Chairman, with this kind of explanation that being manifested by Attorney Tolentino, as much as we accept that premise of her, but somehow we are all guided with moral decency, no? That somehow, sana
Mr. Chairman.
umattend naman po sila dito kahit na sabihin po natin that yun nga po ito po yung sinasabi nung inyong minention a while ago, but I think somehow sa akin personally that is not accepted. And isang tanong lang, attorney, have somebody told you not to accept all those invitations?
No, Your Honor. It was a.
So it
is in accordance with the rules, Your
So
Honor.
it's your own
Attorney,
volition.
we will recognize you later because hindi po kayo nag-take ng oath. Okay na po.
Mr. Chairman.
You have already said your piece.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Chairman.
Honor.
Congressman
May I
Paduano,
ask
you're
the good
recognized.
attorney, what is your role in this? You are not invited, but you are present in today's hearing, and you never take your oath.
As
Why?
legal counsel.
What is your presence?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I am the Chief of Legal Affairs of the Office of the Vice President.
So,
I am here to represent the institution, Your Honor.
so you are here to represent the institution. You should, before talking, you should take your oath. Because that is on record. You're a lawyer. You know that. You cannot speak unless until you take your oath. That's the rule, internal rules of this House and this committee. You cannot speak unless you take your oath. Or else, I will move to excuse you in this room.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What
Mr.
is,
Chair,
what is your point of order?
yeah, I take the position of Congressman Paduano. I really don't know why she's here. Has she forwarded any explanation written as to her attendance?
And then, Mr.
Comsec.
Chairman,
No,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a while ago, she was trying to tell us that she is the representative of the Office of the Vice President. And if you are the representative of the Vice President, you have this reason to take your oath as well.
No, but, yeah, but other than that, Mr. Chair, before we can even proceed to asking her to take her oath, has she communicated officially to the committee that she is indeed representing the Office of the Vice President? Is there any letter that whereby Attorney Tolentino is given authority to represent the Office of the Vice President, Comsec?
None, Your Honor.
Did you submit your authority?
If I may, Your Honor, respectfully.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, can we just call for a 5-minute suspension? Kausapin muna natin kung ano ba talaga kasi
5-minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Committee hearing resumes. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, since the good lawyer has no written authority coming from the Vice President, second is that she never take her oath. So, Mr. Chairman, first, I move that we strike out all, on record, all the statement being made by the good attorney.
Seconded.
There's a motion raised by Congressman Paduano, duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
And second, Mr. Chairman, I move that we excuse the good lady attorney in this room and to request the SAA to escort the good attorney outside of this room. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded.
There's a motion to excuse the good attorney from this room, which is duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair, if I may respectfully request...
You're not, you're out of order. You're not recognized.
Mo, Chair, para hindi siya makapagsalita.
being
Suspend mo.
Suspend ko na lang.
Your Honor,
1 minute suspension. Nakamute. Paki-excuse na lang po yung paki-excuse na lang po muna yung ating abogado. Committee hearing resumes.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman J.J. Suarez, you're recognized.
yeah. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang po ilagay sa tamang perspective yung dahilan kung bakit po pina-excuse po natin yung isang individual na dumalo sa ating hearing. Baka po kasi magkaroon ng misunderstanding why she was excused from our hearing. Number one, she was not invited to attend today's hearing. Number two, she did not take her oath. So we don't even know the personalities and the circumstances to why she is here. And no communication was forwarded to the committee as to her attendance. For all we know, she can be somebody posing for somebody, and the committee cannot act on mere presentation without proper representation to the said committee, Mr. Chair. So para lang po maunawaan ng lahat kung bakit po natin pinakiusapan na ma-excuse yung isang individual na nagpakilala na Attorney Tolentino. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Wala na po bang sasalita? Comsec?
Chairman, permission to excuse. Chairman, permission to excuse.
Yes,
this, for
Congressman
hearing.
Paduano, your
Good afternoon.
excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comsec?
Your Honor, may we recognize Honorable Joseph Jojo Lara from the 3rd District of Cagayan and Deputy Majority Leader Honorable Frances Pumarin from the 3rd District of Quezon City. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the... I will recognize you later, but we will proceed to the item in our agenda. Good morning. Once again, we are here today in the 5th hearing of the House Blue Ribbon Committee for the continuation of the deliberations on the following matters. Number 1, privilege speech number 379 of Congressman Rolando Valeriano on September 3, 2024 on asserting the power of the purse of Congress. And 2, the motu proprio inquiry on the manifestation of Representative Jingy Luistro during the budget hearing of the Department of Education before the House Committee of Appropriation on September 2, 2024. Our ongoing inquiry was propelled by Representative Valeriano's demand to look into the Vice President's non-transparency and refusal to answer questions by the legislative on her utilization of public funds entrusted to her office, and the observation manifested by Representative Luistro concerning issues plaguing DepEd's budget utilization. Unfortunately, in the past 4 hearings of the Blue Ribbon Committee, all of the public officials involved in the utilization of public funds in the OVP, including confidential funds that were granted to it in 2022 and 2023, have not graced us with their presence. Nevertheless, we have diligently inquired into and examined available documents from the COA, DBM, and other government agencies in our past 4 hearings, and we are fortunate that other public officials from DepEd, COA, DBM, BTR, and even the AFP have provided valuable assistance as resource persons in our investigation to help us piece together and verify how public funds have been used in the DepEd and the OVP. Ngunit marami pa po tayong katanungan ukol sa pinagamitan ng ating public funds. Ang mga dokumentong nakalap natin ay hindi pa lubusang naipaliwanag, halimbawa kapansin-pansin na sa mga liquidation report ng confidential funds ng OVP ay pinalalabas rito na may confidential funds na napunta umano sa provision of medical and food aid bilang rewards. Nahigit o iba pa sa mga nire-report na medical at food aid ng OVP ng DepEd na may ginamit na confidential fund sa mga youth leadership summits na kanilang regular na isinasagawa na confidential fund sa mga youth leadership summits na kanilang regular na isinasagawa. What we needed were answers from the Office of the Vice President and those persons who were themselves involved in the utilization of public funds, particularly the confidential funds of the OVP and DepEd. Makilang beses nilang iginigiit na nakasaad na ang kanilang mga paliwanag sa mga dokumenteng isinumite na nila sa COA. Ngunit sa ating mga nakita sa pagdinig na ito, hindi sapat na nagsumite lamang sila ng mga dokumento sa COA. Lalong-lalo na kapag ang mga dokumentong ito mismo ang kino-question or hinahanapan ng paliwanag. There are questions that the documents themselves can't answer. This is why we need the presence of these officials. Sila lang po makakasagot sa mga katanungan natin. Nais nating maging patas. Napakaraming pagkakataon na ang binibigay sa OVP, more than sufficient opportunity, ika nga. Ngunit hindi naman napapalampas ang anumang pagharang sa lehislatura na alamin kung saan ginastos ang pondo ng bayan. Sa panglimang pagkakataon ay pinatawag po natin uli ang mga concerned officials ng OVP, pati ang Special Disbursing Officer ng DepEd na si Edward Fajarda upang magbigay linaw sa mga dokumentong nakalap ng ating investigasyon. Sa araw na ito, hindi po muna tayo nag-iimbita ng ibang resource person at nang mabigyan natin ng sapat na oras ang lahat ng mga katanungan sa mga pinatawag natin ng mga officials ng OVP. At magkaroon din sila ng sapat na oras para sumagot sa ating mga katanungan. Maraming salamat po. We will now proceed to the...
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
May I be
Congressman
recognized,
Jill.
Mr. Chair?
Recognize.
Before we proceed with our deliberation, may I just raise this concern, Mr. Chair? On our agenda for today, item number 3, number 2, which refers to the motu proprio inquiry or inquiry on the manifestation of Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, was made on September 10, 2024. And I am certain, Mr. Chair, that this is a result of a typographical or clerical error, which was indicated in today's agenda. Given that, Mr. Chair, may I ask that the agenda be amended to correct this typographical or clerical error and reflect the actual and true date in accordance with Section 106 of the Rules of Procedure of the 19th Congress, which states, when any matter is under consideration, a motion to amend and a further motion to amend the amendatory motion shall be in order. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Again, Mr. Chair, in addition, considering that there's this clerical error in relation to this agenda, I move that my motion be extended to all agenda and or transcript of proceedings for these proceedings of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. In particular, Mr. Chair, I move that the committee secretary review the agenda and transcript of proceedings dated September 18, September 25, October 17, and November 5. To be precise, Mr. Chair, I am asking that any reference to the date of Congressman Luistro's manifestation subject of the motu proprio inquiry be reflected as having been made on September 2, 2024, the actual date of the Committee on Appropriations budget deliberation, and not September 10, 2024, or any other date. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Any other concerns? Meron pa po ba? There's none. We will now proceed to the next item in the agenda. We will now proceed to the interpellation proper. The first to interpolate is Congressman Ramon Rodriguez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct my first questions po, at least. First and foremost, we'd like to express our gratitude for our resource persons who have attended here. I know for the most part of our hearing, we've been discussing about the attendance of the other resource persons, and I hope on the next hearing we can do the same, na nandito po sila. But in the meantime, I think we would like, siguro I will start, Mr. Chair, to direct my questions to Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey. Good morning po. Mr. Chair, if I may proceed.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, before other matters po, no, on what we have in agenda, just some preliminary matters on, I believe you have submitted, Mr. Chair, some statements together with Attorney Sanchez to this committee. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Good morning, Your
Attorney
Honor.
Julieta,
Yes,
you're recognized.
I submitted
Yes.
a statement po.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on some procedural matters po
Ma'am,
muna on that statement.
pakilakasan po ninyo at ilapit po ninyo yung mic para marinig po kayo.
Yes.
Thank you po.
Good morning, Your Honors. It may be allowed to read my statement.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I think we've had this in advance and we were able to read it. And I think we're aware if we may proceed with the questioning, unless the committee members would like to hear the statement. Parang hindi naman po.
Yung statement po bang babasahin ninyo, yun din po yung sinubmit ninyo sa amin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, nabasa na po namin lahat yon. So, we will proceed to the interpellation. Yes, please
Thank you.
continue,
So just,
Congressman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Villa del Rey po, no? Just working on the statement po, no? May I just like to ask, how do you know po si Attorney Abella?
Attorney,
Abella po.
he is our counsel, Your Honor.
He's your counsel?
Abelia.
Attorney Abella?
I don't know Attorney Abelia, sir.
You don't know an Attorney Abella, Attorney Rochelle Abella.
No, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, may we ask you, Attorney Sanchez, do you know a Mr. Attorney Abella?
Your Honor, yes, Mr. Chair. Attorney Abella is one of the staff in the Office of the Vice President.
Oh, one of the staff in the Office of the Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Back to Ms. Villa del Rey. Is that more familiar now to you po?
Hindi po ako masyadong familiar sa lahat ng employees of the Office of the Vice President.
Ms. Sanchez, I hope you don't mind, Mr. Chair. I know it's unorthodox, but I'd like to, because of the point I'm driving at, I'd like to toss in between the two resource persons po now. So just go quickly between them.
Please continue.
Attorney Sanchez, through the chair, most respectfully. Si Attorney Abella, you've known Attorney Abella for quite some time.
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. She joined the OVP, I think, sometime this year, if I am correct, Your Honor.
Can you describe how she looks po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Abella is fairly tall and slim.
Okay. Are there a lot of attorneys in the office of the OVP?
Currently, Your Honor, there are only around 4 attorneys under the Legal Affairs Division. But there are other lawyers in the Office of the Vice President performing other functions, Your Honor.
Would you consider Attorney Abella a fairly prominent lawyer in the OVP? Is she all over the place po ba? Or?
No, Your Honor. Attorney Abella does not report daily at the Office of the Vice President. Her tasks, from what I know, because I am not the head of the Legal Affairs Division, are mainly on execution of non-disclosure agreements and other documents and contracts for the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor.
Okay, so si Attorney Abella is mostly tasked with preparation of NDAs and you mentioned, sorry, can you repeat it for us, please?
Contracts
Contracts.
and other documents, Your Honor.
Is she also tasked with preparing statements for
I'm not
the
aware,
OVP?
Your Honor.
Not aware. But she, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Abella is a person who, although is not on site, would sometimes be on site.
Most of the days, I think, in the week, she is on site, Your Honor.
And her office is her outside, her external office. Would you know kung saan po ito?
No, Your Honor.
No. So just the internal office. And
Yes,
all
Your
of
Honor.
your interactions with Attorney Abella have been inside the office of the OVP.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've never interacted with Attorney Abella outside the OVP.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'd like to return my question po to Ms. Villa del Rey. After the description po, no?
Attorney Roach, I will just like to interject
Of
in line
course.
with your line of questioning. Saan po ba yung official office po ni OVP?
Mr. Chair, the official office of the OVP is at the 11th floor, Robinson Cybergate Plaza, Mandaluyong City. Your Honor.
Mandaluyong.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Villia Del Rey, so after the descriptions, given the job description and actual physical description and office description of Ms. Abella, hindi pa rin po familiar po sa inyo?
I remember now, Your Honor, si Attorney Abella po is once pumunta sa office.
Once
accounting.
pumunta sa office. In any instance, did you go to her office?
No, sir. She went to my office.
To your office. What was the concern po kung why she went to your office?
Ang natatandaan ko lang po naging interaction niya sa akin is kinumusta niya ako.
Nothing official? Has she not done anything, preparation of any documents of any kind for you, Ms. Villia Del Rey?
None, sir.
Congressman Roach, for a while. Saan po yung office ninyo?
Same office po, Cybergate Plaza, Mandaluyong.
So, doon din po. So, doon din po yung office ni Attorney Abella. Tama din po. As staff of the OVP. Tama po ba? Attorney Sanchez, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please continue, Congressman Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Villia Del Rey, you've confirmed the once po you've interacted with Attorney Abella. Si Attorney Sanchez po, through the Honorable Chairman, have you had any recent interactions with Attorney Abella?
Your Honor, from time to time, Your Honor, regarding work.
More
Your Honor.
specifically, do you recall having an interaction with Attorney Abella last November 9?
Your Honor, through phone conversation, Your Honor, she asked me to send a copy of my ID, Your Honor.
Copy of your ID. Would you know the
Yes.
purpose of the copy of the ID?
I think, Your Honor, it is for her to notarize the statement that I executed, Your Honor.
And you did not have an interaction with her aside from the phone call?
Phone call only, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Ms. Villia Del Rey, do you recall a similar interaction with Attorney Abella noong November 9 po?
November 9, Your Honor, yes. When she asked to also send a copy of my ID.
Okay. And you are aware of the purpose also was to notarize po? Is it the same purpose as Attorney Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor, to notarize po itong statement.
Can you clarify po for us, this statement, this is of your own volition, tama po ba?
Tama po.
And you prepared this yourself?
Tama po.
And you sent this to Attorney Abella?
Your Honor.
Pinadala mo po ito kay Attorney Abella?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you did not appear personally to have it notarized?
Pinadala ko po ito sa Office of the Legal Affairs.
Pinadala sa Office of Legal Affairs. And they did not ask for your physical presence for the signing of the document?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Another clarification. Where were you when you received a phone call from Attorney Abella? You were in your office?
I was in my office, Your Honor.
In
In Mandaluyong.
in
City, Your
Mandaluyong.
Honor.
How about you, Ma'am Villia Del Rey? Where were you?
Also in Mandaluyong, Your Honor.
Okay. In both dates, in both instances, November 9, you were both in Mandaluyong. Tama po ba? And that was the time when you received phone call from Attorney Abella. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, may I just correct? It was through the Chief of the Legal Affairs Division, Your Honor.
Ano po?
It was through the Chief of the Legal Affairs Division. She was on the phone with Attorney Abella, and she relayed the message. But I was with her at that time, Your Honor.
You were with
The Chief of the Legal Affairs Division.
Chief
Your
of the
Honor.
Legal Affairs
In Mandaluyong.
in Mandaluyong.
Yes,
How about you,
Your Honor.
ma'am?
Same.
Same.
Same po.
In Mandaluyong din.
In Mandaluyong
Okay,
also,
thank
sir.
you po. Please continue, Congressman Roch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So proceeding from that, Attorney Sanchez, would you say you had the same instance, the same procedure for the notarization of your document? So you prepared the statement, you signed it, tapos pinadala na lang po.
Your Honor, I signed it at the time that, in front of the Chief of the Legal Affairs Division, Your Honor. I handed it over, Your Honor.
Okay, you signed it in front of the Chief of the Legal Affairs
Yes, Your
Division.
Honor.
Was Attorney Abella present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'd just like to have that procedural fact noted by the committee. Actually, I might be mistaken, but from my understanding, based on notarial rules, the affiant should actually sign the document in front of the notary. So it's just concerning po na they have that procedure in which they prepared the statement, they signed it, then pinadala na lang po. In fact, they admitted to the fact that the ID was just asked over the phone for the point of the notary. But to clarify po for the committee, this is not, unfortunately, this has become a practice sometimes for notarial services, and sometimes it's overlooked. However, what's important to stress and to bear in relation to the proceedings here is that Attorney Abella is not only notarizing a regular statement. This is a statement before this House. And aside from that, Attorney Abella's signature, Attorney Abella's notarization actually appears in other significant documents. I'm not sure if Attorney Sanchez would be aware, being Chief of Admin po ba and Finance. And I'm not sure if Ms. Villa Del Rey is aware also, being Chief of Accountant. But Attorney Abella's notarial stamp, notarial imprimatur, appears not only in their statements, which they have prepared, but has actually appeared in, I believe, the liquidation reports po ng OVP confidential funds. So it brings a question, kung magkakaroon po, the whole purpose of the notarial procedure is to verify as officers of the court to allow persons to execute statements under oath in a way. So the purpose of this is to preserve the integrity of the statements made. Now, if there's an issue regarding the procedural, if there are procedural lapses in the notarial services, then it puts into light the veracity, authenticity, and acceptability, admissibility of these documents. So what's stressing for me is that this isn't just only for the statements, which, don't get me wrong, Mr. Chair, this is important for us today because the statements that they'll be presenting is their official testimony to our questions here today, of course. But more importantly, the fact that the same Attorney Abella is the lawyer who notarized the OVP confidential fund certification, the DepEd. Sorry, Mr. Chair, Attorney Abella is in the office of the OVP. Tama po ba, Attorney Sanchez? May we clarify, since you're more familiar with Attorney Abella.
Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did she have a stint in the Department of Education?
I am not aware, Your Honor.
It's not your personal knowledge, but that's something for us to consider kasi nga po, her signature appears as the notarial, as the notary for the OVP confidential funds and the DepEd confidential fund certification, aside from the statements presented today. So I'm not sure, perhaps at the proper time, with the proper motion, should this committee deem wise, we might want to invite Attorney Abella. Although this is not usual practice, I understand that in the courts, usually they would frown upon the act of having to present a notary as a witness. But given the fact that, for example, we can't even get the 9 OVP officials present, perhaps we can invite Attorney Abella, not only for her notarial stamp on the statements of Ms. Villa Del Rey and Attorney Sanchez, but also on the OVP confidential funds and DepEd confidential funds. This is just
Comsec, please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Gutierrez.
This is a procedural concern. But with that out of the way, Mr. Chair, I'd like now to proceed with some preliminary questions for Ms. Villa Del Rey. So,
Please
Mr. Chair, Ms. Villa Del Rey, kayo po yung Chief Accountant ng Office of the Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long na po kayo sa OVP?
Your Honor, I've been in the OVP since 1990. During the last year of VP Laurel.
VP Laurel pa po. So you are a career public servant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So from 1990, that would put you now at 34 years of service po. And in your 34 years of service, may you just quickly give us a rundown? Kailan po kayo naging Chief Accountant?
I was employed in the OVP in 1990. I became an OIC, I cannot recall, but I appointed Chief Accountant in 1998.
Oh, that's a quick rise po, no? From 1990 to 1998, kayo po yung naging Chief Accountant. So you have been the Chief Accountant for the OVP for how many administrations now po?
For at least seven po, 7 vice presidents.
And as the Chief Accountant, you are in charge of the accounting division, is that correct?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And part of your duties would include reviewing and processing the disbursements and liquidations of the OVP.
Tama po.
Before anything, I'd like to commend you for your long tenure of service. Maraming salamat po. Given that you're 6 administrations in, I'm pretty sure you are adept and an expert in your field. Given that you are, well experienced in your field, I'm sure you're familiar with yung tinatawag na government accounting manual. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you run down for the committee ano po yung requirements ng government accounting manual in relation to cash advances?
For the cash advances under the regular, Your Honor, there should be fund or allotment to cover the issuance of cash advance. There should be cash allocation. For the travel, Your Honor, hindi po required na banded siya, pero for activities, should be banded with the Bureau of the Treasury. There should be a special order designating special disbursing officer, Your Honor.
So for yung cash advances po natin, that in the yung GAM na sinasabi, this is the standards for accounting of the government, and this would apply generally to other agencies. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Would the GAM on the provisions on cash advances, would that also apply to confidential funds?
No, Your Honor.
And why is that po? What is the standard that you use for the for confidential funds?
For the confidential fund, Your Honor, it is covered by the Joint Circular 2015-01.
So, the same joint circular that if you've been following our committee hearings was cited by the ICFAO. Yun yung general basis po nila for confidential funds.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Are there provisions in the government accounting manual that would still suppletorily, in a way, apply to cash advances?
Wala po akong natatandaan, Your Honor.
Wala po.
Only the Joint Circular.
So, there is no requirement that for cash advance for specific purpose or time-bound undertaking, that this should be recorded into the books of accounts as advances to special disbursing officers? Wala po kayong ino-note na ganun po?
Can you repeat, Your Honor?
When you were talking of cash advances for specific purpose or a time-bound undertaking, I'm not sure, I'm not an accountant, but I think this is a very specific definition under the GAM. Tama po ba?
Apo.
Yeah, okay. So with that, do you record it in the books of accounts as advances to special disbursing officers?
Tama po, Your Honor.
So there are some provisions in the GAM that would apply. It's not purely in joint circular. Tama po ba this is a procedure that's outlined in the GAM?
Tama po.
So suppletory naman pala po yung GAM, no? Nagagamit rin po siya even for confidential funds.
Possible po, Your Honor. Pero nakapokus po ako sa Joint Circular when it comes to confidential fund.
Okay. But do you recall recording yung advances to special disbursing officers? Yes, you do. And the relevant provisions actually for the GAM for confidential funds is Chapter 6, apparently. So the process of the cash advance, pagkatanggap po ng check, ini-encash po ito ng SDO. Tama po ba?
As I recall, Your Honor.
As you recall. In this instance, what is your participation po in the handing over of the check? Do you foresee the encashment? Do you oversee the depositing? Ano po yung inyong interaction with the SDO in relation to this?
Your Honor, ang naging task po ng accounting sa issuance ng cash advance is only for processing. For
Meaning,
processing of disbursement voucher, not for issuance of check.
not for the issuance of the check, but the processing of the disbursement voucher. So ano po yung procedure for the processing of the disbursement voucher?
In the processing of a disbursement voucher for confidential fund, it should be supported by all the required supporting documents as stated or as required in the Joint Circular 2015-01.
Okay. So when you say po, hindi po kayo involved sa issuing of the check, are you somehow involved in the encashment or depositing of the check?
For encashment and depositing of the check, it is the SDO,
The
Your
SDO.
Honor.
So no participation required on your part doon sa SDO. They don't need any clearance from you. They don't need you to sign off on anything. It's purely the responsible of the SDO in line with the provisions of the joint circular. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. With that, are you aware of the procedure? Just on personal knowledge, kapag tinatanggap na po ng SDO, of course, we'd like to ask the SDO himself or herself these questions, but given na wala po sila, we'd like to ask you as Chief Accountant kasi po, I hope you understand, minsan nalilito rin po kami as not actually practitioners in this field. Marami pong accountants and auditors pala po no, within one office. But it's understandable na special po yung confidential funds. So in relation to confidential funds po, Ms. Villa Del Rey, you mentioned that you have no participation in the encashment and no participation in depositing of any sorts. But are you aware of the procedure of the SDO? Ano pong ginagawa po niya pag nakatanggap ng cheque for the confidential funds?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ko po alam. Bali, ang task ko lang po talaga is to process the issuance of cash advance for
Okay.
the confidential fund.
Sige po. Ms. Villa Del Rey, ayon po sa GAM, required pong mag-institute ng internal mechanisms or internal controls ng OVP to safeguard po yung mga cash advances. And I would assume this would also apply to confidential funds. Are you aware of any safeguards that are being implemented for the OVP's confidential funds?
For the regular funds, Your Honor, yes, we have po controls. Like it should be liquidated within 15 days from issuance or upon completion of the activity.
For the regular fund. But for
Regular
confidential
fund.
funds, are you aware of any controls that you might have implemented as Chief Accountant?
Yes, Your Honor, according to joint circular, there should be reportorial requirements. Like for accounting, the issuance of cash advance is, or upon disbursement of the cash advance, it should be submitted to the audit team, resident auditor, within 7 days from issuance, to Your Honor, including all supporting documents.
Ms. Villa Del Rey, when you mentioned resident auditor, you're talking about the resident auditor of the COA? Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. So, do you have any participation in the vetting or authentication or going through the supporting documents ng confidential funds?
Supporting documents, Your Honor, for the issuance of cash advance.
Issuance of cash advance only. Pero for the liquidation, wala na po kayong kinalaman.
Wala na po, Your Honor.
So you would not be involved with the documentary evidence of payment for yung mga acknowledgement receipts, etc., etc.
No, Your Honor. Based on joint circular, it should be the responsibility of the special disbursing officer.
And never at any point, even procedurally, dumaan po itong mga SDs or DEPs sa kamay po ninyo. This is directly between the SDO and the resident auditor. Tama po ba?
The DBs of the issuance of cash advance, yun po ang dumaan sa accounting sa akin. Other DBs na nagkaroon ang disbursement ng confidential fund, hindi po dumaan sa accounting, Your Honor.
By DVs, you mean yung disbursement vouchers po? Tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you, as Chief Accountant, are you required to review a journal entry voucher?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does this apply for confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor, upon recording of the issuance of cash advance.
So upon the issuance of cash advance, this is still related to the disbursement voucher lang po.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you review the journal entry voucher, you have to certify it, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ano po yung nalalaman ng certification na ito?
For the certification of the issuance of cash advance, in the voucher, Your Honor, it is stated that there should be cash available and supporting documents complete and proper.
So when you issue po yung disbursement voucher, is it a requirement, for example? Because I understand yung ating confidential funds is, except for 2022 po, no, which was issued by virtue of yung contingent fund na nilipat, under the GAA po, yung confidential funds natin for 2023. Tama po. Is it a requirement in the subsequent disbursement vouchers that you would have to certify na inubos po yung previous quarter?
Yes, Your Honor, before the issuance of another cash advance.
And how do you verify po na naubos yung previous disbursement voucher, yung previous cash advance?
Sir, for the liquidation of previous cash advance, it is stated in the joint circular and also ito lang po, din po yung naging basis ko, the received transmittal copy of the supporting documents duly stamped by ICPAO.
Okay, so ang procedure po natin is the SDO will submit the liquidation report to the resident auditor, the ICFA will stamp and then provide it po to you, Mr. Villadere. Is it provided to you by the SDO or by the COA po?
By the SDO, sir.
Si SDO. And when you receive this stamped copy po ng liquidation report, ministerial na lang po yung pag-issue po ninyo ng disbursement voucher for the next quarter. Tama po ba?
Not the liquidation report, Your
Oh,
Honor.
sorry.
Only the transmittal. Listing po lahat ng documentary requirements, all reports and certifications submitted to ICPAO.
So, yung listing na po ito, how many pages ang document na ito?
I think, kung tama pa yung pagkaka-recall ko, it's 3 pages po.
So, manipis lang po. So, talagang walang liquidation report, walang AR, walang SD. It's just the letter of transmittal lang po. Parang ganun.
Tama po.
Okay. So, in that case po, in relation to the GAM and the joint circular, what is it that you would record in the books as chief accountant? It's really just disbursement to the SDO.
Your Honor, ang recording ko po sa book is the issuance of the cash advance when issued to the SDO and the liquidation of the cash advance upon receipt of the transmittal duly received by ICPAO.
Okay. Ms. Villadere, as chief accountant, you would confirm that there is a general ledger.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the general ledger, the purpose is to keep a record of all of these. Would that include the supporting documents?
No, Your Honor.
So before you make an entry in the general ledger, do you have to go through the supporting documents?
Only for cash advance, Your Honor.
So for cash advance. In this case po, sa confidential funds, this is one such cash advance po, no? So
Yes.
before you enter it in the general ledger, what documents would you be requiring before you make that entry in the general ledger?
Before entering into to the general ledger, sir, we will the basis of our recording is the report of the checks issued from our cash division and the copy of the disbursement voucher together with the supporting documents.
Okay, checks issued, disbursement voucher, and supporting documents. Can you give us an example ano po yung SDs that are relevant to this entry?
SD
Anong supporting documents
Supporting
po na
documents.
binabanggit po ninyo?
Yes, sir. For the issuance of cash advance, supporting documents required are a special order of the disbursing officer designated by the HOA, approved banding from the BTR, copy of the SARO and NCA, specimen signature of all signatories in DBs and ORS. What else? That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So really, it's related to disbursement lang talaga. Ms. Villadere, can you, I'm sorry, we're not too familiar, pero can you distinguish yung general and subsidiary ledger?
General ledger, sir, is the basis of the trial balance. Subsidiary ledger pertaining to the individual accounts.
And do you maintain a subsidiary ledger for the confidential funds?
For the SDO, Your Honor.
For the office of the SDO. And ano po yung lalabas po dito sa subsidiary ledger? It's just per check, per
Yes,
entry.
sir. The recording of the cash advance and upon liquidation, also the crediting of the cash advance.
Does the SDO have to report to you for entry into the subsidiary ledger yung different tranches of which that they, whether they encash or deposit the quarterly confidential funds, or isang bagsakan lang po ito sa inyong ledger?
Isang report lang po. Isang report lang from report of checks issued.
Isang report lang po talaga of checks issued. So generally, in that subsidiary ledger for the SDO, ano pa po ang mga entries ninyo aside from dun sa confidential funds? Are there any other transactions or accounts that you have to record that concerns the SDO?
Your Honor, only the date of the check number, the details po, like if it is for the first quarter, second quarter, and the amount only.
So it's a quarterly thing po talaga. I know you answered this earlier, but just to clarify, so ang magre-reflect po sa subsidiary record is yung one-time cash. Hindi po siya daily releases or disbursements.
No,
Who
Your
would have the
Honor.
record of any daily release or disbursement?
Per JC, Your Honor, it is the SDO.
The SDO's responsibility. And I know it's no longer part of your responsibility, but of your personal knowledge, nagpapatulong po ba yung ating SDO sa inyo, ang SDO ng OVP, when it comes to recording things in as per requirement of the Joint Circular?
No, Your Honor.
So just to clarify, and the process is yung interaction po ninyo with the SDO is purely upon receipt of the request po ba yun, or yung transmittal, you will then certify into the ledger. Sorry, can you repeat again to us? As a summary na lang po, no? Kasi I know chinap-chap na po natin, pero give us a summary of your interactions with yung SDO in particular.
Actually po, wala po akong interaction sa SDO. Only the reports. When the disbursement voucher for cash advance is forwarded to accounting, wala po akong interaction sa SDO. When we recorded it in the books of accounts, wala din po. And when we liquidate it, wala din po. Because only through documents po kami nagbe-base.
Okay, documents na po. Okay, although you don't interact with the SDO particularly, personal knowledge po, in what instances do you interact with their office? Through documents. So this is purely for confidential funds only. Walang ibang entry, walang ibang transaction that would require documentation or certification on your part po.
For the liquidation, Your Honor, I signed the liquidation report.
Oh, you signed the liquidation report. And what is the purpose of your signature po sa liquidation report?
For the liquidation report, Your Honor, I certified that all supporting documents in the issuance of cash advance are proper and complete. Also in the transmittal forwarded, sir.
I understand po earlier you mentioned na as far as you're concerned with the general and subsidiary ledgers of the OVP, wala po kayong, hindi po dumadaan po sa inyo yung acknowledgement receipts, documentary evidence of payment, and other supporting documents. Sabi niyo po yun earlier, tama po ba?
Tama po.
But now you're saying po na in the liquidation report, you certify that you have reviewed all of these supporting documents.
The supporting documents, sir, that I mentioned is all supporting documents attached to the issuance of cash advance.
But you mentioned you signed yung liquidation report itself.
Only the liquidation report as annexed in the joint circular, Your Honor.
So yung liquidation report as annexed in the joint circular, and
Yes.
what you are certifying there is that you've gone through all of the supporting documents. Tama po ba? So would this not include yung ating acknowledgement receipts and documentary evidence of payment?
Sir, in the JC, hindi po included sa responsibilities ng accountant ang review of the documents evidencing payments.
So, sorry, I hope you can forgive the confusion, no? Kasi earlier you mentioned when you go through the supporting documents and other, yung mga supporting documents lang, you were talking about for signing of the disbursement voucher to release the check po, no?
The
But-
cash advance.
The cash advance. But in this case of the liquidation report, this is already post-disbursement, tama po ba? The liquidation report is already talking about the quarter that has lapsed. So you are signing on supporting documents there. What supporting documents po are you certifying in that case?
Sir, the supporting documents of the liquidation, not necessarily po yung documents evidencing payments. It is under the responsibility only of the special disbursing officer, and the audit of this is through ICPAO.
No, I understand po what you're saying is that it's not necessarily your responsibility, but you do have a certification there that you have gone through all the supporting documents. So how do we distinguish which supporting documents are verified or certified or prepared by the SDO and which supporting documents are verified or prepared by the chief accountant? Could you please clarify to us po, which particular supporting documents are you certifying?
Yes, the supporting documents I certified po as complete and proper is the supporting documents also to be submitted sa ICPAO, which is also the attached documents of the cash advance.
But the acknowledgement receipts and DEPs are also submitted to the ICFAO, is that correct?
Yes, sir, but it is through a sealed envelope signed by the SDO.
Okay, so the documents that are not sealed, in which you certify, would be specifically, could you enumerate for us po? Sorry?
Yes, sir. The special order,
Special order.
the same attachment of the cash advance, special order, the approved banding, specimen signatures of all the signatories, the copy of the SBR, the physical and financial plan of the confidential plan.
Okay.
That's I can remember, Your Honor.
Thank you. Of course, marami po yan. So, Ms. Villadere, you mentioned that this is the same SDs that are in the disbursement voucher.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kung ano po yung sinertify and sinubmit nyo for the disbursement voucher prior to the cash advance, yun rin po ang, that is what you're referring to po na ina-attach ulit sa liquidation report submitting to the ICFAO. That is what you are certifying to.
Yes, Your
Although the
Honor.
terms in the certification are all documents, you are testifying now that it's only in relation to these particular documents that you have mentioned. Tama po.
Tama po.
Thank you po for the clarification, Ms. Villa Del Rey. Mr. Chair, if I would still have some time, I'd like to ask just a few preliminary questions to Attorney Sanchez.
Yes, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Sanchez, kayo po ay dinesignate bilang officer in charge, Chief of Staff of the OVP na inaprobuhan ni VP. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, may I know the period covered, Mr. Chair?
I'm just referring to the Office Order number 2024-56. But if you'd like to testify about any period, you are free to answer. Hindi naman po to yes or no. ma'am.
Mr. Chair, there are different periods, if I recall, that I was assigned as the OIC of the Office of the Chief of Staff here.
In which
Mr.
case
Chair.
po, can you please relate to this committee what time periods po kayo ay naging OIC? And if you can confirm that OIC pa rin po kayo ngayon.
Mr. Chair, I cannot recall the specific periods, Mr. Chair, but I can trace the office orders or special orders designating me as the OIC, Mr. Chair.
Could you give us at least a ballpark, not figure, a ballpark duration? Which months po kayo naging Chief of OIC? And I'm sure if natapos po yung inyong pagiging OIC, that means may na-appoint na actual Chief of Staff. And then naging OIC naman po kayo. Am I understanding your story correctly?
No, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify that I am only appointed as the OIC for the Office of the Chief of Staff whenever the Chief of Staff and the Assistant Chief of Staff are not available in the office, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's a temporary thing.
Yes,
Hindi
Your
naman po
Honor.
siya yung dahil wala pa yung Chief of Staff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang sabi po sa Office Order 2024-56 is mayroong travel ang Chief of Staff na si Attorney Zuleika Lopez at Assistant Chief of Staff na si Lemuel Ortonio on October 18, 2024. So let's zero in on this one time. Do you recall this? Do you recall this order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you relate to us ano po yung official travel ni Attorney Lopez and the Assistant Chief of Staff Ortonio?
Your Honor, from what I recall, they had to travel to Davao, Your Honor.
To Davao. And would you
Yes.
recall the duration of this?
I do not recall, Your Honor. I can trace the travel order, Your Honor, and provide this committee with it, Your Honor.
One last preliminary question. Bilang OIC, would you say you're relatively capable or familiar with the office of at least of the Chief of Staff?
Your Honor, as OIC, I only perform functions which are specifically designated to me, Your Honor. So I still am able to get direct instructions from the Chief of Staff even during the period that she is not in the office, Your Honor.
Even when she is abroad?
Yes, Your Honor.
One more question. Bilang, sorry, can you clarify, masyadong maliit yung name tag. You are director for what department?
For Administrative and Financial Services Office, Your Honor.
Okay. Financial services, do you have any interactions or any role in the disbursement of yung confidential funds?
Your Honor, my participation in the disbursement of confidential funds is just limited as one of the signatories of the checks for the cash advance, Your Honor.
So checks for the cash advance which are being verified by Ms. Villy Del Rey for disbursement lang.
Yes,
So
Your
you
Honor.
have no participation in yung tranches. For example, yung for 2022 of December, 125 million. Kay Ms. Villy Del Rey, they will only record it as one whole 125 million. But as Director for Finance would you have any knowledge as to the breakdown of that 125 million and live kung kailan to dinidisburse?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I have no personal knowledge on that matter.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Sanchez. Mr. Chair, I'll now yield the floor to other interpellators. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. The next interpolator is Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You are now recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct my questions kay Ma'am, tama ba, Julieta? Paano po i-pronounce?
Julieta Villa del
Julieta,
Rey.
hi, Ma'am Julieta Villa del Rey. Ma'am, binanggit mo na po kay Congressman Gutierrez na kayo po ang chief accountant under the OVP. Bilang chief accountant po, to whom are you directly under po? Kumbaga, sino po ang inyong immediate and direct supervisor?
Under the Director of APSO po, Your Honor, Administrative and Financial Services OPs.
I'm sorry, ma'am, mahina po ang pandinig ko. Pakiulit po.
Under the Director of Administrative and Financial Services OPs.
Okay. And bilang sa ilalim ka po nitong binanggit nyo, under ka ng Director for Administrative and Financial Services Office. Wait lang, ma'am. Can you confirm if this is the correct organizational chart of the OVP? Kung saan ka nabibilang?
Tama po, under the Director of APSO.
And tama po ba, ma'am, yung Director for Administrative and Financial Services ay yung katabi niyo po ngayon, si Ma'am Rosalyn L. Sanchez?
Tama po.
Okay. And ang on top of all of this ay ang Chief of Staff na si Miss Zulaika T. Lopez. Tama po?
Tama.
All right. Ma'am, bilang Chief Accountant, dumadaan po ba sa opisina ninyo yung mga pondo na pumapasok sa OVP?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. For the last quarter of 2022, ma'am, maaalala niyo po ba yung cheque na pumasok sa OVP? Last quarter of 2022.
Cheque.
Apo.
Wala po
Ako na pong magpapaalala, ma'am. Ito po. 125 million po. Tama po ba? Pakibasa po. Tama po ba ang pagkakabasa ko na 125 million po siya?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pero, Your Honor, as I said earlier, hindi po dumadaan sa amin ang check payment. Only the processing of disbursement voucher.
Opo. Opo, ma'am. Darating tayo dyan. So, ang tanong ko, ma'am, ang tanong ko, ma'am, kasi inunahan ako ni ma'am. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, sabi mo, processing lang of disbursement vouchers. Ang tanong ko ngayon, in any way, are you notified ba kapag may cheque na? Kasi sinabi mo kanina kay Kong Rog, assured dapat na may fund na or allocated budget for it. So, paano mo nasasabi yon? So, in a way, nanonotify ka na may cheque na.
Only sa report, Your Honor, report of checks issued.
Sa report mo lang natatanggap. Yun po ba?
Tama po.
So, hindi mo po masasabi sa akin, ma'am, kung ang checking ito ay, kung anong pinagdaanan po ng cheque na ito, kung ito po ba ay in-encash, dineposit.
No, Your Honor.
Is there anybody here who can answer? Kung ano pong pinagdaanan ng cheque na ito? All right. Can we go to the next slide? Meron po akong ipapakita ulit. Ma'am, magkano po yung nakasulat sa cheque na ito for the first quarter of 2023?
125 million, Your Honor.
125 million. And again, bilang chief accountant, sinasabi mo po kanina kay Congressman Gutierrez na hindi po dumadaan sa inyo to. At again, processing lang ng disbursement vouchers ang trabaho niyo po. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
All right. At wala po sa ating kahit sino ditong makakasagot kung papaano po lumabas ang cheque na ito. Okay. Can we go to the next check, please? Oo. Ito naman, ma'am. Ay. For the next check, again, of 125 million, kay Ma'am Villa del Rey, again, so hindi po ito again dumaan sa inyo.
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am Rosalyn Sanchez, ikaw po, nakikita ko po, nagulat po ako, ikaw po ang nakapirma dito. Naaalala niyo po bang pinirmahan niyo po ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pati pala yung first check, tinanong kita kanina, hindi mo naaalala. Okay, so anong nangyari sa cheque na ito, ma'am? Ma'am Rosalyn Sanchez.
Ma'am, may I just be, Your Honor, may I be clarified? When I mentioned to Congressman Gutierrez earlier that I am the signatory, my participation for confidential
So
funds
you
is a
signed the check and then
signatory
you
for
don't know what
checks.
happened next.
Yes,
Is
Your
that what
Honor.
you're saying? All right, I'll take that answer. Okay. Mabalik ako kay Ma'am Villa del Rey. Ma'am Villa del Rey, as the Chief Accountant ng OVP mula early on, nakailang Vice President ka na po, sinabi niyo po sa amin. Particular po kayo siguro talaga. In fact, nabanggit niyo kanina dun sa Joint Circular ng 2015. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
And you are very much aware of your responsibilities as agency accountant under the Joint Circular, particularly under Section 6.3.3.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Sa Joint Circular, ma'am, merong guidelines on the grant and liquidation of cash advance for confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kinukumpirma mo kanina, ma'am, na ayon sa kaalaman mo na kahit na hindi sa'yo dumaan ang cheque, di ba? Paulit-ulit mo pong sinabi, pero kinukumpirma mo pa rin na nakatanggap ng 125 million na confidential funds 4 times ang OVP. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Ma'am Villa del Rey, aware ka naman po na kahit hindi po ikaw ang SDO, na liable ka pa rin po bilang Chief Accountant ng OVP. Kung sakaling mapatunayan na nagkaroon ng misuse ng confidential funds ang OVP. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor, depending on the participation.
Under, kasi ma'am dun sa joint circular, yung liability mo ay katumbas ng liability ng SDO. Tama po ba yun, ma'am?
Tama po, as mentioned, depending on my participation.
Opo, kaso kanina tinatanong ka po ni Congressman Gutierrez, nung nagpirma ka po sa liquidation report, hindi naman po nakasulat doon na ito po ang pirma niyo, certified, supporting documents complete and proper. Yun po ang pinirmahan ninyo, ma'am. Tanong lang naman po yun. Under po ng joint circular, again, isa ka talaga dun sa 3 signatory. Ikaw po, yung SDO na si Ma'am Gina Acosta at ang Vice President. And dahil po sinacertify mo ang dokumento na isinumite at ay kumpleto, sapat bilang Chief Accountant, ikaw ay naging isang accountable officer. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Dahil po, ma'am, sa pagpirma mo sa receipt of payment, ikaw ay naging accountable sa custody at pag-safekeep ng mga funds na ito. Tama po ba, ma'am?
No, Your Honor. Hindi po ako nag-safekeep ng fund. Only the processing of the issuance of cash advance and recording of its liquidation.
All right. Familiar ka po ba, Ma'am Villa del Rey, sa Presidential Decree number 1445 or the Government Auditing Code?
Yes, Your Honor. PD 1445.
Sa mga hindi po familiar dito, we will flash it. Under Section 103, it says general liability for unlawful expenditures. Expenditures of government funds or uses of government property in violation of law or regulations shall be a personal liability of the official or employee found to be directly responsible therefore. In Section 105, it talks about the measure of liability of accountable officers. Binanggit niyo po kanina, kayo po ay isang accountable officer. It states, every officer accountable for government property shall be liable for its money value in case of improper or unauthorized use or misapplication thereof by himself or any person for whose acts he may be responsible. We shall likewise be liable for all losses, damages, or deterioration occasioned by negligence in the keeping or use of the property, whether or not it be at the time in his actual custody. Every officer accountable for government funds shall be liable for all losses resulting from the unlawful deposit, use, or application thereof, and for all losses attributable to negligence in the keeping of the funds. Ibig sabihin ng mga provisions na ito ng PD 1445, personal liability ng accountable officers ang unlawful use or application of government funds or any loss attributable to the accountable officer's negligence in keeping the funds. Sumasang-ayon ka po ba dito, Ma'am Julieta Villa del Rey?
Your Honor, may I reiterate lang po na hindi po ako nag-handle ng cash and my participation in the confidential fund is only in the issuance of it, the processing of the disbursement voucher, checking of all the supporting documents attached to the issuance of cash advance.
Ma'am, if wala po kayong interaction sa SDO, hindi nyo po ba nakikita ang SDO na nagre-receive ng check ng subject of the disbursement voucher?
No, Your Honor.
Sino po ang nagre-release ng check sa SDO?
Cash Division, Your Honor.
Cash Division. Sino naman po, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, since pinirmahan niyo po lahat po ng liquidation reports na meron po ako dito, sino po ang nag-aabot sa inyo ng liquidation report for your signature?
It was routed po to our office.
It was routed. What is this process?
It
So
was
it's like,
yes, it was routed po from office of the VP.
from office of the VP.
To
Sino
account-
pong nagdadala nun, ma'am? Was it a messenger?
Liaison officer, Your Honor.
Who is this liaison officer?
I don't have idea, Your Honor, since hindi it was only handed to me by my staff in a folder or in an envelope with marked confidential.
It's such a big deal. So, inaabot-abot lang po pala yung ganitong papel. Okay. So, ma'am, kayo po, hindi po kayo sumasang-ayon dun sa provisions ng PD 1445. Kahit na po kanina, binanggit niyo po na you agree that you are the AO or the accountable officer.
Yes, Your Honor, I am accountable officer only in the issuance of cash advance.
Hindi po ba ganun din po yun? Okay. Sa ngayon, ma'am, Ako, tatanungin ko pa rin po to. Bilang accountable officer po, nung mga pinakita ko pong cheque, nung 2022 at 2023, would you agree that any unlawful use of these funds would be your personal liability?
Based on the joint circular, Your Honor, but
So yes.
yes, depende po sa participation ko as chief accountant.
Oo, nag-yes ka na. Ma'am, dahil po pinirmahan mo po bilang chief accountant ng OVP ang mga disbursement voucher at liquidation reports, may presumption naman po talaga tayo of regularity and that everything is above board. Di ba po?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Pero bakit kaya ma'am, base sa mga testimony nung nakaraang hearing, nalaman ng publiko, nalaman din namin dito, na bukod sa unreasonable at hindi makatarungan ang paggastos ng mga funds na ito, ay hindi din properly substantiated or supported ng dokumento, katulad na lamang po ng mga disbursement vouchers na sinertify mo po.
Ang disbursement voucher, Your Honor, na sinertify ko is for the issuance of cash advance. It was all submitted for post-audit to the resident auditor of COA. And as far as I'm concerned, Your Honor, wala pong naging AOM ang issuance ng cash advance.
All right. Mr. Chair, we can confirm, no, bilang yung chief accountant na si Ma'am Julieta Villa del Rey, kahit po she devoids herself of responsibility dun sa cheque, hanggang dun lang siya sa disbursement voucher, nandun talaga siya. We can confirm that she is part of the process ng naging paggastos at liquidation ng confidential funds ng OVP. And as we continue our deliberations, Mr. Chair, on the issue, I hope that Ms. Villa del Rey will continue to be very diligent in cooperating with the committee para po mas mabigyang linaw ang ating mga katanungan. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, and I yield to the next interpolator.
Thank you, Congresswoman Zamora. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po, Ma'am Julieta Villa del Rey.
Magandang tanghali po.
Ma'am, gaano katagal na po kayo naglilingkod sa ating pamahalaan?
I started, Your Honor, 1990, about 34 years already.
34 years. Tama po ba ang rinig ko? 34 years.
Tama po.
So you've been committed to public service for a great part of your life. And you've been assigned to the Office of the Vice President only, or have you transferred to other offices?
To Accounting Division, Your Honor, of the Office of the Vice President.
Doon lang.
Doon lang po.
So doon kayo nag-umpisa at hanggang ngayon nandun na rin pa,
Tama po.
nandun pa rin po kayo.
Tama po.
So, ma'am, sa nabanggit nyo, simula nung panahon ni Laurel, nandun na po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. Last 2 years po ni VP Laurel.
Okay. So, sa maraming vice presidents na pinaglingkuran po ninyo, ngayon lang po nagkaroon ang Office of the Vice President ng malaking halaga para sa confidential funds. Tama po ba ito?
As I recall, Your Honor, tama po.
So, never in the past has a vice president received this large amount of confidential funds.
Not at this amount, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Villa del Rey, kanina nababanggit po yung halagang 125 million na natanggap nung fourth quarter of 2022, first quarter of 2023, second quarter of 2023, third quarter of 2023. Tama. So, kung di po ako nagkakamali, that's 4 na cheque.
Tama po.
Yung 4 na cheque pong yun ay aabot ng 500 million pesos. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po.
Okay. Ma'am, matanong ko lang bago ako tumulak sa susunod kong mga tanong. Sa nakalipas na mga hearings namin, kayo po ay pinadadalhan po namin ng imbitasyon.
Tama po.
Bakit kayo lang po kayo nag-desisyon na dumalo?
Sir, as I mentioned po sa aking statement, the first invitation nakasama ako, I was only from September 23 to October 14. And then, for the second invitation po, nakasama rin ako because of the matagal kong absence is marami po akong backlog. So, I have to attend to many tasks, Your Honor.
Kaso lang alam niyo naman po yung kahalagahan ng mga pandinig na ito, bakit hindi niyo po binigyan ng sapat na importansya para po makadalo sa Committee ng Good Government?
Sir, that is the reason po na nag-attend kami ngayon.
But after receiving a subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I think, ma'am, sa 34 years niyo na pong paglilingkod, hindi na dapat maabot sa subpoena, dapat on mere invitation pa lang nakakadalo na po kayo. Dahil sa totoo lang, hindi naman siguro dapat tumagal ng ilang hearing kami dito kung dumadalo po yung mga resource persons namin. Given that career official pa po kayo, 34 years binanggit ninyo. Ngayon ma'am, patungkol po dun sa confidential funds, before you issue another check, documents have to be submitted to your office with regards to how this was utilized and how it was liquidated, correct?
No, Your Honor. Ang basis lang po ng liquidation sa books of accounts is the received transmittal letter from ICPAW.
Hindi, kunyari, humingi sila ng 120, nag-release kayo ng cheque ng 125, di ba? For 125 ng fourth quarter of 2022. For you to issue another disbursement document, they have to submit the necessary requirements as to how the previous 125 was utilized, correct?
Hindi po. Ang basis po ng liquidation, once receive ang transmittal letter, duly stamped received by ICPAW, yun po yung time na iti-take up ko ang liquidation sa books of accounts. So, liquidated po yung cash advance. Upon request of the next issuance of cash advance, I will issue po certificate of unliquidated cash advance for the SDO.
Okay, kasi tulad po kasi nung nabanggit ni Congresswoman Zamora, nakasulat po kasi dito, supporting documents are complete and proper. At naka-affix po yung signature nyo dito.
Yes, Your Honor. That is pertaining to the supporting documents for the issuance of cash advance.
Yeah. So when it comes to the supporting documents, can you just enlighten me and educate me? What are these supporting documents that need to be complete and proper before you issue another cash advance?
For the issuance of cash advance, Your Honor, the disbursement voucher and the ORS should be supported with special order of the designated SDO, the approved banding from the BTR, the physical and financial plan of the fund, the specimen signature of all the disbursing officers of the ORS and DB, the SBR or the copy of the GAA, and the notice of cash allocation, Your Honor. If it is a succeeding cash advance, it should be supported with certification of no unliquidated cash advance of the SDO.
At lahat po ito natatanggap ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
At bago po kayo mag-issue ng disbursement, dapat tinitiyak nyo na kumpleto lahat?
Tama po.
At hinihimay nyo lahat ng mga dokumento, lahat ng mga papeles, lahat ng mga pinadadala sa inyo?
Tama po.
Sino po nagpapadala sa inyo ng mga dokumentong ito?
Nanggagaling po ang mga documents routed from Office of the BP.
Saan po galing?
Office of the BP po.
Galing sa Office of the Vice President. Sino po ang nagdadala sa inyo ng mga dokumentong ito?
It was routed po through administrative officer.
And who is this administrative officer?
Hindi ko po kilala since tinatanggap din po siya ng AO ng Accounting Division. And once received in the accounting division, ira-route po ito sa table ko.
So, hindi nyo po kilala yung nagpapadala ng mga dokumentong ito sa inyo?
It's only through AO po, Administrative Officer.
So, who is this administrative officer?
Sir, hindi po ako nakapag-interact sa Administrative Officer since ang document is in-hand, pino-forward lang sa akin ng accounting staff mismo.
Hindi, kaso lang considerable yung amount, ma'am eh. Ang laki. At dahil nga nabanggit din na, administratively and for whatever cases that may be filed or be seen na may liability, kasama po kayo sa mga liable. So I would assume that a certain level of consciousness on your part when it comes to the documents being submitted to you will be exercised, especially in the manner of who is submitting to you those documents.
Yes, Your Honor. It was routed through a sealed envelope or in a folder with marked confidential on it.
At sino po
sir.
ang nagpapadala sa inyo nito?
Sa Office of the BP po.
Sino would the OIC COS be able to verify who this administrative officer is?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot identify the specific administrative officer, as we have several administrative officers in
No, but
the
okay,
office,
so
Your
but
Honor.
you may have several. How many administrative officers do you have? 20? 30?
I will
50?
Yes, I will check, Your Honor, but
No, I mean, ma'am.
it's more than 10 administrative officers
Okay,
or
so you have
staff
10
in the-
administrative officers. How many administrative officers do you have tasked to handle confidential funds?
I have no personal
But you're
knowledge, Your Honor.
the chief of staff. You should know.
Your Honor, I was only the OIC
Before
of the Office
acting
of
as
the Chief of
OIC, what was the position that you held in the office of the Vice President?
I am the Director for Administrative and Financial
So
Services.
therefore, as
Office, Your
Director
Honor.
for Administrative and Financial, you would know who the administrative officer is in handling the confidential funds. I mean, it's a big fund. And it's very delicate in its nature that proper care would have to be given to it and attention. So dapat trusted at maasahan ninyo kasi kung magkaroon ng bulilyaso sa pag-hahanda ng pondong ito, malaking halaga po ang pinag-uusapan natin. You're talking about 125 million pesos per quarter. That's 500 million. So who is the administrative officer that you have tasked from the Office of the Vice President to submit these documents to your chief accountant?
Your Honor, again, I apologize, but I am really not privy to that information, Your Honor.
Will you be kind enough to find out?
I will try, Your Honor. I will check, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So, Ma'am Julieta Del Rey, matanong ko lang wag naman po sana kayo masasaktan. Kayo ay 34 years na sa Office of the Vice President. Nasusundan niyo po ba yung mga hearings namin dito?
May mga hearings po akong napapanood, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. So siguro nakita niyo rin naman yung ilan sa mga red flags at inconsistencies na napansin po ng committee pagdating po sa mga acknowledgement receipts na naisubmit. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At ilan din po sa mga lumitaw na mga issues patungkol po sa confidential funds other than the acknowledgement receipts ay yung mga questionable utilization niya. Hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Aware din po kayo. Ma'am, would you say or to a certain extent be able to determine pagdating po ba sa management ng Office of the Vice President, the same level and style of management was exercised during the time the Vice President was Secretary of Education?
Again, Your Honor.
Yung management style po, yung pagpapatakbo ng opisina, magkaparehas po ba yung estilo ng pagmamanage na ipinakita ni Vice President Sara sa Office of the Vice President at pati po sa bilang Secretary ng Department of Education?
Hindi po ako aware kung paano minamanage ni BP ang DepEd, but I am under the Office of the Director of Admin and Finance,
So hindi kayo masyadong aware. What about
No,
you, Attorney Sanchez? Was it the same management style? Was she strict? Was she on time? Was she diligent? How would you say? Was it the same?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I cannot compare because I do not have personal knowledge on how she is managing DepEd.
Okay. So thank you very much. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. I just wanted to answer some get some answers from from Ma'am Villa del Rey. Salamat po, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Ay, pahabol lang. Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please continue.
Ma'am Del Rey, so sinabi nyo kanina na susundan nyo yung mga hearings natin, hindi po ba?
yes, Your Honor.
At career official din po kayo. At nag-oath po kayo kanina. Nangako po kayo na hindi po kayo magsisinungaling. Ma'am, kayo po ba yung nakakatanggap ng mga envelopes
Envelopes po na
na may laman na pera sa loob?
no, Your Honor.
Wala.
No, Your Honor.
Kasi sa DepEd may ganun eh. May parang payola silang ibinibigay sa mga pumipirma ng mga dokumento. Sa inyo po,
Wala po, Your Honor.
wala po kayo natanggap?
Wala po.
Ever since? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next interpellator is Congressman Valeriano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pwede po kay Miss Villa del Rey ulit. Ma'am, pagod ka na ba, ma'am? Di pa. Kaya pa?
Kaya po, sir.
Gutom na po kayo?
Hindi po.
Okay lang. Kanina po, nasabi nyo, matagal na kayo sa OVP. Tama po?
Tama po.
Since 1990.
Tama po.
So, halos 3 dekada na po yun, ano?
Tama po.
You were part of the staff of the Vice President Leni Robredo.
Tama
Noong
po.
nakaraan. Tama po?
Tama po.
And under VP Robredo, you were, of course, involved in the preparation of the budget of the OVP for the fiscal year 2022. Yan po yung bago mag-eleksyon. Tama po?
Tama po.
As part of the finance accounting, you are aware of the contents of the budget of the OVP. Tama? Tandaan niyo po, including 2022.
Your Honor, the preparation of budget proposal is delegated to our budget officer.
Anyway, ma'am, ganito po. Meron akong slide dito, Comsec, yung budget ng OVP for 2022 and 2023 because I noticed some jumps between them. Please. Meron kayong slide? Mr. Chair, habang inantay po natin, 1 minute recess, please.
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Nagutom na si, Villa del Rey.
Committee hearing resumes. Congressman Valeriano.
Madam Bella Del Rey, okay na po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano lang po yung ayan po, nakita nyo? We can observe po na may significant jumps from line item appropriation between for the year 2022 saka yung 2023 for the OVP. Of course, yung 2023, prepared na po yan ng present BP natin. As the Chief Accountant, would it be fair to say na nagkamali ang OVP nung panahon ni BP Robredo when it prepared the budget for fiscal year 2022? Kaya mukhang maliit, ma'am, yung budget nila ng 2022? Miss Bella Del Rey? Tingin niyo nagkamali ang Office of the Vice President, si Vice President Leni Robredo noon? 2022 po. Maliit yung nila, yung budget nila noon.
No, Your Honor.
Tama po yun.
Tama po. At it was stated po in the GAA of 2022.
So, could you help us understand why the budget of the EBP for the year 2023 is significantly higher?
Yes po, Your Honor. Malaki po yung difference.
Ma'am, I'm looking at the notes to yung financial statement po for the year December 22 of the OVP. It states here that the supplies and materials, yung nasa una po, supplies and materials expenses amounted to 53,483,463.47 for the year 2022. Habang ayon sa GAA 2022, 45,821,000 ang budget allocation ng OVP for supplies and maintenance. Clearly, above the budget allocated na po ang OVP for 2022. Tama po, lumagpas to sa budget allocation.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ito
Per
ma'am
GAA.
yung kalahati na po siya na no? June 30, July 1.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, for everyone's guidance, under Note 18 of the Notes to Financial Statement, supply and materials expenses consist of office supply expenses, katulad ng mga folder, paper, ball pens, stapler, tama po? Welfare goods expenses, ang kasama dito ay mga ayuda o relief goods katulad ng bigas, delata at tubig. Drugs and medicine expenses. Ito ay ang mga gamot at vitamins na dinistribute sa Bayanihan e-Consulta, pati rin sa Swab Cab and Vaccine Express sa mga taong na-expose sa COVID-19. Medical, dental, and laboratory supply expenses. Ito naman ay ang mga personal protective equipment o PPE na ginamit natin at pinamigay noong COVID-19. Semi-expendable machinery and equipment expenses and other supplies and material expenses. Tayo po ay pumunta sa allocation ng OVP under the General Appropriation Act, nakalagay sa GAA for 2022 na ang budget na nakalaan for supply and materials expenses for the year 2022 ay nasa halagang 45,821,000. Asan na yung slides? 45,821,000. Tama po? Ma'am?
Wala po yung slides.
Nawala ulit. Yung unang slide. Yan po. Ma'am, yung 45,821,000, para saan po itong supplies and materials expenses? Saan po ito ginamit o gagamitin?
Your Honor, for supplies and material expenses for 2022,
2022.
yes,
Opo.
partly po, half for BP Lenny and half for BP
Yes,
Sara. Mostly supplies and materials of the office, welfare goods, medicines, fuel.
Yan po yung binanggit ko kanina, in-itemize ko halos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kapag tinignan mo yung GAA o yung General Appropriation Act for 2023 naman, ma'am, ang nakalaan na budget for supplies and material expenses for the year 2023 ay nasa halagang 272,230,000. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin, tumaas ng approximately 494%, halos 500% po ang pondo na inallocate para sa naturang supplies and material expenses. Tama po?
Tama po.
Almost 5 times more money was allocated for the same expenses. Bakit tumaas ang halaga ng supplies and materials expenses for the year 2023? Ma'am, can you please give us an explanation to this item?
Sir, can I
Sige po.
endorse it to our budget officer for the explanation of the 2023 GAA?
Mr. Chair, I think
Mr. Kelvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I respond to the question, can I just read my opening statement supposedly? Kaso hindi ko na lang po na-submit prior to the hearing today. This is very short lang po.
Did you submit your opening statement?
No, no sir. No, Mr.
But
Chair.
under our rules, it's supposed to be, we should receive it 48 hours
Okay,
before the...
I will proceed to answering the question.
Yes, please answer na lang po.
Yes, that is correct that the budget of OVP for 2022 under supplies and materials is 45,821,000. And in 2023, it increased to 272,230,000. That is because during the budget legislation period or until such time na magkaroon ng BICAM, nagkaroon po kami ng coordination with, I think with DBM, to request for additional funding since yung 2023 po is the full year service of the new Vice President. So, yung breakdown po nung additional po for 2023, which is equivalent to 227.8 million, relates to relief goods amounting to 120 million, school supplies, 60 million, reproductive health items, 30 million, supplies for the contract of service personnel, 12.5 million, fuel, petroleum for the satellite offices, 1.8 million, and additional po doon sa aming existing fleet, equivalent to 3.5 million.
So, I mean, noong 2022, 45,821,000 ang supply and materials expenses ng OVP.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ang nagamit is 53,483,463.47.
Based on the COA report, but I have different data po, sir, because I am... Sige, sir.
Anyway, pagdating ng 2023, ang nirequest nyo na is 272,230,000. So, hindi naman siguro to pwedeng i-attribute sa inflation, di po ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Sige. So, kay Ms. Villa del Rey po ulit. May bago bang empleyadong hinerang OVP sa at the time ni pagpasok ni BP Sara? Yung po ba yung dahilan kung bakit tumaas ng almost 500% yung budget? Marami bang bagong employee yung dala-dala? Ano po?
Yes, based on record, sir, may mga additional employees ang Office of the Vice President under BP Sara.
Ma'am, masasabi niyo po ba kung ano basihan itong budget na to, yung 494% increase noong 2023?
Your Honor, considering yung mga bagong projects ng Office of considering the new projects to be implemented by BP Sara and the new employees hired under her administration po is
We're talking of supplies and materials expenses po.
yes, Your Honor. There are new projects po under BP Sara na gagamit ng supplies and materials expenses.
So, ang office supplies po ay mga bond paper, paper clip, ball pens, stapler, folder, at iba pa, tama po?
Tama po. Pero dito din po sa line item na supplies and materials na ito, kinukuha yung mga expenses for relief operations, pagbabago.
So, dumami din po yung empleyado ng OVP o kaya yung trabaho ng OVP at the time.
Tama po.
So, sabihin natin na dumami yung mga satellite office po, nagkaroon, nadagdagan.
Tama po. Nadagdagan po.
Pero ma'am, 500% ang increase ha. Wala ba kayong limit sa paggamit po o pag-procure ng mga office supplies o call to ng Vice President?
Based on the PPMP, Your Honor, and the annual procurement plan, together with the work and financial plan prepared by each implementing unit, Your Honor.
Second, ma'am, may na-allocate ba na budget para sa welfare goods expenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano po ang na-allocate para dito?
I do not have my records, Your Honor, as of now.
Ang para saan ang welfare good expenses po? Ano yung niya, specific niya?
For relief operation, Your Honor.
So relief. So ang sakop ng welfare goods ay mga ayuda tulad ng bigas, canned goods, damit. Tama po?
Rice and canned goods and
Opo.
other items po, not clothes.
So kapansin-pansin na ayon sa audit report ng COA, noong 2022, ang pinakamalaki na gastusin ng OVP ay nagmula sa welfare goods expenses na nagkakahalaga ng 19,597,581.50. To recall, sa mga panahon na iyon, meron pa po tayong COVID noon sa bansa. Ngunit ngayon, masasabi po ba na lagana pa rin ng COVID-19 na kailangan gumastos ng ganito kalaki? So ano ang basehan ng OVP sa paghingi ng malaking halaga ng welfare goods expenses po? Andyan po, 19,597,581.50. Ma'am.
Your Honor, as far as I can remember, lifted na po ang pandemic.
Wala na po,
that
dineclare
time.
na rin ni President Marcos na lifted na. Sino po ang nag-spearhead ng mga relief operation ninyo kung saan ginastos yung mga nakalista puro sa welfare good expenses? Yan po yung mga ayuda.
Yes, Your Honor, under the Special Projects Division as well as our Disaster Operation Center, Your Honor.
Sa Med Department po talaga.
Yes po.
Si BP Duterte po ba nagde-determine ng final amount ng budget to be requested?
as far as I know, Your Honor.
As far as you know. So, alam po ni VP Duterte yung mga paggagastosan. Tama po?
Tama po.
Nag-allocate din ba ng budget para sa drugs and medicine expenses, ma'am? Magkano yung na-allocate? Ayun po.
May I refer your question to our budget officer, Your Honor, Sir Kelvin?
Mr. Chair.
For
Mr.
the
Kelvin, you're recognized. Kelvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 2022, under drugs and medicine expenses, based on the submitted financial accountability report, the allocated amount was 1.6 million.
Again, 1.7?
Sir, based on our obligation figures, the amount is 1,601,745 and 25 centavos.
That is for 2022.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And magkano ang na-consume?
That is the actual amount utilized for the fiscal year 2022, Mr. Chair.
Kasama dito yung e-consulta care kits, beneficiaries of the swab cab and vaccine express, at iba pa noong COVID-19, tama? 2022?
I cannot recall, Mr. Chair, but kung yung concern po is about sa gamot na binili and then binigay sa beneficiary, dito po siya sa account na ito papasok.
Again, sino po yung nagdidikta pagdating dito? Si Vice President sa budget ng gamot?
In 2022, the bulk of the, out of 1.6, sir, Mr. Chair, 1.57 million was utilized or obligated
From January to June 30, magkano na-utilize doon sa 1 point?
Okay, sir. For first quarter, 1.57 million. For second quarter, 590 pesos.
Magkano ba yung total niya sa 1 year?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Magkano yung total niya for 1 year, 2022?
1,601,745 and 25 centavos.
So yung first 2 quarter, magkano na-consume?
More or less, 1,570,898 and 75 pesos. Tama ba?
So yung 12 million na-consume ng 2 quarter, July to December, tama?
July to December, yung remaining po na 13,874 and 16,981.50 centavos.
Okay. May nakalaan ba na pondo yung medical, dental, and laboratory supply expenses? Magkano po hiningi ni OVP para dito?
In the year, sir, ang naging allotment available po for medical, dental, and laboratory supplies is equivalent, this is for fiscal year 2022, 11,259,400 pesos and 33 centavos.
Again, 11 million.
11,259,433 centavos.
Ito yung, yung PPE, Personal Protective Equipment, sinuot natin nun sa COVID-19,
Yes, sir.
tama?
Kasama po iyon.
Sige. Ayon sa notes to financial statement for the year December 2022 ng OVP, kabilang sa medical, dental, and laboratory supply expenses ang PPE. So, noong 2023, wala ng COVID-19, tama? Sige, sir.
Mr. Chair, noong 2023, wala na po kaming COVID operations within
So,
the OVP.
ano ang basis ng OVP sa paghingi ng ganito kalaki na pera again? Yung 2023 budget nila.
Mr. Chair, for 2023, under medical, dental, and laboratory expenses,
Magkano yung 2023 budget nila dyan?
wala pong naka-allocate but we have actual utilization po of 347,000.
Yes, 300.
47,000.
Yun doon naman tayo sa fuel, oil, and lubricant expenses. Magkano nakalaan na budget dito? Ayon sa note financial statement ng December 2022 ng OVP, ang fuel, oil, and lubricant expenses ay tumaas dahil sa pagdami ng motor vehicle sa operation ng OVP. Madam Villa del Rey, tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Alam niyo po kung ilan ang mga motor vehicles ng OVP noong 2022?
I don't have my number, Your Honor, with me today.
Wala. Ito pong 2023, alam niyo po kung ilan?
Same, Your Honor, wala po ako.
The same, wala. So, ano po ang naging basis ng OVP sa paghingi nila ng budget na to?
Your Honor, in 2023, there are procurements po of transportation equipment.
Again, ma'am?
There are procurement po of transportation equipment, motor vehicles, Your Honor.
Kotse?
I cannot recall, Your Honor, the specifics of the procurement.
Pero 500% halos ma-increase ha? Meron pa bang ibang items na nakapaloob doon sa supplies and material expenses maliban doon sa na-itemize ko po?
Your Honor, under supplies and material expenses, as mentioned po, office supplies expenses, welfare goods expenses, drugs and medicines expenses, medical, dental, and laboratory supplies expenses, fuel, oil, and lubricants expenses, semi-expendable machinery equipment expenses, and semi-expendable furniture, fixtures, and books expenses, and other supplies and materials expenses, Your Honor.
Then, ma'am, sino po ulit ang nagre-request ng budget sino nag-request ng budget for year 2023? Si BP Duterte po, tama?
Under the administration po of BP Sara.
Sino ang nag-approve ng budget for year 2022? Si BP Duterte ulit, di po ba? Final say.
I cannot recall po who is the signatory of the final proposal.
Pero ma'am, siya nag-approve ng budget, so siya rin yun. Clearly, hindi naman po historical data ang naging basehan ng OVP upang ma-justify yung 272,230,000 or almost 500%. To be exact, ma'am, 494% increase in budget allocation for 2023. Kasi kung historical data ang magiging basehan, sobrang laki ng difference between the amount actually spent by the OVP in supplies and material expenses in 2022 from the amount allocated po ng OVP to the same line item in 2023. Ano kaya yung dahilan, ma'am? Ba't ganun kalaki yung allocation ng 2023? Meron kayong idea?
Your Honor, based on the new projects of the Vice President as well as for the creation of the 10 satellite offices.
Because of the new projects,
New projects to be implemented under the administration of VP Duterte as well as the creation of the 10 satellite offices.
mga satellite offices.
Tama po.
Okay, ma'am, ano pong mga materials o gamit na binili nyo for the year 2023? Under what category nyo binili yun?
Your Honor, under supplies and materials, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi if you have to compare the expenses ng 2022, yung welfare goods expenses is the highest. Can we say na under this category din po ang majority ng mga ginastos nyo ando sa welfare goods expenses? Tama, ma'am?
Again, Your Honor.
Yung halos majority ng ginastos nyo nando sa welfare goods expenses.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ano naman yung mga materyales o gamit na binili sa dating budget for year 2022 na hindi nagamit noong hindi na magamit noong 2023? I mean, man, meron bang natira noong 2022?
For the budget, Your Honor,
Yes.
Remaining budget of 2022 ay naging continuing appropriation to be added sa 2023 GAA.
I mean, ma'am, wala bang natira yung mga medicine, medical, dental, and laboratory supply expenses 2022 going to 2023? Siguro naman kahit kaunti, ma'am, merong mga ginastos na makikerry over from 2022 to 2023. Tama po?
Most of the 2022, Your Honor, medical, dental, and laboratory supplies are utilized for COVID operation under BP.
So, walang natira. Again, ulit, ma'am.
Most of the medical, dental, and laboratory supplies expenses disbursed in 2022 are utilized for COVID operation, Your Honor.
So, walang carry over, wala pong napunta ng 2023. Ubos.
Hindi po ako sure, Your Honor, pero wala na rin po kaming, nag-stop na rin ang COVID operation at the time of the new administration, Your Honor.
Sige po. Nasabi nyo kanina, ma'am, kaya 494% yung increase kasi sa project na bago. So, substantially different ba yung mga initiative and programa ninyo sa OVP noong 2023 kesa sa 2022 na kinailangan yung bumili ng bagong materyales? Kasi bigla po nag-jump ng 494% yung budget eh. Gaano ba kaganda yung programa na yan, ma'am?
Sir, since 2022 po is pandemic pa, so wala pang movement, wala pang masyadong mga projects na pwedeng i-implement. That is why po, nung pumasok ang new administration, nag-end na ng pandemic, there are new projects na pinopose under the new administration.
Ma'am, noong 2020 ang pandemic po hanggang 2022, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Noong 2019 po ba, wala pang pandemic? Malaki rin ang budget ng OVP noon?
Wala pa po. Wala po akong comparison ng 2019. Your
Pero
Honor.
sa experience niyo po, ma'am, ito bang 2023 is the highest budget compared to the previous annual budget?
Based on record, sir, yes po.
Yes. So, in 2019, walang pandemic. 2020, may pandemic. So, ang common denominator of these expenses is their attribution to the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as we know by now, has already been largely kept at bay. Practically, wala na pong COVID-19 pandemic ngayon, di po ba? Wala na.
Tama po.
Required pa ba tayo mag-mask strictly, social distancing, in person naman? Wala na po, ano?
Voluntary, Your Honor.
Yes, yun yung sinasabi kanina. Through Proclamation 297 issued last June 21, the President has lifted the state of public health emergency due to COVID-19. Tama po, ano?
Tama po, Your Honor.
So, kasi po, nagugulat lang kami sa 494 increase sa budget eh. Almost 5 times more the allocation for this line item. When in the first place, the actual expenditure of the OVP for the supplies and materials expenses in 2022 was actually very low in comparison. May naisip ka ba, ma'am, na dahilan kung bakit may malaking pagkakaiba sa expenditure ng 2022 to 2023? Because of the project again?
Yes, Your Honor, and the 10 satellite offices.
And the satellite offices. So from 53 million to 272 million times 5. Ma'am, what are the different materials that year 2023 needed to procure from the materials procured from by the year 2022 budget? Was there a significant price difference between then and now?
Sir, Your Honor, may I refer your questions to our Director for Admin and Finance?
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Sanchez,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, as mentioned by our Chief Accountant, there were new projects of the OVP in 2023, namely the Pagbabago Campaign, A Million Learners and Trees Program. For the Pagbabago Campaign, Your Honor,
Slowly, ma'am. Ano yung bagong project po?
Pagbabago Campaign, Your Honor.
Pagbabago,
Campaign, A Million Learners and Trees Program, Your Honor.
a million
Learners and Trees.
and it costs 150 million.
For the Pagbabago Campaign, Your Honor, around 90 million. I'll just confirm, Your Honor, from the
Ma'am,
exact
ano tong
amount.
pagbabago campaign? Ano po ito?
Sir, for the Pagbabago Campaign, the OVP has a target of giving school bags with school supplies and dental kits to school children. For at least, the target is 1 million school children for the entire term of the Vice President, Sara Duterte, Your Honor. So
Ma'am,
for-
we are talking of 2023 budget
yes.
lang.
So for 2023, Your Honor, the target was set at 200,000, Your Honor. 200,000 beneficiaries, Your Honor.
200,000 bags in short.
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung million, ano yung million learner?
Yun po yung component nung program, A Million Learners program po yung target. And then may counterpart po siya, that is the A Million Trees campaign. But for the A Million Trees campaign, very minimal expenses lang because it only entails tree planting po. And the target is 1 million trees as well. So 200,000.
So yung dalawang project po yun, tama
Yes.
bang parang it worth 220 million per year?
Your Honor,
Almost.
it's just one of the new programs of the OVP.
So marami pang project.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, this increase in supplies and materials expenses is extremely alarming. An increase of almost 494% or a budget of 45,821,000 in 2022 to 272,230 million in 2023. Nang ipinakita ang breakdown ng 272,230 para lamang sa supply and materials. Kaya naman, Mr. Chair, I move that the COA furnish us a copy of the said audited financial statement of 2023 relating to the OVP. So I move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Kay Ms. Villa Del Rey po ulit. Tayo po naman ay pumunta sa budget na nakalaan for professional services. Ayon sa GAA for 2022, ang budget na nakalaan po for professional services ay nasa halagang 41,777,000 for the year 2022. Ma'am, para saan po itong professional services na to?
Your Honor, professional services comprised of auditing services, consultancy services, and other professional services, Your Honor.
Okay. So, sino-sino ma'am yung mga auditor nyo? Hindi po ba meron ng COA ang auditor ng... Di ba COA ang auditor ng OVP? Meron pa po bang internal?
Yes, Your Honor, COA resident auditor.
Regarding ma'am sa consultant, sino-sino naman po yun? Meron kayong mga consultants din?
Yes, Your Honor, they are the consultants under the new administration, Your Honor.
So, yun po yung sa 41 million. Ma'am, sino-sino yung mga dating auditor at consultant ng year 2022? Meron po kayong listahan pa dyan?
For the resident auditor, Your Honor, as detailed by COA is Sir Joshua Palitic, and I think ATL po is Joshua Palitic for 2022.
Okay, so gaano kadalas nag-audit at nag-hire ng consultant ang OVP, ma'am? Ilang beses? Same number of time ba as of year 2022? Tsaka gaano kadalas po sila pumupunta ron?
For auditing services, sir, they are resident in the OVP. They have office in the OVP. So for the auditing services, these are the expenses incurred by the auditing services like communication, fuel. Nakalam po ito under one account, auditing services.
Comsec, meron pang slide dyan regarding professional services. Pakita lang po sa monitor. Ayan po. For the benefit of this committee, ma'am, would you kindly enlighten us to what these expenses were for? We would like to know po ano itong other professional services. Madam Bella Del Rey.
Yes. Your Honor, for a total of 56,140,892.26, this is pertaining to 2022 expenses of the Office of the Vice President for professional services. For the 74,990,000, Your Honor, it is not the amount indicated in our audit report.
Magkano po yung sa audit report niyo?
For 2023, Your Honor, the total professional services, 62,698,445.
600.
62,698,445.41.
Sige, ma'am. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng other professional services? Ano po yung other professional services? Meron na kayo auditing services, consultancy services. Ano yung other professional services?
Other professional services, Your Honor, includes the payment of service fees, premium and gratuity pay to contract of service personnel. It also includes the payment of the service personnel of the libreng sakay buses.
Personnel of the libreng sakay buses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po to? Driver ng bus?
Driver and conductor, Your Honor.
So, 44,689,743,743.30 for 2022?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you agree with me, ma'am, that the term other professional expenses is necessarily vague? Kasi Tinanong ko pa nga eh. Professional expenses, ma'am. Other professional services. Ma'am, ano pagkakaiba ng auditing services and consultancy services?
Auditing services, sir, pertaining to our resident auditor from COA. And consultancy services are the consultants under the Office of the Vice President. Technical consultants, sir.
Again, auditing services pertaining to
Pertaining to COA resident auditor detailed in the Office of the Vice President. And consultancy services pertaining to technical consultants hired in the Office of the Vice President.
So yun po yung consultancy services hired by the Vice President. 11,312,866.89. Tama po.
Tama po, for 2022, Your Honor.
For 2023, tama po ni amount na yun, 23 million plus.
For 2023, Your Honor, auditing services, 216,368,000. 216,368. And for consultancy services, a total of 3,447,502 pesos and 19 centavos, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that it appears here that the OVP engaged other professional services, which contains the biggest expenditure out of the line item under professional services for 2022, amounting to 44,689,743.30. Nakakapagtaka, Mr. Chair, kung saan pinaggastosan ang professional services maliban sa auditing services and consultancy services. Ayon din po sa notes to financial statement, the total expenditure for professional services for the year 2022 was in the amount of 56,140,892 pesos and 96 centavos, which is higher than the allotted budget for the same year. Ibig sabihin, lagpas ang OVP sa budget. Tama po, Ms. Villa del Rey?
Your Honor, hindi ko po siya ma-compare since wala ako nung ibang figures.
Paano nyo pala hinahanda po itong budget? Base ba sa historical data to?
May I refer your question, sir, to our budget officer?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Kelvin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with regard to the preparation of budget, one of the consideration is the historical cost
Historical
of the OVP.
data.
And then second is if we have required additional COSPs or to expand yung manpower pool
Sige po.
ng OVP.
Yun lang muna. Ano ibig sabihin ng historical data? So, bali yan yung para sa year 2022.
For year 2022, sir, we usually refer back to the previous year. But in this case, nagkakaroon po kami ng additional consideration since new administration po yung gagalaw for 2023 compare doon sa actual nung 2021.
Since bago yung administration, may bagong consideration?
Bagong consideration, depende po sa requirement na manpower ng mga satellite offices and the central office.
Sige po. Ayon sa GAA for 2023, ang budget na nakalaan sa professional services ay nasa halaga ng 193,950,000, which is a 365% increase from the budget allocated to professional services in 2022. Halos 4 times na increase po ito. Bakit po tumaas ng sobra ang budget for professional services in 2023? Ms. Villa del Rey, please give us an explanation po dito. 365% ang tinaas.
Your Honor, Our budget for 2023 is based on, as mentioned by Sir Kelvin Tanido, is based on the requirements
of the Vice President.
of the Vice President with the implementation of new projects and creation of 10 satellite offices.
Ma'am, what is the difference between year 2022 and year 2023 with respect to the need for professional services? Ba't kinakailangan pong 365% yung increase ng budget? Malaki ba yung pangangailangan ng 2023?
Yes, Your Honor, with the creation of 10 satellite offices and the limited plantilla positions available in the Office of the Vice President, we have to hire personnel under contract of service.
So does it mean, ma'am, ng July 1, 2022 to December 2022, hindi nakapag-function ng maayos ang Vice President? Kasi maliit lang po nun yung professional services.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ko po kayang sagutin. Wala akong mga available figures for comparison, Your Honor.
56,140,892.96 po ang COA report ng 2022, while in GAA 2023, 193,950,000, which is 364%. So I mean, nung July 1 po, 2022, bagong administration na yon. Anyway, ma'am, what projects did the OVP have that are supposedly different from what the previous OVP had?
Almost all of the projects of the under the new administration is new, Your Honor, because under previous administration, the focus of projects is COVID operations.
Nung 2022 COVID operation.
Yes, Your Honor.
So noong 2023, maraming project, kaya 365% increase in professional services, or will cost around 3 times more than what was actually spent in 2022. Tama ba, ma'am?
Tama po.
Bakit marami po kayong na-hire na consultants noon? Noong 2023?
2023, sir, is few consultants only, more on contract of service personnel, Your Honor.
Again?
For consultancy, Your Honor, only few consultants were hired. Most charges under the professional services are from personnel under contract of service.
Contract of service. Tapos, bakit po kayo nag-hire ng auditor kung mayroon namang COA? Ano pang ino-audit po ron?
No, sir. Hindi po kami nag-hire ng auditor. Ang auditing services po na nandito is for the expenses incurred ng COA resident auditor sa OVP.
Okay. Mr. Chair, habang umuusad ang ating discussion tungkol sa pagwaldas ng OVP ng pera ng taong bayan, dumarami ang mga katanungan at ni isang sagot o paliwanag ang ating hindi natin nakukuha. Kagaya nito, gumastos ng mahigit 44 million ng OVP sa other professional services na hindi man lang pinangalanan ng OVP. As far as I am concerned, and I believe the Filipino people agree, is that aside from auditing and consultancy services, there is no other professional services needed by the OVP. If indeed such professional services were not tainted with fraud or malice, then the OVP should have at least provided an item describing such. Mr. Chair, nakakaduda ito. Hindi lamang barya yung 44 million na pinagpagura ng taong bayan para lang gastahin ng basta-basta ng OVP. Ma'am, dito naman po tayo sa susunod na line item, financial assistance. Sa 2022 GA, ang nakalaan na budget para dito ay halagang 357,600,000. Tama po?
Your Honor, under the assistance subsidy
GA 20.
account,
Financial Assistance Subsidy. Apo. GA 2022.
yours,
357,600,000.
for 2022, Your Honor, our records is 378,820,757 pesos and 65 centavos, Your Honor.
Yan po yung na-consume.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Pero yung nasa GA 2022, 357,600,000.
Tama po, Your Honor.
So, Comsec, ano yung slide para makita rin po ni Miss Villa Del Rey. Ayon sa note to financial statement for 2022, yung assistance subsidy amounted to 378,820.6 for the year 2022. The assistance subsidy was broken down as follows. Ayan, ma'am. On the other hand, under note 18.18 of the notes to financial statement, subsidies other consisted of the following. Comsec, merong, ayan.
2021.
Medical, burial assistance, ayan ma'am, tuloy-tuloy na yan. Mr. Chair, once again, an examination of the figures clearly indicates that the OVP exceeded its budget allocation for 2022 on the item of assistance subsidy. While OVP extended assistance and provided subsidies in the form of financial, medical, burial, educational, and livelihood assistance, it cannot go unnoticed that the OVP must be limited to the budget allocated for this specific purpose. The sole discretion on the part of the OVP cannot be misconstrued to be an act of liberality or generosity, as it cannot decide whimsically on how to spend the people's money, especially considering that it is beyond what is allocated. Again, it appears that the OVP exceeded its budget allocation for year 2022. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
357,600,000 yung nasa GAA, ang nagamit 378,820,757.
What is the pleasure of Attorney Sanchez?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized to respond to the question, Your
Sige
Honor?
po.
Sige, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for 2022, we received a supplemental budget from the DBM covering financial assistance and subsidy, Your Honor. In addition, Mr. Chair, under the GAA, the government agency has the authority to modify a certain amount of, up to a certain extent, its budget, provided that we stay within the PAP of the account, Your Honor.
Hindi, ma'am, wala naman pong problem doon. Sinasabi ko lang po, nung GAA 2022, ang original budget is 357,600,000. Ang na-consume is 378. May supplemental, pero kinulang talaga yung 357. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ulit yung proseso sa paghahanda ng budget allocations? Ma'am, si Miss Villa Del Rey ulit. Ma'am, ano ang proseso sa paghahanda ng budget allocation?
Miss Villa Del Rey.
Your Honor, based on historical data,
Based on historical data. Sino-sino yung mga taong involved sa decision making o sa approval?
Your
CBP.
Honor,
Sino-sino pa yung mga taong involved sa decision making o sa pag-approve ng budget?
For the project proposal, Your Honor,
It's the
it
Vice
is
President.
not only the Vice President, we have the Budget Officer, we have the Planning Officer, and with the Director for APSO, and also the top management, Your Honor.
For the year 2023, the budget allocated to financial assistance subsidy ay tumaas sa halagang 920,800,000. This is almost 157% increase o halos 2 times na increase po ito. Tama, ma'am? Tama po.
More or less, Your Honor.
Again, ma'am, kindly give us an explanation as to why the amount allocated for this line item in 2023 differ substantially from the amount allocated to and actually spent by the OVP in 2022. Masyadong malaki.
Yes, Your Honor, because of the creation of the new satellite offices. Yes, sir, and the implementation
Of your
of
project.
medical and burial assistance also to be implemented in satellite offices, not only in central office, and also other projects under the subsidy account, Your Honor.
So that is the reason kung bakit substantial increase yung budget from 2022 to 2023. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dito naman tayo sa representation expenses, ma'am. Under the GA 2022, the OVP was allocated an amount of 29,752,000 in representation expenses. Ayon sa Note 18.19 of the Notes to its financial statement, these representation expenses refer to expenditures for the representation expenses of the Vice President, including regular and special meetings, including local security augmentation during travel of the Vice President into provinces. Tama? Tama, ma'am?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I understand that the representation expenses are incurred when the Vice President attends regular and special meetings, including the security details she needs while she travels. It seems that as if the OVP, through the item of representation expense, is charging a talent fee in every meeting she attends. This is akin to a talent fee paid to a celebrity for every public appearance or guesting in TV show. This absurd, Mr. Chair, again. Public office is public trust. Holding a seat in government, the second most powerful in the country to be exact, is not a golden ticket to spend mindlessly. For 2022, ayon ulit sa note to financial statements, it appears that representation expenses of the OVP amounted to 16,757,436,000.88, noticeably below the budget allocated for this item for 2022. Tama, ma'am? Ibig po ba sabihin, hindi nagastos lahat ng budget allocated for representation expenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
16. Meron pong 12,994,563.12 na hindi ginastos ng OVP for representation expenses noong 2022. Tama, ma'am? 12,994,563.12.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Nevertheless, despite the fact that OVP did not spend what it anticipated to spend in 2022, sa GAA 2023, ang nakalaad na budget for representation expenses became 79,310,000 or an increase of approximately 168% from last year's budget. Ano po yung basihan nyo rito? May natirang representation expenses ng 2022 and yet sa 2023 mas malaki yung request nyo, 168% compared to 2022. Sige, tapos mo.
Yes, Your Honor. The significant increase is based on the expansion of the office with the 10 satellite offices and 2 extension offices in addition to the central office, Your Honor, for the representation expenses of the Vice President.
Pero ma'am, 2022, natirang kayo ng budget sa representation expenses. Siya na rin po ang Vice President nung kalahating taon.
Yes, Your Honor, it was added to the 2023 GAA as continuing appropriation.
Sige, siguro Mr. Chair, tuloy ko na lang for second round. Medyo mahaba na yung tanong ko. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Congressman Valeriano. The next interpellator is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. Ma'am, but before I recognize you, ma'am, may tatanong lang ako, few lang. Ma'am Juliet, I do not know if my question should be answered by Miss Julieta or Attorney Sanchez. Ma'am, ilan po ba yung satellite office nyo? Would you know?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have 10 satellite offices and
10
1 extension office as of today, Your Honor.
10 satellite
Yes, Mr. Chair.
offices. Okay. So would you know kung saan po yung mga satellite offices nyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For Luzon, we have 1 in Isabela, that's our Cagayan Valley satellite office.
Isabela,
Yes.
and then
We also have in Pangasinan, in
Pangasinan.
Dagupan, Your Honor. We also have in Region 5 in Bicol, Your Honor, in Legazpi
ano pa?
City.
Bicol.
Bicol, Your Honor, in Legazpi City,
So
Your
tatlo
Honor.
po sa Luzon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then
And then for Visayas, we have 1 in Cebu City, in Cebu, and that covers Cebu, Bohol, and Siquijor area.
Cebu,
Bohol, and Siquijor, but the office is located in Cebu City.
Cebu. Okay.
Yes, and we also have 1 for Panay and Negros Islands, and that is located in Bacolod City.
Panay Negros, and then
Located in Bacolod City.
Bacolod.
Yes. And we also have for Eastern Visayas located in Tacloban City, Your
In?
Honor. Tacloban.
Tacloban. And then in Mindanao,
In Mindanao, Your Honor, we have 4 satellite offices. For Southern Mindanao Satellite Office, it's located in Davao City.
Davao,
For Caraga, it's located in Butuan.
Butuan,
And for Western Mindanao Satellite Office, it's located in Zamboanga City.
Zamboanga,
And the last one is for BARM, it's located in Cotabato City.
Cotabato. Okay.
And in addition, Your Honor, we have an extension office in Tondo, Manila.
Tondo, Manila.
Yes, Your Honor.
So all in all, 11.
10 satellite offices and 1 extension office. Your Honor, there was also a period of time wherein we operated an extension office in Lipa, Batangas.
Lipa, Batangas.
Yes.
Okay. So never na nangyari po na ang inyong satellite office ay naging 34?
No,
Wala
Your
po.
Honor.
Okay, sige. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ah,
Mr. Chair?
Can I just interject?
Please. The COMSEC would like to recognize.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Welcome to the hearing, Vice Chairperson Honorable Crispin Diego Pingiremulla from the 7th District of Cavite and Honorable Micaela Angela B. Swansing from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. With the indulgence of Congresswoman Luistro, the Chair would like to recognize Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
Yeah, Attorney Sanchez, good afternoon. Attorney Sanchez, earlier you were enumerating your satellite offices and special satellite office. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair,
Extension
it's
office.
Extension Office, Your Honor.
So anong pinagkaiba nung special? Is that the
Extension Office, Your
yeah.
Honor. The satellite offices, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, perform or rolls out all the projects of the central office, Your Honor. So all the projects that includes the Medical and Burial Assistance Program, the Pagbabago a Million Learners and Trees campaign, the Pansarap, Your Honor, Libreng Sakay for the 3 satellite offices, Your Honor, because we
Yeah.
only have a limited buses.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to get an idea. And then you mentioned you have one in Tondo. What is that?
Yes. That's an extension office, Your Honor. The function is limited to receiving applications for medical and burial assistance, Your Honor.
And I'm sure that all these satellite offices, given the funds that have been allocated to the Office of the Vice President, are properly manned, operated, maintained,
Yes, Your Honor.
complete with staff and security guards.
Your Honor, the security guards, we just started in 2023, Your Honor. But we only started assigning security guards in 2023, Your Honor. But yes, Your Honor, you are correct.
So up to present, nandun pa yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pati yung mga satellite offices nyo sa Tondo, ganun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware of an incident that happened in August 8, 2024?
Your Honor, are you referring to the incident in Tondo, Manila, Your Honor? Where?
Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Can you enlighten the committee as to the incident that happened in August 8, 2024?
Your Honor, based on my knowledge, there was a looting incident in Tondo, Manila, Your Honor.
There was a
Looting incident.
incident
A robbery incident, Your Honor.
na nilooban yung office ninyo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na kanina sinabi mo lang sa akin, properly manned, properly maintained, properly operated, and since 2023, may security guard. Tama?
Your Honor, I stand corrected, Your Honor. For the Tondo Satellite Office, initially we did not assign a security guard because, as I mentioned, the
No, but
operations
wait,
of the
Earlier, I
extension
asked you, and you confirmed. Now, when I asked you about this incident in Tondo, you cannot be adjusting your answers and you know.
I apologize, Your Honor.
But in any case, so about this looting incident, what was lost in that incident of burglary in Tondo?
From my knowledge, Your Honor, the report that I received is that there were just food items which were lost. Initially, the CCTV was stolen, but as far as I know, Your Honor, it was already recovered.
So yun yung isang pinagtataka ko, Mr. Chair, kasi nabanggit po ni Attorney Sanchez, no, na maintained, operated, well-funded yung kanilang mga opisina, extension offices. In fact, one time, the issue of security personnel deployed to the Office of the Vice President was an issue, and then you also mentioned that security guards were also deployed in your offices, and yet, you know, we have incidents of this na isang alam na tanggapan ng pangalawang pinakamataas na opisyal sa ating bansa ay nalooban at napagnakawan pa. So I just wanted to stress that point, Mr. Chair, so that we can take due notice of that incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez. The chair would like to recognize Congresswoman Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wish to raise my questions to Ms. Villa Del Rey. Ma'am, you confirm that you are the Chief Accountant of OVP?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we know how long have you been working at the office of the Vice President?
I was started in the OVP since 1990, Your Honor. I'm already in my 34th year.
1990.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please share with us who was the Vice President then?
It was still Vice President Doy Laurel, Your Honor.
Doy Laurel.
Salvador Laurel.
My question for you, Ms. Villa del Rey. Would it be correct to say that during the time of Vice President Duterte, there are two kinds of key officials? One are those who have been with the OVP for so long a time, like you. And the other kind are those who came along with the Vice President, either from Davao City LGU or from her electoral campaign. Would that be correct?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Kapag sinabi po ba natin na key officials who have been with the OVP for so long a time, tama po bang tawagin to na career officials?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And with respect to those who came along with the Vice President, either from the Davao City LGU or from her electoral campaign, are these what we call the coterminous or confidential officials?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Just for the enlightenment of the committee, Ms. Villa del Rey, can you please cite at least some names of the key officials of OVP who are career officials?
From SG24 Division Head, Your Honor, down to rank and file, Your Honor, all other officials are coterminous or appointed officials.
You said SG24 down to rank and file are career officials.
Tama po, Your
So
Honor.
would it be correct to say that if the officials are higher than SG24, these are the confidential officials?
Coterminous and confidential officials, Your Honor.
What is the difference, if there is any, between coterminous and confidential officials?
For coterminous employees, officials, Your Honor, they are, as I understand din po ito, is within the term po of the current administration or the current Vice President.
And how about confidential officials, if there's any difference?
Same coterminous, Your Honor.
So there is no difference at all between coterminous and confidential officials. As a matter of fact, I have observed that these two terminologies are being used interchangeably. Do you confirm that, Ms. Villa del Rey?
For me, Your Honor, yes po.
Okay. With respect to the confidential officials or coterminous officials, can you please name some or few officials who were brought in to the OVP by Vice President Duterte?
Based on the positions, Your Honor, we have the Chief of Staff, the Assistant Chief of Staff, the Director for Operations, the Director for SMO, Director for Admin and Finance, and all other coterminous employees under the said officials.
Does that include the Special Disbursing Officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
What salary grade is SDO?
For our SDO, for confidential is, if tama po yung pagkakatanda ko, is SG24.
SG24, but earlier you said if it is SG24 down to rank and file, that is career officials. And if that is higher than SG24, then that will be confidential officials. Can you please enlighten us on this?
There are positions po na SG24, but they are not division heads under career or under permanent plantilla positions, Your Honor. SG24 under coterminous.
How many SDO do you have?
I cannot recall, Your Honor, but we have SDO for various activities. We have SDO for confidential fund.
And you confirm that the SDO for confidential fund is Gina Acosta.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what salary grade is that?
SG24, Your Honor.
SG24, career official.
Non-career po.
Non-career official. Ms. Villa del Rey, I understand that in August 2022, the Office of the Vice President requested for augmentation fund, which includes confidential fund. Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, may I refer your question to our budget officer?
Yes, please.
Mr. Kelvin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I confirm that there was a request to DBM for the augmentation of fund of OVP in August FY 2022.
May we know, sir, how long have you been connected to the OVP?
I have been with OVP since 2014, since former Vice President Binay, ma'am. Mr.
Vice
Chair.
President Binay. So I believe that you are in the best position to answer whether during the time of Vice President Leni Robredo, mayroon din po bang confidential fund nung time ni Vice President Leni Robredo?
There was no confidential fund during the term of Vice President Leni Robredo.
There was no confidential fund during the time of Vice President Leni Robredo. How about during the time of Vice President Jejomar Binay?
I am not a budget officer during that time, ma'am, so I have no knowledge. But per records, I think earlier years of his term, meron pong confidential fund.
Would you be able to enlighten us how many times did Vice President Binay requested for confidential funds during his term?
I cannot give definite answer, ma'am, but upon checking the documents available in the office, there was a series of correspondences regarding confidential fund. However, there is also correspondences reflecting to return or to revert back the release of confidential fund.
There are sources which say that Vice President Jejomar Binay had confidential fund only once. But of course, this is subject to your verification.
I will check, Madam Mr. Chair.
I wish to go back to Ms. Villa del Rey, but I would not mind, Kevin, if you will continue answering my questions. She's temporarily out. Would it be correct to say, sir, since there are no confidential funds during the time of Vice President Robredo, and Vice President Jejomar Binay only had once, would it be correct to say that the career officials of Vice President of the Office of the OVP during the time of Vice President Sara are not used or inexperienced with respect to confidential fund?
I would agree, Mr. Chair. However, we are always guided by certain circulars or guidelines.
And if you agree that the career officials are inexperienced with respect to confidential fund, there being no confidential fund during the time of the former vice presidents, to be particular, Robredo and Binay, would it be correct to say that it is the confidential officials of Vice President Duterte who are experienced with respect to confidential funds?
I have no information, Mr. Chair, with regard to the experience of the coterminous or confidential employees of this administration.
Do you know Yusek Sulaika Lopez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you know where she came from before she assumed her position at the OVP?
During that time, I think she was, previously, she was the city administrator of...
And would you know how long she was employed as city administrator in Davao?
No, Mr. Chair, I have no information.
But at least would you know how long was she connected with Davao City LGU prior to OVP stint?
I cannot remember, but during the first, I think payroll, of course, attachment of those documents are the service records, but I have no exact or number of years to tell the committee of Attorney Zuleika Lopez as employee of the Davao LGU.
How about Miss Gina Acosta? Do you know her?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you know where she came from?
Same from Davao LGU.
And would you know how long she was connected to Davao City LGU prior to her assumption of office at the OVP?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just want to manifest that during the previous hearings, we were able to present already before the committee the confidential funds of the city of Davao since 1988. And if my memory serves me right, during the time of then Mayor Sara Duterte, the confidential fund was 420 million, and then it was raised to 460 million until she finished her term as mayor of Davao City. Having this in mind, sir,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
would you agree with me if I would say that Yusek Zuleika Lopez and SDO Gina Acosta are well experienced with regards to confidential fund?
I cannot surmise, Mr. Chair, because I have no knowledge of their position or participation in the Davao LGU.
Let us proceed to the fiscal and financial plan. I hope you are in the position to answer this. May we request the Secretary to please flash the fiscal and financial plan. Based on this document, sir, the OVP requested for 250 million confidential funds. This is for the fourth quarter of 2022. Kaka-assume lang po ng opisina ng ating Vice Presidente. And this is for the implementation of the Good Governance Program. Do you confirm this?
I confirm the document, Mr. Chair.
And according to this document, the amount of 250 million confidential funds is supposed to be spent for a period of 3 months, equivalent to 90 days, representing the fourth quarter of 2022. Tama po ba?
I confirm, Mr. Chair.
And to be specific, that would mean October, November, and December of 2022.
I agree,
You
Mr.
confirm?
Chair.
And of course, you are aware also that the entire amount of 250 million was not approved. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And what was approved by the DBM only was 125 million. Tama po?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Considering that the program that was presented to the DBM for that 250 million is 3 months, equivalent to 90 days, representing the last 3 months of the year 2022. Tama po bang sabihin that with regards to the approved 125 million confidential fund, this is supposed to be spent for a period of 1.5 months, equivalent to 45 days, part of the last quarter of 2022.
I cannot tell that the amount of 125 million must be spent for 1.5 months, ma'am.
But at least, sir, if we will be basing it on the fiscal and financial plan, which presented the 250 million as expenses to be incurred for the last quarter of 2022, which is equivalent to 3 months or 90 days, if the DBM approve only 1/2, then it is reasonable to assume that 125 million representing 1/2 is supposed to be spent in 1/2 number of days of the supposed 90 days. And that is 45 days. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think
It
that's
is a
reasonable.
reasonable interpretation. Of course, we wish to manifest to the committee 250 million po ang request na confidential fund under the Good Governance Program. This is supposed to be spent during the last quarter of 2022. That is 3 months, equivalent to 90 days, and to be specific, the month of October, November, and December of the year 2022. Considering, Mr. Chair, that what was approved was only 1/2 of the requested amount, that is 125 million, I wish to believe that this is supposed to be spent in 1/2 of the presented period, that is 45 days or 1.5 months of the last quarter of 2022. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, during our previous hearings, it was established already, and I wish to confirm this from our resource speaker, that that 125 million confidential fund of the OVP was spent only within the period of 11 days.
If we will base it on the date of check, I think it is equivalent to 11 days, ma'am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and can we please flash the next slide? There. The utilization of confidential fund, 125 million, December 21 to December 31, 2022, and that is equivalent to 11 days. Do you confirm this, sir?
I confirm, Mr. Chair.
Now, let us look back to the 16 million portion of the 125 million confidential fund, which was used in the maintenance or rental of safe houses. This was liquidated by the use of 34 acknowledgement receipts. Do you confirm this?
I cannot confirm, Mr. Chair, because I have no participation or knowledge with regard to the disbursement or the liquidation of the
I
confidential
understand.
funds.
Can we go back to Ms. Villa del Rey? Ma'am, can we confirm that the 16 million portion of the 125 million confidential funds was liquidated by way of acknowledgement receipts, 34 acknowledgement receipts representing rental of safe houses?
I cannot confirm, Your Honor, since I have no personal knowledge on the disbursement and utilization of confidential fund.
Do we have a resource speaker who have knowledge about this acknowledgement receipt? There is none. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, let this representation manifest that the records show that the 125 million confidential fund was approved for the last quarter of 2022, and 16 million out of the same amount was liquidated by way of 34 acknowledgement receipts representing rental of safe houses. And I wish to further manifest, Mr. Chair, that the lowest amount among the 34 acknowledgement receipt is 250,000, which was spent for 11 days, representing the rental of 22,000 per day for the said safe house. The highest amount of acknowledgement receipt, Mr. Chair, is 1 million. And if we divide this into 11 days, that would mean that the rental per day for the safe house is 90,000, way higher than the luxury hotels as previously presented and established in our hearings, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wish to go back to Ms. Villa del Rey. Ma'am, doon po sa letter to the DVM for the request for augmentation fund, the purpose that was cited, safe implementation of various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program. Do you confirm this?
I don't have knowledge of the request, Your Honor. I only have copy of the letter.
Can we please flash again the physical and financial plan? At least Ms. Villa del Rey, please confirm it from the document from the office of the OVP. It says safe implementation of OVP. I cannot read anymore. Would you know, Ms. Villa del Rey, if during the time of Vice President Robredo, there is good governance program also?
Yes, Your Honor.
And under Vice President Robredo's good governance program, may kasama po ba doon na maintenance of safe houses?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Then can you please enlighten us? Bakit po dito sa good governance program ni Vice President Duterte, may nasamang maintenance of safe houses under confidential fund?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Wala po akong knowledge doon sa disbursement and utilization ng confidential funds.
Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that although both Vice President Robredo and Vice President Duterte,
Congresswoman Luistro, maybe we can ask Attorney Sanchez, because I noticed that her name was included in that document.
Ms. Sanchez, Attorney Sanchez,
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
do you confirm that Vice President Robredo has good governance program also?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you
Your Honor.
confirm that under Vice President Robredo's good governance program, there is no confidential fund?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And
Your
would
Honor.
you further confirm that under Vice President Robredo's good governance program, there is no maintenance of safe houses?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Please enlighten us. Bakit po pagdating sa programa, same program, good governance program of Vice President Duterte, biglang nagkaroon ng confidential fund, biglang nagkaroon ng maintenance of safe houses?
Your Honor, the budget was proposed by the Office of the Vice President, and it would be for different programs, Your Honor. But as to the details, Your Honor, I do not have information on the specific details and items to be spent under the confidential expense.
Would it
Your
be
Honor.
correct to say that the key officials of Vice President Duterte altered the menu of the good governance program of then Vice President Robredo?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think that would be a possible explanation, Your Honor.
And are they really allowed to alter the program?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, from my understanding, Your Honor, yes, that may be allowed because in the budget of the OVP, there is a general item, Your Honor, only, which is the good governance program.
In other words, Attorney Sanchez, that good governance program is just a nomenclature.
It's like
And as to what will be the menu under the good governance program, that will depend on the Vice President. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that is my understanding, Your Honor.
And who therefore prepared the program of the good governance program under the time of Vice President Duterte?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that would be the Office of the Vice President, Your Honor.
Can you please cite the name? Who in particular among the key officials prepared?
Your Honor, I do not have the specific information on who the particular persons who prepared, but the request was submitted to the Budget Division, Your Honor.
Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, in spite of the admission of Attorney Sanchez that they can alter, what is clear, the program Good Governance under Vice President Duterte suddenly include confidential fund and maintenance of safe houses, items which were never seen and which were never included in the program of Vice President Robredo. Am I correct, ma'am?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Another important observation, Mr. Chair. Attorney Sanchez. Last quarter of December 2022, OVP spent 16 million for maintenance of safe houses. Do you confirm?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
May we know if any one of you has personal knowledge about this? Ms. Villa del Rey?
None, Your Honor.
Nevertheless, let me finish this manifestation. 2022 last quarter, the OVP spent 16 million for maintenance of safe houses. This was followed by 2023 first quarter, another 16 million for maintenance of safe houses. This was followed by 2023 second quarter, another 16 million for maintenance of safe houses. And finally, 2023 third quarter, this time 5 million maintenance of safe houses. The only conclusion that I can derive from 2022 last quarter to the third quarter of 2023, meron kayong informants or assets whom you are keeping in the safe houses that the OVP is renting. The question, however, is, why suddenly, pagdating ng last quarter ng 2023, wala nang expenditure for safe houses or not even for confidential fund? San po napunta yung informant at assets nyo which you have been keeping in your safe houses from the last quarter of 2022 to the third quarter of 2023? Yun po ba inabandon ng OVP? Yun po ba biglang nag-disappear? I understand that you have no personal knowledge, but at least please give us a reasonable interpretation of what happened. Why suddenly, in the last quarter of 2023, nawala ang maintenance ng safe houses, which means nawala din ang informants at saka assets. Where did they go? Ms. Villa del Rey?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I cannot answer the question since I don't have really knowledge of the utilization of the confidential fund.
Attorney Sanchez?
Your Honor, I also apologize, same as the answer of Ms. Villa del Rey, Your Honor.
Mr. Kevin?
Same, Mr. Chair. I have no knowledge or participation in the utilization of the confidential funds.
Ms. Rabago?
Same, Mr. Chair. I don't have a personal knowledge on the utilization of the confidential
Ms.
funds.
Villa del Rey, can you at least tell us who has the personal knowledge over these matters?
Based on the JC and based on the issuance of cash advance, it is the special disbursing officer
Who
as
is?
the accountable officer.
Can you please cite the name of the special disbursing officer?
As shown in the check, Your Honor, it is Ms. Gina Acosta.
And apart from Ms. Gina Acosta, who else has personal knowledge over these matters?
I don't have idea, Your Honor. I
And
don't
you
have
confirm
knowledge.
that Gina Acosta, the special disbursing officer, whom you described earlier as confidential official with salary grade 24, is one of those who were subpoenaed and who did not appear. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Deputy Speaker
I just
J.D.
wanted
Suarez.
to ask a question. Attorney Sanchez, yung binanggit po ni Congressman Luistro na Special Disbursement Officer, ano pong pangalan niya? Gina Acosta. Yeah. She was the one cited in contempt, correct? Yeah. Along with Fajarda. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to get that clear. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may we please recognize the presence of Honorable Jonathan Kitty Flores from 2nd District of Bukidnon and Honorable Steve C. Solon from the Lone District of Sarangani. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, the Chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, the Honorable Jefferson Konghun. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong i-direct ang aking katanungan kay Ginoong Jerome Tenedo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon po. Bilang eksperto po no, sa budget and planning, budget preparation, familiar po kayo sa estimation at forecasting ng mga budget. Kumbaga, i-request mo yung budget, nagre-request ka ng budget na kaya mong i-utilize, tama po ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So pag nag-request ka ng budget for 1 year, kaya mong siguraduhin na ito kayang-kaya mong i-utilize ng isang taon.
Should be, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So pag nag-request ka naman ng 1 quarter, ng isang quarter, yung in-request mo rin, kaya mong i-utilize sa isang quarter.
Should be, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Kelvin, ano ang trabaho mo sa OVP?
Isa po akong budget officer. Involved po ako sa paggawa ng budget proposal during budget proposal submission to DBM. And then during budget legislation sa mga hearing po ng Committee on APRO, gumagawa din po kami ng documents to be ready documents for the hearing.
Okay. Kanina may tinanong si Congresswoman Jinky kanina.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung na-alter, no? Kasi sinabi kanina, walang budget, no? Walang nakalagay na budget para dun sa confidential fund o maintenance, no? Ng mga safe houses nung panahon ni VP Robredo. Tapos nung naging si VP Duterte na, nagkaroon na ng budget for maintenance ng mga safe houses. May kinalaman ka ba sa bilang budget officer, may kinalaman ka ba sa paglalagay ng budget na ito?
Specifically for safe houses, wala po, Mr. Chair.
Di ba sa'yo dumadaan lahat, lalong-lalo na pag mga request ng mga budget? Siyempre may kinalaman ka sa paglalagay ng menu, pagdagdag ng menu, no? Sa budget nito.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. But in general sense po yung naging nakalagay sa letter as confidential expenses or confidential fund, wala pong breakdown na merong maintenance of safe houses.
So yung nakalagay sa budget ng OVP na nakalagay doon is maintenance for safe houses. Wala kang kinalaman dito? Hindi ikaw ang naglagay dito sa inyong budget proposal?
Yes, at the time of submission of request, wala pong ganong specific na expense type or need, sir.
So paano to nailagay sa budget ng OVP kung hindi dumaan sa inyo? Yung maintenance ng mga safe houses?
Sir, Mr. Chair, the maintenance of safe houses is part of the confidential expenses. Yung umbrella term na confidential expense po, yung naging part ng letter. However, doon sa letter, hindi na po nakaspecify ano po yung mga menu or items under confidential expenses na paggagamitan ng confidential fund.
Sino ang naglagay ng menu na ito?
I have no knowledge po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Kevin, no, responsibility niyo din sa bilang budget officer na mag-flag down no, ng mga deficiencies or flaws. Pag meron kayo nakikita sa budget implementation ng OVP, tama po ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Sa paggastos ng mga pondong natanggap din ng OVP?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
May mga napansin ka bang irregularidad sa paggastos ng 125 million confidential fund ng OVP?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. I have no knowledge with regards to utilization. The budget division is mainly involved on the early phase po, on the request of cash advance for confidential activities.
So wala kang alam, lalong-lalo na sa kung paano ni-utilize?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kay Madam Rosalyn Sanchez, di ba po kayo ang pumipirma ng cheque? Kasama po kayo sa pumipirma ng cheque?
Mr. Chair.
Attorney Sanchez, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, tingin niyo po ba hindi kasama sa inyong trabaho na tignan kung ang mga pinipirmahan niyo pong cheque, naayon po ba o tama ang paggastos?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, at the time that the cash advance is issued, there is still no utilization yet. So nangyayari po yung issuance ng check at the start. So yung utilization phase po, hindi na po covered ng signature ko on the check, Your Honor, and also under the joint circular, Your Honor. It is not also part of my duties and responsibilities, Your Honor.
So hindi ka nagtataka kung paano pamamaraan ginamit yung mga cheque na pinipirmahan mo?
Mr. Chair, because I do not have knowledge as to how it was spent, I am not in a position also para po magtaka, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Tinedo,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
pumipirma po ba kayo ng Pumipirma po ba kayo ng yung tinatawag nating FAR o yung FAR?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the Financial Accountability Report.
Yes, Financial Accountability Report. Pumipirma po ba kayo nun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron po ba kayong pinipirmahan nun pagdating sa confidential fund?
Part po ng FAR, sir, is yung line item na or expense type na confidential expenses, sir. Mr. Chair.
So, nagsicertify ka, tama?
Certified correct po na may pondong nilaan sa OVP para sa confidential expenses at may pondo rin po na inobligate for the cash advance ng confidential activities.
So, wala rin itong kinalaman sa paggastos?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kung tama ang paggastos?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Napansin ko din, Mr. Tinedo, na hindi kayo nakapag-disburse ng confidential fund ang OVP noong fourth quarter of 2023. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Dahil dito ay may remaining balance o undisbursed balance ang OVP na 125 million.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tinedo, kung tama ang budget planning at forecasting na isinasagawa ninyo para sa 2023 budget ng OVP, meron kayong inalot na 500 million na confidential fund for the entire year or 125 million each quarter. Hindi ba kailangan ng Office of the Vice President ang pondo na ito para sa fourth quarter?
Based po dun sa aming report, wala na pong sinubmit na request for cash advance for the fourth quarter. So hindi na po namin na-utilize or na-obligate yung remaining 125 million for fiscal year 2023 last quarter.
Hindi ka ba nagtataka kung bakit first, second, and third quarter may request na confidential fund ang OVP sa kanyang paggastos, lalong-lalo na para sa mga warehouse and safe houses. Pero pagdating ng fourth quarter, bigla itong nawala at hindi na ginamit ng OVP ang kanyang budget for confidential fund? Hindi ba nakakapagtaka yun?
Nakakapagtaka po, pero during the reporting po namin internal, binabanggit po namin periodically na may remaining pa na 125 million na available for the last quarter.
Bakit ka nagtaka?
There is a program budget na po for the entire year. So, and yung 125 million is for the last quarter of 2023. Significant siya na pwedeng makaapekto sa budget utilization status or rate ng OVP. Hence, kailangan ko pong i-report na may available pa.
Hindi ka ba nagtaka dahil kawawa naman yung mga nasa mga safe houses and warehouses ninyo sa mga binibigyan nyo ng allowance ng mga intelligence officers? Hindi ka ba nagtaka para doon?
At that time, Mr. Chair, wala po akong idea or knowledge kung paano ginagamit yung confidential expenses except those items na nakalagay sa joint circular. So, wala po akong basihan para pagtakhan kung paano yung mga safe houses, mga assets.
Tingin ko, may alam ka rin ba kung ano na nangyari sa mga rewards and supplies for the informants? Kung ano nangyari sa kanila? So, I guess, wala ka rin alam dito.
Yes, Mr. Chair, wala po akong knowledge.
Alam mo, Mr. Tinedo, tingin ko, isa lang ibig sabihin nito, no? Dahil hindi dire-diretso yung pag-utilize ng pondo ng OVP ng kanyang confidential fund. Ang isa lang na ibig sabihin nito ay walang totoong programa na pinaglalaanan itong confidential fund. Kung kaya walang sinusundan na logic or forecasting ang budget para dito. At wala ring epekto sa ahensya na hindi nila nagamit yung kanilang confidential fund. Tingin mo po pwede ko bang i-ano yun? Isipin yon?
Sir, as part of OVP, may mga activities naman po yung OVP sa mga projects and programs. However, insofar as confidential activities is concerned, wala pong knowledge yung budget division, lahat po kami doon, kung paano ginagamit ang confidential funds.
Okay. Alam po ninyo, sa isang opisina, imposible pong hindi kayo nakakapagkwento-kwentuhan kung paano nyo nagagamit, no, ang isang pondo. Dahil alam naman natin lahat kayo nakapirma dito. At obligasyon ninyo na siguraduhin na yung confidential fund ay nagagamit sa tamang pamamaraan. So, parang hindi ka paniwala na talagang wala kayong idea kung paano ito na-utilize. No? Kasi syempre, lahat yan, you affix your signatures. At kahit paano, responsable kayo sa kung saan paano ito nagagamit. Lalong-lalo na, ikaw, Madam Rosalyn Sanchez, yung iyong pirma ay nasa cheque. Ikaw, Madam Villa del Rey, kayo po ang accountant, no, ng Office of the Vice President, na kahit paano, inaalam nyo rin, sigurado ako, kung paano na-utilize at nagagamit yung mga pondo na ipinagkakatiwala sa Office of the Vice President. Maaaring sinasabi ninyo na wala kayong direktang information o walang nagpupuntang mga papeles na dumadaan sa inyong opisina. Pero kahit papano alam ko na dumadaan sa inyo yung impormasyon kung paano ito nagagamit. Mr. Teñedo, sa tingin ko, ikaw ang least guilty kung sakasakaling may nangyaring irregularidad dito sa paggamit ng confidential fund ng Office of the Vice President. At sana, no, kung may nalalaman ka, mas maganda, sabihin mo na. Kasi hindi naman titigil ang committee na ito na para mag-imbestiga, lalong-lalo na kung paano at ginamit, kung saan ginamit ang confidential fund ng Office of the Vice President. Nakita nyo naman, may mga ilang tao na nakapirma, pero iba-iba yung pirma. Hindi alam kung saan paano ginamit or kulang yung information, lalong-lalo na sa acknowledgement receipt. Patong-patong na red flags, no? Yung nauungkat tungkol sa Office of the Vice President Confidential Fund for 2022 and 2023. Tila ba ginagamit ang confidential fund bilang sistema, no, para mag-commit ng plunder or manguha ng pera sa pamahalaan. So, kailangan nating malaman kung saan nang napupunta o paano nagagamit ang confidential fund na ibinibigay natin sa ating mga opisina. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Konghun. With the permission of the Chair, I just want to clarify something.
Please continue, Deputy
Yeah.
Speaker Suarez.
Ms. Rabago, tama po ba? Kanina tinanong po kayo kung meron po kayong knowledge tungkol sa confidential funds, and your answer was?
I don't have any personal knowledge on the utilization of the confidential fund, Your Honor.
Kayo po, Mr. Tenido.
Yes, sir. I have no personal knowledge insofar as the utilization and the liquidation of confidential funds.
But in the preparation, meron?
Yes po, during budget request, budget proposal.
Okay, but pagdating sa actual disbursement, wala ka nang kinalaman
Wala
doon?
na po, Mr. Chair.
Sa pagplanning, sa detalye, kung paano mabubuo yung utilization, wala
Wala na
kang
po, Mr.
kinalaman? Ha?
Wala na po, Mr.
Kaso
Chair.
ng part ng planning yun, hindi po ba?
Part lang po ng planning yung physical and financial plan. Once po may ganun na, sir.
So lump
Mr.
sum
Chair.
siya, in other words?
Opo,
Okay.
ganun.
Sa inyo po, Attorney Sanchez.
Same, Your Honor, and as mentioned earlier, my participation is limited to the issuance of the, signature on the check for the cash advance, Your Honor.
And kayo po, Ma'am Villa del Rey, accountant.
Yes, same din po, Your Honor. Ang participation ko is the issuance of cash advance and processing of disbursement voucher.
So, accountant, budget officer, finance officer, tapos ngayon OIC chief of staff, correct?
Your Honor, I am not the OIC Chief of Staff at the moment, Your Honor, and I only held that position for
yeah.
a few days,
Yes,
Your
yes,
Honor.
okay. And I'm just making sure that my memory serves me right. So the the finance officer, the accountant, and the finance, and the budget planning, all of you are of the position na wala kayong kinalaman, no personal knowledge, correct? Therefore, only 2 people have knowledge about the confidential fund. The Special Disbursement Officer and the Vice President. Is that correct?
Mr.
Please
Chair.
answer, Attorney Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, based on the documents, Mr.
No,
Chair,
it's a yes or no, ma'am. Is that correct?
I cannot say, Your Honor, because as I mentioned, I do not know the details of the confidential fund, so
No,
I
okay.
do not have information on who has knowledge.
Ma'am, okay, you're starting not to make sense. The question is simple. Kanina sinabi ninyo, pagdating sa liquidation, wala kayong kinalaman. Ang bahagi ninyo nandito sa planning and documentation proper. But sa actual liquidation at utilization, wala kayong kinalaman. So ang tanong ko, sino ang may kinalaman dito? O may alam dito? Kayo ang finance and administrative officer. You have full knowledge and control over the operations of the Office of the Vice President. That is part of your responsibility. Now, my question is, who has knowledge and information on this?
Mr. Chair, in terms of knowledge and control over the operations of the
No,
office.
ma'am. When it comes to the confidential funds, my question is, who has knowledge over this?
When it comes to the confidential fund, Your Honor, it should be the Special Disbursing Officer, Your Honor.
And that would be,
Ms. Gina Acosta, Your Honor.
okay, under the office, under the supervision of,
She is assigned under the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor.
and the Chief of Staff being,
That is Attorney Zuleika T. Lopez, Your Honor.
and who does the Chief of Staff answer to?
The Vice President, Your Honor.
Being whom?
Vice President Sara Duterte, Your
So
Honor.
nandun yung hierarchy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi kung wala na sa inyo, si SDO, Chief of Staff, at saka si VP na. Correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to get that straight, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Yes,
just an additional
Congressman
question,
Congon.
Mr. Chair, sandali lang. Kay Mr. Tinedo, no, nakalimutan ko lang itanong. Sino sa staff ng OVP ang involved sa budget preparation ng confidential fund kung hindi ikaw?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, kindly repeat.
Yung sa Office of the Vice President Confidential Fund, kung hindi ikaw yung nag-prepare ng menu, sino yung nag-prepare ng menu for the confidential fund?
During the budget request, sir, wala pong menu, just
Yes.
that a confidential expense, then the amount. But based on the, if we are going to discuss na po the utilization, the disbursement, that is the SDO, sir.
Siya rin ang may kinalaman,
Yes, sir, being the accountable officer.
which is si Gina Acosta.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May alam ka ba tungkol sa kanyang mga projection? Tungkol
Wala.
sa budget utilization
Wala.
ng confidential fund?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Ang document lang po na pinorward sa amin is the physical and financial plan na flash
Okay.
po kanina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the next interpellator, Congressman Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our resource persons. I would like to direct my questions to Attorney Rosalyn Sanchez. Can you please confirm, kailan niyo po na-receive yung subpoena na inisyu po ng committee ito?
Mr. Chair, I received the subpoena on 8 November 2024 at around 10 o'clock in the morning.
At dahil na-receive niyo po yung subpoena, you prepared an statement, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sino po yung gumawa nitong statement po ninyo? Ikaw po ba or may abogado po na gumawa ng statement
I
niyo?
personally prepared my statement, Mr.
You
Chair.
personally prepared this statement, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that statement that you are referring to was notarized on November 9.
Mr.
Would
Chair,
that be correct?
I am not aware, Your Honor.
You are not aware. But you are aware of the content of your statement.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There appears a signature over and above the name of Attorney Rosalyn L. Sanchez. Is that your signature?
Well, I signed the statement, Your Honor.
Do you confirm and affirm the statements mentioned in this statement?
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to read the statement, Your Honor?
We already have the copy. We read this already. I'm just asking if, can you confirm and affirm the statements you have mentioned in a notarized statement dated November 9, 2024?
Your Honor, since I did not personally send the statement because I sent it through our
No, kanina sabi mo
office.
ikaw yung personal na naggawa mismo nitong statement. So I'm just asking you if you can confirm and affirm the veracity and the truthfulness of your statements as indicated in this notarized document dated November 9, 2024.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I confirm that I prepared the statement and that I submitted the statement through our office, but I am not sure if it is the same statement that reached your office, Your Honor.
Comsec, could you please show Attorney Sanchez the letter as mentioned by Congressman
But
Jill?
do you have a copy of your draft statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Parang lumiit. Yes, Mr. Chair, it is the same statement that I prepared.
So, just for the record, it is the same statement that you have prepared and notarized on November 9 of 2024.
Your Honor, as mentioned, I only prepared the statement and signed it and submitted it to our office, Your Honor.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I will not belabor anymore on the statement. I would just like to ask the committee secretary to flash on the screen the organizational chart of the Office of the Vice President. So as flashed in the screen, Mr. Chair, this is the organizational chart of the Office of the Vice President. May I ask Attorney Sanchez if she can read the contents of this organizational chart?
Yes, Your Honor.
And as mentioned in your statement, you are the Director for Administrative and Financial Services Office. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And may I know kung saan po dyan sa organizational chart yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, yung Special Disbursing Officer?
Mr. Chair, the Special Disbursing Officer is assigned to the Office of the Chief of Staff, Your Honor.
So the Special Disbursing Officer or the SDO is assigned or under the Office of the Chief of Staff. And who is the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, the Chief of Staff is Attorney Zuleika Lopez.
Attorney Zulaika Lopez.
Yes,
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
So, being the Director for Administrative and Financial Services Office, may we know basically what are the tasks or duties and responsibilities of a Director for Admin and Financial Services?
Mr. Chair, generally it is to supervise the operations of the 5 divisions under my office. So as stated in the organizational chart, those are the Budget Division, Accounting Division, Human Resource and Development Division, Cash Division, and General Services Division.
So in other words, you have this supervisory authority or power over the general services, accounting, cash, budget division, including human resource development division. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, this is with regard to the confidential funds for 2022 and 2023. So sa pagkakaalam mo, nakatanggap ang OVP ng nagkakahalagang 125 million na confidential funds taong 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And the OVP received the funds by check on December 20, 2022. Is that correct?
The OVP released the check, Mr. Chair.
On December 20
On December
of 2022.
20. Yes.
Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Comsec, may I request to flash on the screen the copy of the check? Check dated December 20 of 2022. Sure.
Your Honor, we're having technical difficulties, but may I please recognize Senior Deputy Speaker Honorable Aurelio Dong D. Gonzales Jr. from the 3rd District of Pampanga and Vice Chairperson Honorable Janet L. Garin from the 1st District of Iloilo. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let me continue. Mr. Chair, as flashed in the screen is the check, land bank check dated December 20 of 2022. And it appears in that check 2 names, namely Rosalyn Sanchez and Lemuel Ortonio. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
And there's a signature over and above the name of Rosalyn L. Sanchez. Is that your signature, Madam?
Yes, that is my signature, Mr. Chair.
And on the other hand, or the right portion, signature appears over and above the name of Lemuel Ortonio. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May we know who is Lemuel Ortonio for the record?
Mr. Chair, Lemuel Ortonio is our Assistant Chief of Staff here. Mr. Chair.
Assistant Chief of Staff.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So basically, based on the diagram or the organizational chart that we have shown a while ago, you are under the Assistant Secretary or the Assistant Chief of Staff in the person of Lemuel Ortonio, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
And you and Lemuel Ortonio are both from OVP, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So other than this check, nakatanggap din ng OVP ng cheque na nagkakahalagang 125 million na confidential funds noong first quarter ng taong 2023.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And can we also show on the screen the check dated January 31, 2023 for reference? So that is the check. Can you confirm that that was the check that you are referring to?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in the same manner, your name appeared in that check and your signature appeared in that check, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, a check dated March 18 of 2024 amounting to 125 million which refers to the confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President. Again, the names of Rosalind Sanchez and Lemuel Ortonio appeared, and they signed it. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Also, a check dated July 13, 2024, bearing the same amount, 125 million, with the names of Rosalind L. Sanchez and Lemuel Ortonio appeared in that check, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
In all of those checks, sino po yung payee doon sa mga checking yon?
The Special Disbursing Officer, Your Honor.
Sino po?
The Special Disbursing Officer, Your
And
Honor.
who is?
Ms. Gina Acosta.
Miss Gina Acosta. And a while ago, you confirmed that those are your signatures, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May I know what is the relevance of your signature appearing in those checks?
Your Honor, per bank requirement, there should be at least 2 signatories to the check. And once there is an approved disbursement voucher, the disbursement voucher is forwarded to the cash division for the preparation and issuance of the check. And I received the check for my signature from the cash division, Your Honor.
Yes, aside from the bank requirement that there at least there must be 2 signatories, may I know what is the relevance of signing those checks?
Your Honor, that my signature implies that the documents, supporting documents for the issuance of the check are complete, Your Honor.
Direct to the point. In other words, your signature implies that you are permitting the payee in the name of Gina Acosta, who is the Special Disbursing Officer. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
You are implying that the payee will withdraw the amount indicated in those checks, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Sanchez, may I know, what is your participation as the director in the disbursement process of the confidential funds?
My participation ends after the signing of the check, Your Honor.
So after signing, wala na ho kayong gagawin doon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May we know on what aspect, as the director of the Administrative and Financial Services Office, you mentioned a while ago that you are exercising supervisory power or authority. In what aspect you are exercising that power or authority?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for example, for the functions of the accountant, Your Honor, the accounting division is under my office. So I just need to make sure that she was able to review the documents and check the completeness, Your Honor, in accordance with her duties under the joint circular. For the budget division, that they are able to submit the required documents for the request of the budget. And for the cash division, that the documents in terms of the preparation of the check are complete and that the check that they prepared is correct as to the details on the amount and the name of the payee.
In other words, your participation is with regard to the preparing of documents on how the Office of the Vice President will utilize the confidential funds. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chair, it's not on the utilization, but on the release of the cash advance, Mr. Chair.
All right, on the release of the cash advance, which is you sign that check on the assumption that all the documents are above board. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How about in the process of spending the confidential funds? Do you have any participation in the process of expending the confidential funds?
No, Mr. Chair.
There is none.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How about your participation in the liquidation process? Do you have any participation?
No direct participation, Mr. Chair, but I just ensure that before the next check is released, the liquidation report and the transmittal letter from the Commission on Audit, ICFAO, is attached to the disbursement voucher, Mr. Chair.
You mean to say you don't have direct participation, but indirectly you have to ensure na dapat meron pong mga naka-attach na mga documents doon sa pera na naggastos ng una.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And as the Director of the Administrative and Financial Services Office, you have the duty and responsibility to ensure that everything is in order, correct?
The documents are in order, yes, Mr.
Documents
Chair.
are in order. All the necessary documents are attached before you proceed with the payment of the cash advance, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
I assume that you are familiar with the first audit observation memorandum for the fourth quarter of year 2022, which I refer to the AOM number 2023-211, issued by the Commission on Audit to the Office of the Vice President on September 14, 2023, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have seen the audit observation memorandum.
You have seen that AOM.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have read and understood the contents of that AOM, correct?
I have read the AOM, Mr. Chair.
Do you agree with me that in AOM number 2023-211 of the COA, which states, the accomplishment report reflected only the lumped amount for surveillance/monitoring activity undertaken in 132 areas without a specific detail of the corresponding expenditures by object or the confidential expenses incurred. At sinasabi pa po sa AOM neto, without the specific details on the confidential activities undertaken and confidential expenses incurred in the accomplishment report, it cannot be determined that the utilization of the confidential fund for the period December 21 to 31 of 2022 is warranted, considering that in the PFP, the allocated amount is good for 3 months. As such, the management shall submit documentary evidence of payment. Can you confirm that statement as contained in the AOM number 2023-211?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a copy of the AOM, but I recall that there is something to that effect, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
All right, and on February 1, 2023, another AOM, number 2024-14, for the first and second quarters of 2023 was issued by COA. Are you aware of this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And have you seen this AOM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Have you read the contents of this AOM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you agree that the AOM number 2024-14 stated in the following: the propriety of the transactions could not be ascertained as the submitted LRs or the liquidation reports were not fully supported with complete and proper documentations required under the Joint Circular number 2015-01 dated January 8, 2015 of the Commission on Audit, Department of Budget and Management, DILG, Governance Commission for GOCCs, and Department of National Defense. Would that statement be correct?
Again, Mr. Chair, I do not have a copy of the AOM, but I recall that there is something to that effect, Mr. Chair.
You recall that there is something to this effect?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And this is what is stated in the, as mentioned, AOM. Next, on August 8, 2024, another AOM, dated or number 2024-170 for the third quarter of year 2023, and that was issued by COA. Have you seen
Yes.
the contents of this AOM?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Have you read and understood the contents of this AOM?
I have read the contents, Your.
Do you agree with me that in the said AOM, it stated also the propriety of the transactions could not be ascertained as the submitted liquidation reports were not fully supported with complete and proper documentations as mentioned or required under the Joint Circular? Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, given that these AOMs were issued by COA to the Office of the Vice President, it necessarily means, according to the Joint Circular, there were deficiencies noted in the audit of the confidential funds requiring comments and or submission of documentary requirements. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Therefore, there is no other conclusion than the fact that the manner in which the confidential funds were spent are not properly and not sufficiently substantiated. Is that correct?
Based on the audit observation, Your Honor, that is what is indicated, Your Honor.
And would that be correct?
I have no personal information, Your Honor, because I do not have knowledge on the actual transactions out of the confidential fund, Your Honor.
Do you agree with the contents of that AOMs? That it was not properly documented and sufficiently substantiated?
Your Honor, I apologize, but I am not in a position to give my opinion on that matter because I
But
do not
because
have
of the issuance of the
transactions.
AOMs, the OVP was required to submit additional documentary proof. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Your
Based
Honor.
on your understanding of the AOM issued by COA?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
And pursuant to the AOMs, the OVP submitted documents evidencing payment or the DEPs, correct?
As far as I know, there was a submission, Your Honor, and compliance to the AOM.
So in compliance of the AOM, the Office of the Vice President submitted documentary evidencing payments or DEPs, correct?
Based on my information, Your Honor, based on my knowledge, there appears to be a submission, Your Honor.
And these DEPs consist of several acknowledgement receipts or ARs, correct?
I am not aware, Your Honor,
How come that you are not aware?
because I was not the one that submitted the reply to the AOM, Your
But have you
Honor.
seen the acknowledgement receipts?
No, Your Honor. Actually, I have seen some of the acknowledgement receipts when it was presented before this committee, Your Honor.
So it was only during that time that you have seen those acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, that is
Correct?
correct, Your Honor.
And as discussed last hearing, and as you have mentioned, yun lang yung panahon na nakita mo yung mga sinasabing DEPs or the acknowledgement receipts. There were several irregularities identified in the DEPs that were submitted by the Office of the Vice President. Aware ho kayo doon?
Based on what was presented during the committee hearing, based on the last committee hearing, Your Honor,
And that was the one of the subject matters of the previously conducted hearing, correct?
yes, Your Honor.
At ang sinasabi ko pong mga irregularities dito, as presented and found out during that committee hearing, yung mga DEPs or yung mga acknowledgement receipts or ARs ay walang petsa. Or kung may petsa man, hindi po nakalagay ng maayos o kaya merong discrepancy doon sa petsa na nakalagay. Pangatlo, hindi mabasa ang mga pangalan. Pang-apat, kung hindi naman yung mabasa yung iba paulit-ulit ang pangalan, it appeared repeatedly in those ARs. Panglima, may mga pangalan na nakalagay, readable, pero walang pirma. At pang-anim, on the reverse, may pirma, pero walang nakalagay na pangalan. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
But that was the outcome of the committee hearing conducted previously, correct?
I apologize, Your Honor. I was not able to watch the entire hearing, Your Honor.
Doon mo sa mga ARs, only a signature is affixed with no indicated name of the signatory. The opposite occurs, wherein a name is written but a signature is lacking. So yun po yung naging resulta no, nung naging committee hearing nung nakaraang linggo. Anyway, last question, ma'am. Paano po nangyari itong mga ARs which is considered as fictitious and fabricated? Do you have any knowledge on how they could come up with this kind of documents appearing in these acknowledgement receipts and presented before the COA and found out that these very dubious documents?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, respectfully, I apologize, but I cannot answer because I do not have personal knowledge on that matter.
Thank you. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Kate Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Sanchez, I was listening to the questions of Congressman Jill kanina and specifically about your letter, your statement. No? Did you or did you not know that the letter that was submitted to this committee was notarized?
Your Honor, I did not know, Your Honor.
You did not know. So now that you know that it was notarized without your knowledge, how does it make you feel as a lawyer, Attorney Sanchez?
Your Honor, I would have to check, Your Honor.
You'd have to check your feelings? How do you feel about the matter that the letter that was submitted was notarized without you knowing that it was notarized?
Your Honor, I know that it had to be notarized, but I was not able to personally have it notarized because of time constraints, Your Honor.
So you did not have it notarized by yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't the notarization, doesn't it state that you personally appeared before this notary public, etc., etc.?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, I did not have it personally notarized.
Kaya nga,
Your
my question is, as a lawyer, how does it make you feel?
Honor.
What is your thoughts about the matter?
I would need to check, Your Honor.
You need to check on how you feel.
And
All
no,
right. I
Your
got it.
Honor,
I got it,
on
Attorney Sanchez.
how it got notarized, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. Now, in your statement, you said, dated November 9, no? Na the documents that you submitted contain the names of the beneficiaries of the programs of the different programs of the Office of the Vice President, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It contained the names and the details of these persons who received help from the Office of the Vice President.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And there were a lot of programs mentioned in the Office of the Vice President, di ba? And very good programs din. Parang namimigay din ng ayuda yung Office of the Vice President.
We provide assistance, Your Honor.
Yeah, kaya nga, in the form of an ayuda. Or something.
Various forms, Your Honor. Yes.
Right. Now, one of this is the medical assistance program, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Another is the rice food bags.
Yes, Your
No?
Honor.
And sa sinabit ninyo na 2023 budget accountability report, you indicated that there were about 977,615 beneficiaries of the different programs of the Vice President,
Yes, Your Honor.
most of which were the libreng sakay.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you account for the libreng sakay in the first place? Did you count how many people rode the jeepneys?
Yes, Your Honor. We require the conductors to submit trip reports. So for every trip, they have a ticker as to the number of passengers that rode the bus, Your
So
Honor.
that is the bulk of the beneficiaries, no?
Yes,
Yung
Your Honor.
libreng sakay. Okay. Now, ang medical assistance, like, are you familiar with how the medical assistance are given by the Office of the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you are. Is there a limitation as to how much one can get in terms of medical assistance?
We have a tier, Your Honor.
Tier, okay.
And it depends on the nature of the assistance
So,
being requested, Your Honor.
To determine the nature of the assistance needed, specifically the medical assistance, you would need to interview the patient or the person asking for medical assistance.
Yes, Your Honor.
So do you have in the employ of the Office of the Vice President social workers
Yes, Your Honor.
who does the interviewing?
Some social workers, Your Honor, but
Some
there
social
are
workers.
other employees who are non-social workers, Your Honor.
Okay, now the medical assistance is given in the form of cash or goods?
It's in the form of guarantee letters, Your Honor.
Guarantee letters to another government agency.
No, Your Honor.
Alright.
It can be a government hospital, but
Uh-huh.
can also be private hospitals and pharmacies and other medical service providers, Your Honor.
So let me understand it. You give a guarantee letter to, example, patient A is asking for 10,000 pesos, and after interviewing, parang you find out that they're qualified to get this kind of amount. So you give a guarantee letter addressed to the hospital where he or she is being admitted that the Office of the Vice President will pay for this amount or
Yes.
will cover this amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
How about in terms of medicines or something like that?
We also give, for 2023, Your Honor, we provide the medicines, Your Honor. But
So
for-
actual medicines na.
yes, Your Honor.
So they bring, they give you parang prescriptions and then ang ibabalik nyo sa kanila are actual medicines that they need.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. But then again, when you report this in your budget accountability report, you indicate how much or ilang magkano ang value ng medicines na binigay nyo to this particular patient.
Yes, Your
No?
Honor.
So, in this report, you indicated that there were about 95,756 na nakatanggap ng medical assistance.
Sorry,
Would that
can
be
we-
a fair statement or an accurate statement, Attorney Sanchez?
Your Honor, can we see the presentation again, Your Honor? Sorry.
Table number 16, do we have a slide of table number 16? Yung, yes, that one.
95,756, Your Honor.
Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So now, 95,756 ang binigyan nyo ng medical assistance, and the total amount given for medical assistance was about 998,279,054 pesos. It's almost 1 billion pesos. Would that also be correct?
I will confirm, Your Honor, if that amount includes the burial assistance.
Can anyone of the persons invited confirm the amount?
$956 million. 1,044,000. Your Honor, based on the annual audited report, the amount disbursed for both medical and burial assistance programs, Your Honor.
Oh, just medical assistance. Yeah.
For medical assistance. Ano ba tayo, medical assistance? Nakamix. Your Honor, we reported the lump sum.
Lump sum.
amount.
Magkano yung amount na report nyo?
1,044,569,868, Your Honor.
That's for both medical and burial
Burial, Your
assistance. Well, anyway, from the documents that we got, it indicated na 998 lang dito ang medical assistance. No? So if you gave 998 million pesos in medical assistance to 95,000 persons, that should average out at about 10,500 or more or less, no?
Yes.
Per
Yes, Your
person.
Honor.
Is that the usual amounts that you give to, or it would vary?
It would vary,
So
Your
some
Honor.
would be 20,000, 50,000 maybe?
Yes, Your Honor.
May cap ba kayo?
The cap for 2023 is 50,000, Your Honor.
For medical assistance?
Yes.
That's the cap for
Your
medical
Honor.
assistance?
For hospitalization, Your Honor.
Hospitalization. And why was there a cap that was set for medical assistance? Bakit may cap?
Your Honor, we set the cap because of the limited amount of budget, Your Honor.
Because of the limited amount of budget. Kaya dapat, para mas marami kayong matulungan, mas spread out tong amount na to, you set it at 50,000 pesos.
Yes, Your
maximum.
Honor.
No,
Yes,
for
Your
hospitalized na patients or
Yes, Your
something.
Honor.
Okay. Now, kasi the thing why I'm asking this is that the confidential fund also had medical payments or something for medical things, no? Do you confirm that?
Your Honor, I have no...
Medical and ano ba yung sinasabi nila? Purchase of provision of medical and food aid ang sinasabi to justify the expense. So that was the documents that the office of the Vice President submitted. And in one of these tulong na binigay nila in terms of purchase of provision of medical and food aid is in the amount of 1 million pesos. No? So if the theory supposedly was that we are to cap the medical assistance at 50 para mas marami yung matulungan, bakit may isang medical assistance na umabot ng 1 million pesos? Okay, if we can show the acknowledgement receipt, no? Para mapakita natin yan. February 6, 2023, 1 million, no? Provision of, purchase of provision of medical and food aid. So di ba, it defeats the purpose na so akala ko nga, kinakap nyo at 50,000 para mas marami yung matulungan nyo. Bakit dito, 1 million, isang tao lang? Would you know the reason for that, Attorney Sanchez?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I do not have information on that.
Okay, now, in the regular program din na ito, rice food bags, how much is given to each beneficiary sa rice food bags?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the average amount of the package is around 500 pesos, Your Honor.
500 pesos. So, kung 50,000 na medical assistance plus rice, rice na 500 pesos, that should just be 50,500, di ba? Hindi pwede itong 1 million na ginamitan ng confidential fund. Kasi sobra-sobra na siya, di ba? If you go through the normal yung programs of the Office of the Vice President. Kasi the thing ang hindi ko lang makuha kasi is like, if you already have an existing medical assistance program, and if you already have an existing rice food bag program, why would you still be needing to use the confidential funds for the provision of medical and food aid? Bakit po kaya sa tingin ninyo?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, but I cannot make an opinion on that matter.
So you don't know the reason why, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But wouldn't it be more practical sana na isang source of fund lang ang sa medical assistance, isang source of fund lang ang sa food aid para mas uniform yung pagbigay nyo at mas marami yung mabibigyan ninyo ng ayuda?
Mr. Chair, I do not have information on the actual utilization of the confidential fund, Your Honor.
Yeah. Kasi, in December 21 to 31, yung 2022 na confidential fund, ang provision of medical and food aid is 40 million. Di ba? Now, on February 6 to March 29, 2023 din, in the first quarter of 2023, ang provisions for medical and food aid increased to 42 million. Sa, sa April 25 to June 30 is bumalik to 40 million. Now, hindi ko lang maintindihan po. Bakit kailangan pa mag-utilize ng confidential fund if may existing na kayo na programa for food and medical assistance?
I have no knowledge about that, Mr. Chair.
Now, again, in your letter, kasi balikan ko to in your letter, in your statement pala, dated November 9, you said na lahat ng beneficiaries at details nila ay nailista when you submitted it to the COA. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ang details na to would include saan na hospital, magkano binigay, anong address ng beneficiary na binigyan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with respect to the regular fund, Your Honor.
Yes, with respect to the regular fund, which is contrary to the confidential fund na ginamit din for the similar purpose of the provision of medical and food aid, which just states na it's 1 million to this person, just the name and signature and the date. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, again, I understand the programs of the Vice President, and they're very good programs, no? Tulong sa tao, no? Ayuda din in that form. But why do you need to use separate funds that have different accounting requirements? Yan ang tanong ko eh.
Mr. Chair, I cannot answer on that. But from what I know, Your Honor, is that the confidential funds are intended for a different set of beneficiaries, or it is for a different purpose, Your Honor,
But it
than
said
the regular programs.
medical and food aid din eh. It's the same purpose as that of your medical assistance and rice food bags. Similar din, di ba?
I have no information, Your Honor, because the details as to the specific purpose of the confidential fund has not been disclosed to me.
Has
Your
not
Honor.
been?
Was not disclosed to me, Your
Kaya
Honor.
nga, that's what I'm harping at is like, kasi kung uniform lang sana, anyway, it's the same purpose, it's the same intention, na tulungan tong mga taong to or whatever, no? Bakit hindi isang fund na lang ang gagamitin or tap into one fund? Anyway, in the regular program, you said kanina na may social workers kayo who will be interviewing these people, di ba? And in fact, you even set a cap para mas marami kayong matulungan, may cap kayo at 50,000. Yet here, as an example, I showed you kanina, yung isang acknowledgement receipt lang, 1 million, isang tao lang. And all it said was that it is for medical aid and food provisions. So that's my concern, no? And I think lang even if it is such a laudable program, no, it's a very good program that was initiated by the Office of the Vice President. Para to avoid confusion na lang and investigations like this, sana dapat one source of fund for that purpose. Yun na yun, di ba? Wag na yung itap mo pa ang confidential. You got the confidential fund should be used for purposes approved by the joint circular. Dapat, yun lang. Wag na yung food and medical. Meron na kayong regular program for that. In fact, mas malaki pa nga ang pondo nyo for that, di ba? How much ang pondo nyo for that regular programs na ginamit nyo for medical assistance and food aid?
Around 1 billion, Your Honor, for medical and burial assistance, Your Honor.
So, yung 40 million na yun, malit lang na bagay yun, di ba? Compared to the ano, but why use it in such a way na different yung accounting requirements and reportorial requirements? Yan ang hindi ko masagot. And I'm sure, most likely, hindi mo rin masagot yan. Can you answer?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. And sino sa tingin mo ang pwedeng magsagot, who could answer, no? Who could give us answers to these questions? Sino po?
Your Honor, as to the actual disbursements of the fund, that would be the special disbursing officer, Your Honor.
How about as to the reason as to why two separate funds were used? Who should have answered this? Bakit confidential ang isa? Bakit regular fund ang isa?
Your Honor, the fund was requested by the Office of the Vice
Kaya
President,
nga,
Your Honor.
I'm questioning who would be the person in the best position to answer why it was separated pa.
Your Honor, the head of the agency, Your Honor.
And who is that head of agency?
Vice President Sara Duterte, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Sanchez. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. The Chair would like to recognize Congresswoman Mika Swansing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to direct my first set of questions to Attorney Sanchez. Attorney Sanchez, I would just like to reiterate some of the questions my colleagues asked a while ago. Nakalagay po, you signified that the signature on the statement is yours and it was duly authorized. But you had no knowledge that it was notarized. Is that correct, Attorney Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Siguro on this po, I will not belabor the point, but I would just like to second what Kong Roj spoke about earlier. Kasi pati po dito makikita natin ang nag-notarize po noong inyong statement ay si Attorney Rochelle Abella. Which to me is very interesting, Mr. Chair, because one, she's already operating outside of her area of jurisdiction, which actually kind of renders the notarization invalid. But second po, apart from like official OVP DepEd documents, it seems like she's also handling personal notarizations, like notarizations of personal documents for all of the employees of OVP and DepEd without the employee's knowledge. So, mukha pong, Mr. Chair, I would leave it, I would defer it to the judgment of the committee as to whether we should also call on Attorney Rochelle Abella to answer some of the questions, because it seems like she's certifying and notarizing a lot of the documents that are being covered in this committee, Mr. Chair. But I would just like, Mr. Chair, I will defer that to the committee as to whether we want to invite Attorney Rochelle Abella.
Just an interjection, Mr. Chair. In line with the statements of Congresswoman Mika, Mr. Chair, can I move that we invite Attorney Abella?
There's a motion to invite
Second, Mr.
Attorney Abella, duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, interjection.
Yes, Congressman Jill.
Attorney Sanchez, you mentioned that you have no knowledge that the statement was notarized, correct?
Mr. Chair, I submitted my signed statement to the office, to the OVP, Your Honor, but I was not part of the notarization, Your Honor.
But you are aware that that document will be notarized because you received a phone call asking for your ID, correct?
I was aware that it would be notarized, but I was not aware if it was actually notarized, Your Honor.
For Miss Julieta Villa del Rey, who prepared your statement?
Ako po, Your Honor.
Ikaw po, hindi po yung lawyer na nag-notarize. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just along that line, Attorney Sanchez, with regards to the statement, you mentioned that you were not aware that it was notarized. Is that correct?
We intended to have it notarized, Your Honor, but as to the actual notarization, due to the short period of time from the time that I received the subpoena and the time that I made my statement, hindi ko na po
So,
napanotarize.
who had it notarized?
I will, again, Your Honor, I will check po with our office, Your Honor.
Hindi. Kasi ikaw ang acting chief of staff. So, you would know to whom you would entrust notarizing that document.
Your Honor, just to correct Your Honor, I am not the acting chief of staff.
You are,
I am the director for administrative and
okay,
financial
sorry, okay,
services
but
office.
now, it's insofar as it's
Yes.
a document that has your signature affixed to it.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I
So
just...
to whom did you entrust the responsibility of having that document notarized?
I just left the document, Your Honor, to the head of our legal affairs division, Your Honor.
And that would be
Attorney Torrentira, Your Honor.
yung nandito kanina.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, meaning, iniwan mo yung dokumento na pinirmahan mo na ikaw din ang gumawa sa kanya. Tapos siya na po ang nagpa-notaryo. Tama po ba?
I am not sure, Your Honor.
No, but you entrusted it to her, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I
So
just
you-
requested her, Your Honor, to send the document to...
So you
Comsec.
did not know whether or not she had the document notarized.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you're a lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Congresswoman Swansea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would also, maybe one question that's also playing in my mind is given that they all seem to be centralizing the submission of all of these documents, baka meron pong filter, baka meron pong nagre-review ng lahat ng mga statements nila as to whether it's allowable, if I may use that term, na pwede pong i-release. So yun lang, Mr. Chair. I don't know as well why the officials of the OVP are barred from sending directly to the committee because that's also an avenue that they have. They're given the contact details, the email address of the committee as well, so they could have easily sent it directly, Mr. Chair. But just wanted to highlight that, Mr. Chair, before I move on to my questions. Attorney Sanchez, given that you've manifested to the committee that you've drafted your statement word per word, I would like to ask specific questions on some of the statements that you made. The first point that I would like to quote was your statement saying, for the years 2022 and 2023, the OVP has received unmodified or unqualified opinions in COA's annual audit reports. An unmodified or unqualified opinion is considered as the best rating given by COA. So, ang tanong ko po siguro, Attorney Sanchez, what is your understanding of what it means when COA issues an unmodified or unqualified opinion?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the unmodified or unqualified opinion means that the audited financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the agency.
My next question is, what is your basis for saying that, quote, this is considered as the best rating given by the COA?
Your Honor, because there are three audit opinions which are usually issued by the Commission on Audit. The first is the unmodified opinion, the next is the qualified opinion, and the last is the adverse opinion.
Thank you, Attorney Sanchez. May I, maybe rebut some of the points that you noted, may I request the COMSEC to please flash the statement released by COA themselves. Essentially, a statement saying that the highest COA rating or COA audit rating is not an unmodified opinion. So let me read specific answers or clarifications issued by COA. I would like to first highlight the third paragraph, which is their definition of what an unmodified opinion is, or unqualified opinion, which is issued when the auditor concludes that the financial statements are prepared in all material respects in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. The next that I would like to highlight is in the first paragraph, an audit opinion should not be viewed as a rating, score, or grade with ranking of lowest to highest. I would like to move to my next slide, if the COMSEC may please show that. It has the different types of audits. It has your financial audit, your performance audit, and the compliance audit. So I would just like to create a delineation among the three different audits that COA does. Here, Attorney Sanchez, just wanted to align on the terms before we move further in our discussion. COA does three types of audits. So there's a financial audit, which, as you said, pertains only on the alignment of whatever documents you submit, their alignment to the IPSAS and the PFRS. So it's essentially really making sure na numbers to numbers, balance lahat. Tama po ba yun? Per account, compliance with accounting standards, yun lang po yung tinitignan doon.
Your Honor, from my understanding is that it also means that the financial statements are accurate or present fairly what is the real position of the financial status of the agency, Your Honor.
But it's looking just at the numbers, right? You're not looking at the nature of the disbursements. You're not looking at compliance with laws and guidelines, like department orders, memorandums, etc. Memoranda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because that's where your performance audit comes in, which looks at whether the programs are in accordance with principles of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness, and the compliance audit which looks at whether the disbursements or the nature of the expenses are compliant with laws, rules, and regulations. So I just wanted to align on those before we move forward. So may I come back to that COA statement, please, COMSEC? So I just wanted to highlight on paragraph 4 that it is important to note that the financial statements represent only a facet of the agency, and an audit opinion does not provide any conclusions on the agency's level of compliance with laws, rules, and regulations, or as we mentioned, in terms of the level of economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. So, Ms. Sanchez, siguro yun lang po. I would like to caution lang in terms of, because as we read your statement, I believe what you were implying is since COA issued an unmodified or an unqualified opinion to the OVP, what you're implying in your statement is there are no irregularities. We've been rated by COA as, we've been given the highest rating by COA. So yun lang po, I just wanted to reiterate that because I've seen also some of the discussions outside of the committee. It seems like some of them want to assert that since the OVP was issued an unmodified opinion, an unqualified opinion, there is no room for irregularities, or there probably are no irregularities. But here, I just want to reiterate that having an unmodified or unqualified opinion does not preclude the OVP from having irregularities from the standpoint of the nature of the disbursements, whether these disbursements are illegal, whether the intended beneficiaries were actually given the welfare programs, etc. So yun lang po. I just wanted to caution in terms of very liberally using that unmodified opinion as kind of a shield from us doing a lot of the scrutiny in terms of the specific nature of the disbursement. So, yun lang po, Attorney Sanchez. Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to move to the next part of the statement, which I would like to ask Attorney Sanchez on. Quote, in addition, since July 2022, the OVP has not received any notice of disallowance nor suspension on the transactions covering the reported beneficiaries and strategic partners. So I would just like to ask, what do you mean by this statement?
Your Honor, if I may continue the statement. In addition, since July 2022, the OVP has not received any notice of disallowance nor suspension on the transactions covering the reported beneficiaries and strategic partners, which are the topics of privileged speech number 379. Your Honor, I am referring to the privileged speech delivered by Honorable Rolando Valeriano of the 2nd District of Manila, wherein he mentioned that there were unverified claims on the number and concentration in terms of location of the beneficiaries of the OVP programs and projects and the number of OVP strategic partners. Your Honor, the numbers that were cited in the privileged speech of Honorable Roland Valeriano are all included in our report to the DBM and the COA. Those numbers correlate to the regular fund of the agency. So in terms of the regular fund of the agency, we did not receive any notice of disallowance nor suspension since July 2022 up to the present, Your Honor.
But are you aware of the AOMs, the audit order memoranda, that have been issued by COA to the OVP pertaining to regular funds?
Yes, Your Honor.
May you please let us know how many AOMs have been issued to the OVP, specifically pertaining to regular funds? Kasi alam naman po natin, with regard to confidential funds, there have already been 3 AOMs and 1 notice of disallowance for the confidential funds, but it was revealed to us by COA just during the previous hearing that there are also AOMs. And actually, some of the AOMs pertain to welfare programs. That's why I want to also highlight the statement of yours, Attorney Sanchez, because Mr. Tumawis in the previous hearing said there are like 170 million pesos in question under the AOM for the regular fund, pertaining to welfare programs in particular.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, thank you for that clarification, Your Honor. We have around 14 AOMs, but the item that was mentioned earlier, which is the 174 million on welfare goods, I think the auditor was able to clarify that it was a matter of a recommendation to improve internal controls, but there is nothing that is missing or unaccounted for.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to flag that 14 AOMs, 14 audit order memoranda issued to the OVP pertaining to regular funds since July 2022 up to present.
That is only for
Until end of 2023.
Yes.
Opo. Siguro po kasi it seems to us like you're cherry picking in terms of your statement. Because if there are 14 AOMs, for someone who is not familiar with the extent of the AOMs and the NDs issued by COA to the OVP, magmumukha po kasi na mukhang walang NDs and AOMs. Kaya yun lang po, it's the way that the statement is worded because welfare programs in general, some of the welfare programs have been subjected to the AOM.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. But as mentioned, there is no disallowance on the welfare goods, Your Honor, because nothing is missing. Because if the items are missing, then we would not be able to get an unmodified opinion, Your Honor.
Actually po, Mr. Chair, medyo alarming po yung flinag ni Mr. Tumawis during our previous hearing that what was actually missing for some of the welfare programs were the distribution lists. Or the list of beneficiaries for some of the programs. He mentioned two, disaster operations, I believe, and pagbabago program. So yun po, COA na mismo yung nagsabi, Attorney Sanchez, na merong deficiencies po in terms of the list of beneficiaries.
Mr. Chair, maybe we can refer to the annual audit report for 2023, wherein it states that only the post-activity report, which is a summary of the activity, was lacking, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, perhaps in the next hearing, maganda po kung mapaghaharap po natin si Attorney Sanchez at Mr. Tumawis kasi po COA themselves were the ones who said that there were deficiencies in terms of the distribution lists because of the internal guidelines of the OVP. Sabi nila for some of the programs, the OVP did not require distribution lists to be created for some of the programs, and that's why there were no distribution lists submitted. So siguro po pagharapin na lang po namin kayo ng COA dahil COA na po mismo yung nagsabi that there are deficiencies in that area. Mr. Chair, I would like to next move to a follow-up question to what Kong Jill asked. Given your position, Attorney Sanchez, you're the Director of Admin and Financial Services. To what extent are you involved in audit proceedings?
In audit proceedings, Your Honor, I am involved in the review and finalization of annual audit memorandum, reply to AOMs, Your Honor.
Pero kanina po, sinabi niyo po kay Kong Jill na hindi po kayo yung nag-reply doon sa AOM. So you're not privy to a particular information that Kong Jill was asking for earlier.
Again, Your Honor, I am only involved in the regular fund, Your Honor, but not in the confidential fund, Your Honor.
So who's handling the response to the AOMs and the NDs, the AOMs on the side of the confidential funds?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor, but from what I know, it should be the persons indicated in the AOM. So it would be the Special Disbursing Officer and probably the head of agency, but I have no personal information, Your Honor.
So are you saying, Attorney Sanchez, that within the OVP, the only two people who can give clarifications with regard to the disbursements of the confidential funds are Ms. Gina Acosta and the Vice President herself, just the two of them?
They are the only person that I would presume to have knowledge about the matter, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, before I move to the next point, I would like to emphasize that these unqualified or unmodified opinions do not bar us from our present inquiry. Just because the the COA issued this does not mean there is no malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance. If at all, these unqualified or unmodified opinions by the COA merely indicate that the financial statements in material respects are in accordance with financial reporting standards. But such is the nature of fraud or criminal conduct. They normally appear in order until one takes a closer look. At face value, everything seems to be in order, but upon closer scrutiny, that's where you see the possible irregularities. And this is precisely what we are doing. To see if the numbers presented by the OVP, though following accounting standards, does not mean they're compliant with existing regulations and laws with regard to the use of the fund. So, Mr. Chair, I would just like to move to my next topic. Ms. Sanchez, as Director of Financial and Administrative Services, to what extent are you involved in the funding and operations of satellite offices?
Mr. Chair, I am involved in the, I supervise the operation of the budget division, so in terms of preparation of the budget, and as well as in terms of the General Services Division, the logistics aspect for the operations of the satellite offices, and I am also supervising the Human Resource Development Division. So that would be in terms of the personnel requirements of the satellite offices, as well as the Accounting and Cash Division. So for financial requirements of the satellite offices division, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Attorney. So does that mean that you were involved when the satellite offices were first planned, when they were brainstorming about the establishment of satellite offices? Because you're involved in the budgeting for the SOs. So were you there when they were first planning the establishment of satellite offices?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I am not with the OVP yet at that time.
Mr. Tenido, if I may ask you, because you've been with the OVP even before 2022, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And as part of the budget team, were you there when this first discussion of the satellite offices were done?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So perhaps I may direct my question to you, Mr. Tenido. What was the basis for the establishment of satellite offices?
It was upon the instruction of the top management that the OVP services will be extended to certain areas nationwide, Mr. Chair.
When was the first satellite office opened?
I have no definite date of which satellite offices and when they went open.
Just the month.
I think there are certain satellite offices that open in July 2022.
So as soon as
Yes.
VP Sara assumed, right?
Yes.
Assumed her tenure. Mr. Tenido, were you part of the budget process for GAA 2022 for the OVP?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. For the fiscal year 2022.
Fiscal year 2022, which
Yes,
was
Mr.
done in
Chair.
2021.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is there a line item in the 2022 GAA for satellite offices?
There is no explicit or line item in 2022 GAA as planned during 2021.
Exactly, because satellite offices were not yet in existence.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So my next question is, where were the funds for the operation of satellite offices for 2022 sourced? Dahil wala po siya sa GAA 2022, so saan po kinuha yung pondo para sa satellite offices ng 2022?
The operations for satellite offices opened in 2022 was sourced also under the FY 2022 GAA of the OVP.
Under which line item, Mr. Tenido?
That is under the Good Governance program.
Good governance program. Were there, because there should be a process, right, for having it approved to use the funds specifically allocated for a different program for a different program. So was that transfer approved?
There were no transfers, ma'am, during that time because under Good Governance program, it basically covers all the social services, the MAB, just that we have to extend it. So we created the OVP during 2022 created satellite offices just to extend the services of the OVP.
So it's under the Good Government
Yes, ma'am.
program. Okay. I could direct this question. I'm not sure who has the best knowledge of this, but probably Attorney Sanchez, since you're handling the budgeting and the funding for the satellite offices. Throughout the deliberations, we noticed that what COA kept on saying is that the substantial, actually sometimes the five-fold increase in some of the budget items can be attributed to the satellite offices, the establishment of satellite offices. COA was describing to us last time that the increase in travel expenses were due to the establishment of satellite offices. The additional 60 million in rentals were also attributed to the satellite offices. Even the increase in professional services were attributed to the establishment of satellite offices. So actually, that made the committee very curious. How much are we spending in total across the different expense categories
towards the satellite offices. So all in po, that includes the rent, the supplies, the travel, the personnel, because it seems to be eating up a huge chunk of the OVP budget. Please give that to us for years 2022, 2023, and 2024. Would you be able to share that information now?
Your Honor, we have the information. May I refer to our budget analyst, Ms. Edeline?
Ms. Rabago?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For 2023, actual utilization for the satellite offices would be 1.026 billion pesos. And for 2024, as of October 2024, that would be 893.36 million pesos.
Just wanted to clarify that 1 billion, 1.02 billion
Yes,
in 2023, and in 2024,
893.36 million, Your Honor.
800.
893.36 million, Your Honor.
Do you have the figures for 2022?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I don't have the details for 2022.
I'm trying to pull up the budget of the OVP. This seems to be, if I'm not mistaken, this is taking up. Mr. Chair, just looking at it, it seems to be occupying 60% of the OVP budget, but I just need to quickly check. Comsec, would you happen to have my presentation from the previous hearing? I have it now. So, Mr. Chair, for the year 2023, the OVP budget, Mr. Chair, I'll go back to that point. Mr. Chair, I'll come back to that point. I'll just have to very quickly compute the percentage that the satellite offices are taking
Yes,
up.
please.
But
But before
yeah.
you continue, may I recognize the Honorable Franz Castro? Please continue.
Mr. Chair, I'll come back to that later, but the figures are very staggering. 1 billion for 2023 and probably going to hit another billion in 2024. I'll come back to that, Mr. Chair. We'll just very quickly compute the figures. Let me move, Mr. Chair, to my next topic. I would just like to ask Attorney Sanchez again on a different topic. Attorney Sanchez, what is the largest check amount that you have signed off on during your tenure with the OVP?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, it would be the 125 million pesos for confidential fund, Your Honor.
So 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
4 checks worth 125 billion.
Yes, Your
If we
Honor.
may please show COMSEC the 4 checks. So this is the first check dated December 20, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the first. The second check dated January 31, 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
The third check, April 18, 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the last check being July 13, 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Sanchez. Attorney Sanchez, given the large amount and given that these are the highest you've ever signed in terms of the amount, did you hesitate at all to sign these checks?
Your Honor, I did the usual process, which is to review the documents attached to the check, the supporting documents for payment, Your Honor.
So can you say that you performed the necessary diligence checks prior to signing these?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi kung yun yung pinakamalaking mga cheque na pinirmahan mo sa buong, siguro buong career niyo po ba? Tama po ba? Bukod sa OVP?
Yes, Your
Siguro
Honor.
po mas magiging maingat po kayo. Opo. Kasi po, napansin ko lang po, kung titignan po natin, kung ibabangga po natin yung date ng cheque doon po sa disbursement voucher, parang napakabilis po kasi ng processing. So, yun po siguro, kaya doon ko po siguro tatanungin kung nagawa po talaga yung necessary diligence check. So, let me first go to the first disbursement voucher. If you may please show that, COMSEC. While we're waiting for it to be flashed, the first disbursement voucher was prepared in December 20. And by the end of the same day, the disbursement voucher was not only certified, verified, and approved, but in fact, the correspondent checks, the correspondent check amounting to 125 million was already issued and received by the special disbursement officer by the end of the day. So, siguro po, COMSEC, if we may please show the disbursement voucher. Thank you very much, COMSEC. Here, siguro po kaya ko po tinatanong yung bilis nung pag-process po nung disbursement voucher. Makikita po kasi natin dito, there are a lot of different signatories, a lot of different divisions that it would have to pass through for that check to be issued. So as you can see here, it has to be signed by the Vice President, and then after that, it has to be certified by the Chief Accountant, and then it has to go to the approval of Mr. Ortonio. And then thereafter, at saka lang po pupunta sa cash division. And then after that, that's when you and Mr. Ortonio would have to sign it. So if you would count it, you have 4 departments that it would have to go through. If that's correct. So it's the Vice President, it's the Office of the Chief Accountant, it's the Office of Mr. Ortonio, it's the Cash Division Office before the two of you sign it. And then only then would the check be released and it would have to be received by the Special Disbursing Officer. So siguro po, given that more than 5 people have to sign off on this document, maybe that's why we call into question the speed by which the disbursement voucher was issued. It was issued on December 20. It went through at least 4 departments, at least 5 signatories, 5 to 6 signatories. And the check was created and signed and released and received all by the end of 1 day. So siguro po, given the staggering amount, this is 125 million pesos we're talking about, Mr. Chair, in check form. May you please explain why it was done so expeditiously? Why there seems to be a rush? Before you answer, Attorney Sanchez, let me go back and give the case in point for the second disbursement voucher. This one is dated January 31. Same thing. It went through 4 different departments, 5 to 6 different signatories, and all of that was done. The disbursement voucher was created, certified, approved, sent to the cash division, check issued, check signed, check released, check received, all in one day on January 31. So 2 cases in point. If I may pause here, Mr. Chair, and throw the question to Attorney Sanchez and Ms. Villa del Rey, given that you are 2 of the signatories appearing in these 2 documents. Bakit po ang bilis? 125 million pesos po yung amount na pinag-uusapan natin. Pero para pong nagmamadali na ma-issue yung cheque, magawa yung disbursement voucher, ma-issue yung cheque, ma-receive ng Special Disbursement Officer, lahat po sa iisang araw.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Attorney Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it is actually a common process for the OVP to process cash advances within 1 day. We prioritize cash advances as a generally, Mr. Chair. The way our office is organized, Mr. Chair, is that the accounting and cash divisions are close to each other. So it would not take several hours for the documents to reach the cash division. And my office is also just near the cash division and the accounting divisions, Your Honor, because they are under my office. So in terms of processing, there is nothing unusual for us to be able to process cash advances within 1 day. In fact, in our Citizens Charter, for internal services for cash advances, our usual turnaround time is 1 to 2 days, Your Honor. Also, for the cash advance for confidential funds, there are just a few documentary requirements which are required to be attached to the disbursement voucher. And so it's not very difficult to browse through the documentary requirements, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Sanchez. May we please pose the same question, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Villa del Rey? Before you certified it
Ms. Villa del Rey, you are recognized.
what diligence checks did you do?
Upon receipt of the disbursement voucher for the issuance of confidential fund, Your Honor, we check the required documents under the joint circular. If it is complete, if it is complete with all the documentary requirements, I certify the portion which is the Annex B of the DB. I'll check the cash availability and check the completion of the supporting documents. And then after that, we transfer it to the cash division.
Mr. Chair, siguro yun po, given the amount in question, sinabi po ni Attorney Sanchez 1 to 2 days. Kaya po, bakit tinapos lahat ng 1 day? Tinitignan ko po yung the dates would be December 20, 2023. That's Thursday. Kaya po ba hinabol? Dahil, that's a Wednesday. Kaya po ba hinabol kasi gusto niyo po ma-encash by the end of the week? Ganun po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, hindi naman po sa hinabol, but as a matter of course, kapag may cash advance po, we really generally prioritize, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you. If I may move, Mr. Chair, to the 4th disbursement voucher. If COMSEC may please show us. Siguro po here, apart from the speed by which it was issued, perhaps the most glaring, the 4th one po. Thank you, COMSEC. Perhaps the most glaring thing that I would like to note here is at the bottom left corner, you would see that there is no signature under the receipt of payment, meaning the special disbursing officer did not sign that and attest that she received the check. So siguro po, tatanungin ko po, Mr. Chair, ang OVP, paano po nangyari to? Isang 125 million pesos na cheque na hinayaan lang po natin na makalusot yung disbursement voucher nang hindi po pumipirma yung special disbursing officer na nagpapatunay na natanggap niya po yung cheque para sa 125 million pesos. Sino po ang nag-check ng mga disbursement vouchers natin? Ms. Villa del Rey, as the accountant, is that not under your purview to make sure that these documents are in order po?
Your Honor, for the Annex E, which is the receipt of the check, it is the responsibility of the cash division for the issuance of the check to the SDO or to the payee of the disbursement voucher.
Opo, Mr. Villa del Rey, hindi po siya sa issuance of the check. It's the receipt. It's the attestation that the receipt, that the check has been received by the SDO.
Yes, Your Honor, the receipt of the check. Once receipt ng check po, the claimant or the payee of the DB should sign at the bottom part of the disbursement voucher. So it is the responsibility of the other division who handle the issuance of check.
Ma'am, pakilapit niyo po, hindi po kayo marinig.
Yes. Again, Your Honor, it is the responsibility of the division who issued the check to the claimant to have it signed.
Wala pong nakapansin na hindi po na-receive ng SDO, hindi po din-receive ng SDO yung disbursement voucher?
No,
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the correct person to ask is not here with us today. So maybe what I would like to highlight here is there may be some lapses in the internal controls of the Office of the Vice President. If the release of the checks, in terms of looking at the disbursement vouchers and the checks, are not scrutinized thoroughly by the OVP. Ganito po kalaki, as described by Attorney Sanchez, this is the biggest check she has ever signed off on. Pero may problema po sa internal controls dahil po nakakalusot yung mga ganitong lapses na hindi po na a-attest ng SDO na nare-release po yung funds. Last question po, before I move on, may I ask po, sorry, cash division. Naisip ko lang po, hindi po ba under niyo po yun, yung cash division, Attorney Sanchez? So actually, you're here to be able to answer that question. That
Attorney
should be
Sanchez.
your responsibility to check po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when I checked, there are 3 copies of the disbursement vouchers, and only 1 copy is required to be signed by the SDO. The copy that was signed by the SDO was actually retained by the accounting division, and it may not be the same copy that was forwarded to the resident auditor. Nonetheless, we have a copy that was actually signed by the special disbursing officer. In addition, Mr. Chair, as to the matter of internal controls, in addition to the disbursement voucher, there is an additional control in place that requires the special disbursing officer to sign the warrant of checks. That there is a logbook of the checks that is released by the cash division. And as far as I am aware, Your Honor, she was able to sign that warrant of checks.
Given that that's the copy that was furnished to COA, may please furnish this committee with that copy that you're talking about that's signed by, is that Ms. Acosta who signed it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please furnish a copy to this committee.
We will do, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, since Ms. Acosta is not here, I would like to ask our resource persons present here, would anyone know whether the SDO has a bond, meaning Ms. Acosta has a bond, and if yes, how much? Ms. Villa del Rey, as the Chief Accountant, would you know?
Yes. Your Honor, for the bond of Ms. Acosta, the amount of bond is 8 million for 3 years, Your Honor. It was released through a confirmation letter on November 3, 2022, Your Honor.
8 million lang po yung bond niya.
That is the amount of bond for a maximum amount of accountability, 500 million, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, do we know what salary grade Ms. Acosta is? Would anyone know on the part of the OVP? Kasi ang laki po nung 500 million po yung maximum.
Your Honor, her position and at salary grade 24. 24, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, for someone who is occupying a salary grade 24 position, 500 million pesos seems to be a huge amount to give in terms of accountability, Mr. Chair. So we just wanted to note that, Mr. Chair, for the record of the committee, that Ms. Gina Acosta actually can disburse up to 500 million pesos as the special disbursing officer. And Mr. Chair, balik lang po ako before I end doon po sa kanina with regard to the satellite offices. So if we compute what percentage the satellite offices take up in terms of the expenses of the OVP. So for 2023, the total GAA amount, the total budget for the OVP is 2.3 billion pesos. And since 1.02 billion pesos po yung expenses associated with the satellite offices, it takes up 45% of the total expenses of the OVP. For the year 2024, so far, out of the 1.9 billion 24 so far, out of the 1.9 billion pesos funds of the OVP, the 893 million expenses for the OVP translates to 48% of the total budget of the OVP, Mr. Chair. So napakalaki po talaga, halos kalahati ng OVP, the OVP budget, yung tinitake up na satellite offices. So we really need to do a close scrutiny as to whether these satellite offices are necessary and whether they actually contribute to the OVP in terms of fulfilling its mandate, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, those are my questions po. Thank you very much, Ms. Villa del Rey, Attorney Sanchez, Mr. Tenido, and Ms. Rabago for allowing me to propound questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the next interpellator is Congressman Asidre. You're recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Nais ko pong magtanong kay Attorney Rosaline Sanchez. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes,
Attorney Sanchez, ikaw po ay isa sa mga approving officers ng Fidelity Bonds, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po kayo naging approving officer ng mga Fidelity Bonds?
Mr. Chair, from my assumption to office, Mr. Chair,
Kailan po ito?
July 19, 2022, Mr. Chair.
2022. Attorney Sanchez, siguro pamilyar naman kayo sa purpose ng Fidelity Bonds, no? Ito ay to ensure against losses, shortages, defalcation by officers or employees accountable for public funds. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, ito ay to ensure na gagamitin sa tama at sa mga specified for purposes lamang yung public funds na inassign sa kanila. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Attorney Sanchez, can you walk us through the process of the Fidelity Bonds? Who determines po ba the value of the Fidelity Bond to be posted by the concerned government employee?
That would be based, Your Honor, on the amount of the liability, the cash advance that would be issued to the Special Disbursing Officer, Your Honor.
So, wala pong guidelines, formula na, meron pong guidelines, formula
May
na
matrix
sinusunod?
po yung Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor. And we provide them with a copy of the special order of the disbursing officer, Your
Okay.
Honor.
So, kung may amount na nisinet for the Fidelity Bond, ano pong sunod? Yung government employee concerned would post the bond?
That would be the agency, Your Honor, through the accounting division.
Pero manggagaling po yung pera sa
The agency, Your Honor.
agency?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
hindi sa empleyado.
Hindi po.
So paano po sila check or cash? Paano yun?
As far as I recall, Your Honor, for the payments to the Bureau of Treasury, it is through DepEd, so fund transfer, Your Honor, to the Bureau of Treasury.
Pero sino yung tumatanggap ng bond? Si Treasury?
Yes, Your Honor.
From you?
Yes.
In
Your
this
Honor.
case, for all the accountable officers, kayo yung nag-post ng bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo yung nag-transfer ng bond sa Treasury?
Yes, Your Honor.
So pag natanggap ng Treasury yung bond, anong ginagawa dito? Pinapasok ba to sa isang account? At kaninong bank account? Separate ba to sa regular account ng agency or dun sa Treasury mismo?
Sa Treasury yun mismo, Mr. Chair.
In a
yung,
separate account?
I have no information, Your Honor, kung anong
So how long
process
will
ng
the
Bureau
bond
of
be
Treasury.
held by the Treasury? Hanggang kailan hawak ng Treasury yung bond?
The bond is for a certain period, Your Honor, and for Ms. Acosta, the bond was for a period of 3 years.
Okay. So, paano po siya, anong mangyayari after 3 years na babalik sa agency?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
So, nawawala lang yung bond?
Yes, the bond is in the nature of a premium payment para po siyang
Okay.
insurance, Your Honor.
So, yun ay nasa Treasury na?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, hindi siya i-release balik sa agency na pinanggalingan?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ang kanina na-mention na si Miss Gina Acosta, magkano nga po ang authority niya to release?
500 million, Your Honor.
Pero magkano ang bond niya?
8 million, Your Honor.
8 million. Yung 8 million na yon, ang premium magkano?
Your Honor, I will just confirm based on the documents, Your Honor. Your Honor, we will check the amount that we transferred to the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor. If we can, Your Honor, maybe just be allowed to submit a copy of the bonding.
Meron akong dito data, baka pareho tayo ng data. It's 360,000 ang binayaran na premium, bond premium.
We will check, Your Honor, from our records.
In any case, ma'am, do you confirm na ito ang nagbabayad, hindi yung empleyado, ang nagbabayad nito yung agency?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this standard procedure po?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, base dun, kasi we have a similar case, no? In the SDO also for DepEd, si Mr. Fajarda, Edward, he has the maximum authority to withdraw cash in the maximum amount of 50 million. Tapos, ang bond niya is 4 million lamang. Well, it's almost the same as with Miss Gina Acosta. Hindi ba dapat proportionate ang bond sa cash advance na dapat pwede niyang ma-withdraw? Di ba dapat ganun?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, paano ganito ang nangyari po kay Miss Acosta at kay, sabihin na lang, kay Edward Fajarda na wala pang 1/4 yung halaga ng ban niya sa total amount na may authority siya to withdraw?
Your Honor, we just base it on the matrix provided by the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor.
So, pwede kaya nating sabihin, Attorney Fajarda, Mr. Chair, na itong matrix na to, sabihin na lang natin, depending on your expert opinion, having been in this position for quite some time, na dahil ganito ang matrix, hindi nagiging effective na deterrent yung bond requirement, especially for special disbursing officers. Kasi kung tutuusin, di ba? Hindi naman ganun yung kalaki yung bond mo, tas ganun kalaki yung pera na hawakan mo. Tama po, would you agree with me?
Your Honor, my understanding is that the purpose of the bond is to cover the liability or accountability of the special disbursing officer in case there would be irregularities in the use of the fund, Your Honor.
tama, I agree with you. Kaya nga kung titignan natin, like for example, nung previous hearing, nakasama yung mga kaibigan natin mula sa AFP no, na sinabi nila wala naman silang natanggap na pera from the YLS. Pwede nating masabi na okay lang na hindi gamitin for public funds yung pera. Kasi total, hindi naman, dahil mababa naman yung bond requirement, wala naman technically mawawala sa agency o ano man. Kaya ang chances ng technical malversation mas mataas. Kasi hindi nga effective deterrent yung bond requirement para isipin ng mga tao na, especially for accountable officers na, wag natin gawin to kasi this is the bond requirement involved. Kasi kung titignan mo, kahit nga sa kanina pa, siguro the same observation ni Congresswoman Swansing, no? Napakalaki ng authority na cash advance. Tapos ang bond requirement, 8 million lang. Yung kay Mr. Fajardo, 50 million, 4 million lang ang bond requirement. As the head director for accounting, don't you think that we need to increase the matrix for fidelity bond requirement so that it becomes more effective as a deterrent for malversation?
Your Honor, as to that matter, I would submit to the wisdom of the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor.
No, I mean, sa'yo, based on your experience, don't you think there's a need to increase this? So that, anyway, this is in aid of legislation, no? So we can also propose it to the Bureau of Treasury later on to review the matrix for setting fidelity bonds, the fidelity bond requirement. Would you agree with me na sobrang baba ng ating hinihingi for fidelity bond requirement despite the amounts in consideration?
I would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney. Attorney, babalikan ko lang yung statement mo kanina. Kasi medyo naintriga ako sa statement mo. How long have you been with OVP? Since 2022? Correct?
July 19, 2022, Your Honor.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, yung COA report, you mentioned kasi dito for the years 2022 and 2023, the OVP has received unmodified or unqualified opinions in COA's annual audit reports. Correct me if I'm wrong, the 2022 COA report referred to expenditures incurred in 2021. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, I was referring to the 2022 annual audit report for the year 2022, Your Honor.
Okay. So hindi siya audit report for 2022. Audit report siya for expenses in 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ito siya, yung 2020, hindi siya 2021, hindi siya COA report for 2021.
No, Your Honor.
Merong isa dito na point na sinabi mo, the COA evidence-based reports on the financial position of the OVP for the years 2022 and 2023 shows the OVP's commitment to transparency and accountability based on existing audit and accounting rules and regulations. Tanong ko po, bilang isang career official, don't you think that the ability of career officials to demonstrate or to realize their commitment would also depend on the willingness of the principal to enforce the same? Kasi nakailang VP na po kayo.
Your Honor, I only joined the OVP during the term of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Si Ma'am Julieta po yung 7 VPs.
Yes, Your
Ma'am,
Honor.
don't you think for this, no, as career officers, don't you think that despite your willingness to submit to accounting rules and regulations, malaki pa rin ang role ng principal? It really depends on the principal. In the end, it depends on the willingness of the principal to enforce the same. Having been a part of the OVP for the longest time.
No, Your Honor, kasi ang processing po in compliance with existing rules and regulation on the disbursements of fund is not based on the decision of the head of the agency, Your Honor.
But the decision to have confidential funds eventually is the is the decision of the principal, right?
I think so, Your Honor.
In which case, previous vice presidents did not have or choose not to have access to confidential funds, practically for the reason that it would have demonstrated more accountability and transparency if they use regular MOOE or other regular funds. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Your Honor.
And in this case, the decision of the vice president to use confidential funds for items that could be considered under MOOE casts a doubt on the willingness of the principal to enforce accountability in her office. Tama po ba?
Hindi ko po siya masasagot, Your Honor.
Pero sabihin na lang natin na kung gumamit na lang ng regular fund sources for items na klarong-klaro naman, pwedeng MOE ang ginamit at hindi confidential funds, mas madedemonstrate natin ang sinasabing commitment natin to transparency and accountability.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Asidre. The next interpellator is Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga resource person. Kanina kasi tinatanong ni Kong Asidre, Mr. Chair, about kay Attorney Sanchez. July 2022 ka napasok po sa OVP. Saan po kayo galing?
I am from the Commission on Audit, Your Honor.
Okay. So Commission on Audit. Thank you po. Yung first topic ko po, Mr. Chair, ay yung tungkol doon sa pagbabudget. So sa budget muna tayo, no? Noong 2022, involved ba kayo, Mr. Chair, sa ating dalawang sa budget, sa budgeting ng Office of the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Buong ng 2022. Kailan kayo napasok po sa OVP?
I have been with the OVP since 2014.
Okay. How about Ma'am Edeline?
I have been with OVP since 2017, ma'am.
Okay, so matagal na kayo no sa OVP. So na-involve kayo doon sa pagbabudget ng 2022 budget ng Office ng Vice President. Siyempre galing ito sa 2021 na budgeting, 'di ba? Yung 2022 budget na ginawa 'yan ng 2021. Okay, so yung mga so ang ibig sabihin ng Mr. Chair, doon sa budgeting na 'yan, wala pang confidential funds noon.
Wala po. During preparation ng FY 2022 budget on FY 2021, wala pong confidential funds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, nung naging VP na si Vice President Sara Duterte, noong July 1, at nag-request siya ng confidential funds for the Office of the Vice President, na-consult ba ang budget unit?
Yes, ma'am. We were consulted insofar as the preparation of the request letter is concerned.
What request letter?
During that time, ma'am,
Yung request letter to the Office of President?
to
Ganun
the
ba yun?
DBM po, Mr.
To
Chair.
the DBM. Okay. So, doon po sa preparation ng letters, so syempre, nag-request ng budget, 125 for confidential funds. Pero alam niyo po saan gagamitin itong confidential funds as far as budget unit is concerned.
Doon lang po siya sa activity na safe implementation of OVP programs and projects and confidence building.
Pero that time, ano po ba yung mga nakalagay doon sa sulat? Kasi nakita ko naman yung sulat ng request ng Office of the Vice President to the DBM, yung request ng budget for 125, yung attached. Ano-ano nga yung mga activities na yon? Can you enumerate, Mr. Chair?
Wala. Mr. Chair, doon po sa letter, can I just read the portion of the letter, ma'am?
Yeah.
Apo.
Okay.
Confidential funds for and in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events, as instructed by the President, the CF amount of 250 million is hereby requested.
Yeah, yung 250 million ang request, pero ang nag-grant ay 125.
That's correct po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Pero yung mga, Mr. Chair, yung mga projects and programs na yon under under yung 125 million, mga project pa ito which was conceptualized during the Vice President Robredo, right? O meron siyang ipinasa si Vice President Duterte na iba pang mga programs that would cover yung confidential funds?
Insofar as the projects, ma'am, I think I would say the projects of the then Vice President and the new Vice President during that time is almost similar. These are all social services, medical and burial, the livelihood, the disaster operations, and the likes.
Yes. Okay. So, ibig sabihin, wala siyang idinagdag na programs aside from doon sa which was budgeted during the time ng 2021.
Yes, and as far as I recall, ma'am, wala namang pong unique or kakaiba na ginawa during the second period of 2022.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, ang sunod na tanong ko, di ba kayo nagtaka? Kasi during the stint of the Vice President Robredo, wala siyang confidential funds in implementing the various projects, no? Pero ito, last quarter na nga lang ay nag-request pa ng confidential funds. Did you not question it?
No, ma'am. However, in every implementation of programs, part of the, to ensure the successful implementation is the peace and order or security. That's my personal opinion, ma'am.
Yes.
As budget officer.
Oo. Kung titignan natin yung security, peace and order security, magbigay ka nga ng example ng project noong panahon ni Vice President Robredo na sinasabi mo ay peace and order security. Kasi katulad nito, yung program ng Vice President ni VP Sara, kahit na yung sa libreng sakay or sa kasi dito sa Quezon City massive yung libreng sakay, pero tingin ko naman di naman niyang ginamitan ng confidential fund ng LGU, no, through Mayor Belmonte. Pero ito, magbigay ka nga ng example ng panahon ni Robredo, Mr. Chair, na sinasabi mo na kailangan ng peace and order, pero hindi naman nagkaroon ng amount ng confidential funds para to implement it successfully.
Well, during the time of Vice President, I'm not saying po na may component ng security or peace and order, but heavily focused po sila talaga sa developmental works and partnership. Hence, nagkaroon po nung COVID operation at the latter part of her term po.
Yes, okay. Tama. And syempre, alam naman natin yung confidential funds, di ba? It's a fund na magagather ng mga confidential information, di ba? Kung may sakali, tsaka kung sakaling may problema sa security and others. Pero kung titignan natin, Mr. Chair, malaking kaibahan talaga, no? Na kung sakaling, kumbaga, etong panahon ni Vice President Duterte, Sara Duterte, may ganito kalaki, no, na confidential funds na ginamit dun sa program. So would you know, ano kaya yung, ano mga programs dito, o lahat ba ng programs ng OVP nung panahon ni Sara Duterte, dun sa 125, anong mga programs doon yung ginamitan ng confidential funds? Kasi sinasabi mo, Mr. Chair, sinasabi ng ating resource person na parehas lang naman, no? Kung ano yung project ni Vice President Robredo noong 2022, yun din naman yung ipinatupad ni Sara Duterte. So, ano-ano dito yung mga programs na ginamitan ng security and
Apologies, Mr. Chair, but I have no knowledge po on the utilization of the confidential fund.
Well, I beg to disagree, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko tinatanggap yung sagot. Kasi budget officer ka, nag-request kayo ng letter for 250 million confidential funds, 125 yung ginrant, Mr. Chair. Pero dapat ang budget, alam nyo kung saan niya gagamitin yung 125. Kasi, Mr. Chair, talagang dito kasi, nung nagkaroon na ng audit, di ba, dinis-allow yung 73 million. So, dapat ini-ensure ng budget na yung mga paggagamitan nito ay itemized at alam nyo kung saan gagamitin. So don't you think you are accountable to this? Kasi parang pinabayaan nyo lang na mag-budget ng 125 na hindi nyo naman alam saan gagamitin yan. Kasi reward payment, 10 million, disallowed. Payment for various goods, 34.8 million, disallowed. Payment for reward and medicine, 24.9 million, disallowed. So, yung mga 3 million for tables, computers, and disallowed. So bakit pinayagan ng budget unit ng OVP na may ganito na wala man lang justification?
Ma'am, if I may, Mr. Chair, yung participation po ng budget division, mahabang proseso po yung pag-request ng CF to paano nagkaroon ng cash advance hanggang mag-grant yung cash advance, hanggang mag-utilize po siya and hanggang ma-liquidate.
Hindi, yes. Ang pinag-uusapan lang natin yung cover ng inyong responsibility as budget.
Okay, ma'am.
Kaya ang tanong ko sa budget unit ng Office of the Vice President, upon request, pag nag-request kayo, may mga justification kayo, di ba? Sa confidential fund. Ayan, nakalagay kasi sa Mr. Chair, sa JC, kung saan lang pwedeng gamitin yung confidential funds. At yan ay naka-itemize yan talaga. At strictly, doon lang talaga gagamitin. Kahit na sinasabing for reward, for, ano pa ba yun? For buying of information, for other supplies, etc. Dapat merong merong itemization.
Ma'am, wala po siya, hindi po siya available at the time nung nag-request na po ng cash advance. Ang attachment na lang po nung request for the cash advance nung CF is the physical and financial plan which was also submitted to DBM during the time of request ng OVP to DBM.
So don't you think it's anomalous or error or talagang sa umpisa pa lang ng concept ng pagre-request ninyo ng reward ay ng confidential funds. Sa tingin ninyo sa level niyo pa lang ay parang mali na. Kasi alam ko Mr. Chair nawala si Mr. Chair. So alam ko Mr. Chair napakahigpit natin doon sa pagbabudget. Talagang binubusisi natin saan siya talaga gagamitin. Pero dito sa confidential funds parang naging lenient ba tingin niyo ang unit ng budget?
Ma'am, kasi yung physical and financial plan po, signed by the accountable officer, noted by the finance service director, and then signed by the vice president. So we merely relied po doon sa content ng physical and financial.
Ano ba nakalagay sa physical and financial plan? Ano-anong mga activities yon? Na bigla kayong na-convince na kailangan nito ng confidential funds. Kailangan nito na makapag-hire tayo ng mga informant. Mag-ano ng safe houses.
Ma'am, yung under PAP po na Good Governance Program, Mr. Chair, and then yung next column po niya, expected outcome is safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. And then yung portion
Anong
po,
particular na yun? OVP, OVP. Anong particular na activity yon para mapatupad yung sinasabing yung programs and projects?
OVP initiatives pertains po dun sa mga projects na ini-implement po during that time, ma'am.
Doon sa fourth quarter?
Upon the assumption of the Vice President, ma'am.
Hindi, kasi ito, fourth quarter itong pinag-uusapan natin eh. Anong mga programs ng OVP, Mr. Chair, yung tinutukoy na magwawarrant ng 125 million na confidential funds. Ano-ano to?
Based on the PFP, ma'am, the Physical and Financial Plan, it's only the Good Governance Program.
Under sa good governance program, ano-ano itong mga program?
Wala na pong nakaspecify, ma'am, sa Physical and Financial
Well,
Plan.
so Mr. Chair, no, doon pa lang talagang nakikita na natin, no, talagang very lenient. Hindi naka-specify. 125 yan, Mr. Chair. So hindi ba na-realize ng office ng yung unit ng budget na napakalaking halaga? Don't you think you are accountable dito? Kasi Mr. Chair, dahil meron ng notice of disallowances, don't you think you are accountable to this? Kung sakali na hindi ito ma-justify, at ito nga nakikita na natin yung mga misuse nito, don't you think, Mr. Kevin, you are accountable to this? Kasi part ka nung nagpirma dun sa mga budget na yan. Tsaka yung...
Based po dun sa joint circular, the accountability of accountable officer would depend dun sa degree of participation.
Yeah. Okay. So, ikaw, tingin mo ba may accountability ka rito?
Well, ma'am, as a budget officer, yung pinirmahan ko po is na sinecertify ko po na may allotment na na-receive ang OVP insofar as confidential expense is concerned, ma'am. Which na-release naman po yung SARO, so that's my basis po to sign na may...
How about yung accountability mo nung hindi mo ginamit yung iyong, alam ang tawag dito, yung discernment or yung inyong pag-analyze saan gagamitin ito. Kasi doon pa lang talaga magsisimula yung pag-grant. Otherwise, hindi na grant ito kung nabusisi mo ng husto o nabusisi ng husto ng budget unit ng OVP ang paggagamitan nito. Remember 11 days lang ito na na-implement itong mga programs na ito. 105 activities, no, nakalagay dito, no, na inatinan mismo ng Vice President. Ano-ano itong mga 105 activities na nakalagay diyan? Nakita mo ba to, yung 105 activities, saan-saan?
No, Mr. Chair.
Paano? O, di ba? So talagang tingin ko, Mr. Chair, meron ding pananagutan dito, no, yung budget unit dahil sa pag-approve, no, o yung pag-certify na merong budget na request, no, sa kung saan man yan na request, no, sa Office of the President, etc. Okay, next, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sir Kevin. Dito po, Mr. Chair, sa notice of disallowance, naka-attention po dito, Mr. Chair, si Ma'am Julieta Villa del Rey. Tama po ba? Nakita niyo po ba itong August 8, 2024 na ND?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, as a chief accountant, ano po yung papel ninyo po sa confidential funds?
As Chief Accountant, Your Honor, I ensure, in the processing of issuance of cash advance, and I ensure that it is covered by allotment, it is covered by approved banding. There is a special order that designating the special disbursing officer.
So, okay, dito kasi, Mr. Chair, sa notice of disallowance, na may attention si si Chief Accountant Villa del Rey, you were asked, you were directed by the COA, since you are liable to, nakalagay kasi dito, no, may I read, please direct the aforementioned persons liable to settle immediately the said disallowance. Audit disallowances not appealed within 6 months from the receipt thereof shall become the final executory as prescribed under Section 48 and 51 of PD 1445. So, naintindihan niyo po ba yung last sentence dito, Mr. Chair? Since kasama kayo, no, sa mga persons responsible, aside from Vice President Duterte, si Gina Acosta, at unfortunately, Mr. Chair, si Ma'am Villa del Rey as Chief Accountant, no, for 34 years, tama ba? Chief Accountant po kayo for 34 years in the public service. So kung ito po ay talagang mapapind out natin at magkaroon ng in the proper forum pa, so handa ba kayo, Mr. Chair, na maging responsible dito sa 125 million just in case, no, na hindi talaga ito ma-justify. At tingin natin nagkaroon ng misuse ng fund dito sa confidential funds. Handa ka ba, Mr. Chair?
Depending on my participation, Your Honor, on the concern subject of the disallowance.
Yes, oo, kasi kasama ka dito eh, no? Malaki yung papel, Mr. Chair, ni Miss Villa del Rey. At ano ba tingin mo yung pwedeng maging parusa po dito, Mr. Chair, as an accountable officer to this?
Your Honor, may I reiterate na ang aking pong participation is for the issuance of cash advance. When it comes to utilization and disbursement, it is the sole responsibility of the special disbursing officer.
Yes, oo, pero nakalagay dito. So sa liquidation ba, part ka rin nung pagli-liquidate? Kasi inuutusan din kayo dito ng COA, di ba? To liquidate it for the last 6 months. So ibig sabihin nun, ang participation mo, although ini-insure mo, ito ay merong, as you mentioned earlier, pero di ba dapat ini-insure mo rin na yung paggagamitan ng pera ay tama?
Your Honor, ang taking up po ng liquidation sa books of accounts is based solely sa receipt transmittal, stamp received ng ICPAW doon sa transmittal letter ng mga liquidation documents.
Okay. So, tingin mo wala kang pananagutan dito sa pondo na ito, just in case na magkaroon ng mga kaso or...
Personally, Your Honor, none.
So personally, wala kang pananagutan dito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I tingin ko meron. No? Okay, so di na tayo magpapalawig doon. Mr. Chair, at itong, well, ano na po ang status ng liquidation nito? Kasi parang binibigyan kayo ng 6 months, no? From August 2024. So ano na po yung, hindi. Ilan po bang yung araw na, or months, you were permitted to submit yung liquidation? 180?
180 days.
Okay,
Your
ano
Honor.
na po yung status nito?
I don't have knowledge po of the status of the appeal or the reply to the notice of disallowance, Your Honor.
Pero nakapirma ka po dito eh. Nakapirma ka doon sa at accountable officer kaya according to the COA, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, but as I read the notice of disallowance, the concern of the disallowance is on the disbursement and utilization of confidential fund.
Okay. So, thank you, Ma'am Villa del Rey. Mr. Chair, thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Congresswoman Janet Garin as the next interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga resource person. Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, I would like to pursue the line of questioning on the possibility that there seems to be a misunderstanding of how confidential funds are being utilized. No? Kasi sa pananaw ko po, ito po ay isang bagay na dapat matuldukan kung yung ating ba pong mga empleyado at kawani sa gobyerno ay naiintindihan ang purpose ng confidential and or intel funds para naman po hindi na maulit ang ganitong mga situation. So, Mr. Chair, earlier, if I may be allowed to take off from the line of questioning of our distinguished colleague, the Honorable Franz Castro. Narinig ko rin po kasi kanina nung sinabi ni Mr. Tenido, ni Sir, na they were preparing
you were involved, sir, in the preparation of the budgets, right?
Yes,
Yes. Can you enlighten this August body? Can you define confidential funds?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Kelvin Tenido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the joint circular, ma'am, confidential funds is to be used for the confidential activities such as surveillance. This is available for civilian government office in relation to the performance of their mandate, ma'am, Mr. Chair.
So confidential funds will be used for the surveillance activities of civilian government agencies to fulfill their mandate. And when we talk about activities, surveillance activities in relation to confidential funds, does this refer to the regular programs of the agency concerned? Or does this refer to programs related to insurgency and other threats to national security?
It's in relation, ma'am, with the mandate of the office, ma'am.
In relation to the mandate of the office?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this case, we're referring to the Office of the Vice President or DepEd?
Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair.
So which specific mandate, alin po doon sa mandato ng Office ng Vice President ang nangangailangan ng pondo ng confidential funds?
In case of OVP, it is really the operations, the general operations of the OVP, and with the.
Can you
Sorry.
put the microphone nearer po?
In case of OVP, this is for the operations of the projects and activities of the OVP. The entirety of the.
So how do you differentiate, Mr. Chair, yung pondo for the regular programs of the OVP vis-a-vis the confidential funds?
Confidential fund or confidential expenses, as they labeled it as in the GAA, is part of the overall budget of the OVP. The confidential expense or the confidential fund is not a separate item on top of the either good governance or socio-economic program delivery. It is within that program, ma'am.
So, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, ang pagkaintindi ko, ang sinasabi po ni Mr. Tenido, itong budget is the regular budget, and ito namang confidential fund is another budget that seems to be an augmentation of the agency budget. Yan po ang pagkaintindi niya, sir.
Can you repeat, Mr. Chair? Sorry.
Ang pagkaintindi ko po, Mr. Chairman, dun sa sagot ni Mr. Tenido, yung confidential funds appears to be an augmentation of the existing funds of the department concerned or the office concerned.
I can't really say that it is an augmentation, but it's part of the budget, agency-specific budget of one office.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe this is where the problem lies. Kasi tila, pasensya na po, no? Tila hindi naiintindihan nung mga naghahawak ng pondo kung para saan ang confidential funds. I really didn't want to ask questions. Pero kanina ko pa kasi naririnig, Mr. Chair, paulit-ulit, tila umiikot po tayo, hindi natutuldukan. Either there is an intention to deviate from what should be discussed, either that is unintentional or intentional. Kasi sa pagkakaintindi ko at sa sinabi naman inamin ni Mr. Tenido, ang confidential funds ay ginagamit for surveillance activities of civilian government agencies. And that is different from intel funds because it's the same thing, surveillance activities for military personnel and intel practitioners. Parang ganun po. In other words, ang confidential fund ay gagamitin mo sa surveillance activities ng opisina kaakibat sa mga programa in relation to either terrorism and other activities that pertains to threats to national security. Can you confirm this, Mr. Tenido?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I confirm.
So, kinukumpirma niyo po ang sinasabi ko. Ulitin ko lang, Mr. Chair, no? So that we will be on the same road path.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Linawin natin. Kasi kanina tila ang mga napag-uusapan, yung confidential funds ay pondo sa departamento ng Office of the Vice President and other civilian agencies that is dealing with specific programs and projects. Pero tila ang nakakalimutan, this is in relation to activities that pertains to either insurgency and other threats to national security. Do you confirm that, sir?
I
Sorry.
confirm, ma'am. I confirm, ma'am, based on the joint circular.
So on the joint circular, merong purpose. So nasabi niyo rin po kanina na kayo po ang gumawa ng proposal or justification. If I may quote nga, you also mentioned, napakahaba ng proseso ng budget process at hindi madali ang inclusion ng confidential funds in an agency, either the OVP, DepEd, or other government agencies. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. When you proposed the budget of confidential funds item in the Office of the Vice President, ano po ang specific programs and activities?
For fiscal year 2023, Mr. Chair, programs, activities, and projects, or PAPs, it's socio-economic program delivery, expected outcome, safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building, and the success indicators for all the quarters of 2023. First is number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. Second, percentage of activities implemented without untoward security-related incidents. This is in reference to the Fiscal and Financial Plan for fiscal year 2023 submitted to DBM.
So, Mr. Chair, dun po sa sagot nyo, sir, ano po ang specific item doon that is related to national security threat?
There is no express, ma'am, statement on the Fiscal and Financial Plan, and we merely relied on how the Fiscal and Financial Plan was drafted and approved.
Pakiulit po nung sagot nyo, you relied on how?
On how the Fiscal and Financial Plan was prepared and approved, ma'am.
Is it not that this is prepared by your office as part of the budget and
No.
admin office?
No, ma'am, it is prepared by the Project Accountable Officer based on the template attached to the joint circular.
Tapos dumadaan ito sa inyo kasi ikaw ang magpropose sa DBM.
Kukunin ko na lang po siya, ma'am, once for submission
Okay?
to DBM, and once we receive, approve na po ito ng head of agency.
So kukunin mo siya at isasubmit mo sa DBM. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Pag kinuha
Yes,
mo
Mr.
siya at sinubmit sa DBM, ano po? Talagang parang clerical work lang, hindi mo na nire-review?
Well, I'll just check the amount if consistent with the...
How about the description?
The
Hindi
descrip-
po ba parte yan ng iyong trabaho?
Yes, ma'am, but the plan is already approved by the head of agency.
So what is your role then? Kasi salary grade ano po kayo, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Salary grade 24, ma'am.
So pag salary grade 24, nasa magkano po ang
Now
salary
po,
plus allowances sa ngayon po?
with the latest salary table, nasa 95 po.
So, Mr. Chair, we have heard a government official receiving approximately 95,000 per month. At ang naririnig ko sa sinasabi po ni Mr. Tenido, tinatanggap niya ang papel at pinapasa sa DBM. May we remind our good resource person, pasensya na po, with position and with responsibility comes accountability. So I cannot accept the reason na tinanggap mo lang tapos pinasa mo sa DBM kasi deemed approved na siya. Because if you look at the purposes that were being mentioned, I cannot pinpoint even in this slightest idea the link between national security threat and the PAPs that was mentioned by the Honorable Tenido. Tila po, Mr. Chair, yung justification is not for confidential funds, it was mere performance of the duties of the Office of the Vice President. At sa pagkakaintindi ko, this runs in contrast to the intention of the specific line item. Tama po ba ako, sir?
I can agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So may I ask also for Attorney Sanchez, so ma'am, you came from COA before po kayo napunta sa Office of the Vice President. Let's pursue the same line of questioning. Pag meron pong confidential fund, ang confidential fund by the Joint Circular is defined as funds, it's to fund surveillance activities for anti-terrorism, drugs, or other situations where there is national security threat. And this is performed by civilian agencies. Okay. Coming from the Commission on Audit, kung tanggalin po natin yung iyong position in the Office of the Vice President, when an agency requests for funds from the national coffers of our government, hindi po ba ay merong specific na paggagamitan ito?
Yes, Your Honor. For the regular fund, it is required to be very specific, Your Honor.
Okay. Kapag gumamit ka ng confidential fund, magkaiba ba ito sa pinagagamitan sa regular activities ng opisinang pinanunungkulan nyo?
Your Honor, it should be different from the regular activities because that is the reason why it has to be separate fund, Your Honor.
Okay. And in this case, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, and the Honorable Resource Person, kay Attorney Sanchez, nagawa po ba yun o hindi?
Your Honor, as to the budgeting, Your Honor, based on what was submitted, it is different from the regular programs and projects of the
Ano
OVP.
po ang difference, ma'am? Because I was hearing earlier, it pertains to, if, Mr. Chair, can we request Mr. Tenido to reiterate his earlier statement? My understanding earlier was that you mentioned that when you submit and requested for funding under confidential funds, it was for the purpose of the Vice President being able to accomplish her duties and mandate.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr.
So,
Chair.
what specific mandate are we referring to?
This is the operations of the OVP, ma'am.
Which specific operational item? I mean, which specific
yes.
activity? Kasi if we say operations of the Vice President's office, it can actually refer to all the tasks that she performs together with the President. It's quite vague. Sa pananaw niyo po ba, pag pinapadala niyo sa DBM yun, ina-approve or hinahanapan kayo ng specifics?
Can you repeat, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry.
Kapag kayo ay nagre-request ng pondo sa DBM, hinahanapan ba kayo ng specifics or details or hindi?
Yes, there are instances po that the DBM requests for additional documents, additional details.
Okay. In this case, ano po ang naging justification? I mean, Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'm not saying that it's disallowed. I'm just pointing to the fact na kaya tayo nagkakagulo at nalilito lahat kasi apparently it seems that some officials in the particular office are not aware of how they should use or utilize confidential funds, nor are they aware of the difference between confidential funds and or regular funds of the agency or MOOE. So pwede po ba tayong maliwanagan doon?
During the request, ma'am, nag-reply lang po ang DBM with our request to submit a physical and financial plan. The request was submitted on...
What was contained in your submission?
The one I read earlier, ma'am, the...
Confidence building.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, medyo nagugulat po ako kasi pasensya na po, sir, I don't want to mean any harm. But I think this should be corrected. Kasi you requested, let's say, 500 million confidential funds. And the purpose is confidence building. Ano po ba yun? Kasi naririnig ko po yung confidence building, Mr. Chair, kapag kakandidato ka sa Miss Universe, yung mga pageant, di ba parang nagtitrain tayo para maging confident sila sa paglakad, sa pagsagot. So, if it is in relation to confidence building in the office of the Vice President, how do we link this to threats on national security? So much so, nagagastos tayo ng 500 milyon para sa confidence building. Kaninong confidence po ang binibuild up? Sino-sino po ang nagiging participants nito? Ano po ang naging outcome? Naging mas magaling ba yung ating mga empleyado na nag-underwent ng confidence building? Ano ang naging kakayahan nila ikumpara nung kapanahunan na wala pang pondong ganito?
Mr. Chair, for the time at the time of the request, the indicators reflected in the physical and financial plan are the number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. And then the second one is the percent of activities implemented without untoward security-related incidents, ma'am. This is all in relation to the OVP's activities for all and in all satellite offices, ma'am.
Kaya nga, Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, bumalik po tayo, sir, doon sa para saan po ba ang confidential funds? Ang confidential funds ay para sa mga activities kung saan binabantayan natin ang kapakanan ng taong bayan against national security threats, kagaya ng terorismo, droga, outbreaks, pandemics. Tama po ba, sir?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And in this case, ang sabi ngo niya is confidence building in targeted areas with no untoward incidents. Pasensya na po, sir, kasi masyado pong vague
Yes, ma'am.
ang sagot nyo. And this vagueness can be interpreted, Mr. Chair, in two possibilities. One is that you are avoiding answering the question, or two, possibly talagang may misunderstanding on how confidential funds should be utilized. And that is why we are in this mess now.
Okay.
So alin po doon ang sinasabi niyong, you mentioned about no untoward events or incidents. Ano pong untoward incidents ang hinahanap natin sa satellite offices na hindi dapat mangyari, na na-curtail or na-prevent ng confidential funds?
I cannot give a definite statement, ma'am, because I just relied with the physical and financial plan, and I cannot interpret it in such a way na...
But Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kayo po ang nagsasubmit sa DBM. Kung ako po ang official na magsasubmit sa DBM, hindi po ba pag-submit ko noon ay nakasaad doon ang mga activities na gagawin at ano ang objective? Di ba para anong tawag doon? PAP? Yeah. What does PAP stands for, Mr. Chair?
Programs, activities, and projects.
So, programs, activities, and projects. Kunyari, yung programs, activities, and projects mo doon is counter-insurgency, anti-drug abuse, prevention of outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics. Tapos yung pondo, 500 billion. Di ba meron yung specific outcomes? So, ang specific outcomes mo, sasabihin mong, walang mga terroristic activities. Minimized yung drug use from this percentage to this percentage. Merong nagkasakit pero naagapan, hindi nagka-outbreak. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair, Your Honors?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
So, ang tinatanong ko, in the case of the Office of the Vice President, and again, this should be required in all other offices, Mr. Chair, in aid of legislation, alin po doon sa sinasabi nyo ang ganitong pangyayari? Because this is 500 million.
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair. I cannot pinpoint which ang involve ang confidential activities, but based on the physical and financial plan, it is for the safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. So I would surmise that this applies to all the activities or the initiatives of the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, may we request Mr. Tenido kindly define confidence building?
In my personal, or on how it was
As used.
Ma'am, may iano lang po ako, may singit lang ako. Bago po ninyo sagutin yan, gusto ko lang pong malaman, tinanggap po ng DBM yung justification ninyo?
Yes, sir. After we submit the physical and financial plan, there were no additional comments or additional details that they required for us to submit.
Mr. Chair, just to add on to
Yes,
that,
please.
my understanding is that if an agency submits to DBM, may mga attachments po yun. The mere fact that it refers or pertains to confidential funds, it goes with it without saying that this should be compliant with a joint circular on the utilization of confidential and intel funds. Kaya po yung mga activities na nakasaad doon, yung implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building should be aligned with the joint circular. Ibig sabihin, yung OVP initiatives nito, kagaya niyang active surveillance ng mga sakit para walang pandemic, or active surveillance ng mga drug pushers sa mga lugar na yon, then these are the activities that we are seeing. But it just confuses me, nalilibog ako, Mr. Chair, kasi malilito ka talaga dahil, ang problema kasi, malilito ka dahil hindi naiintindihan ng mga nagpapatakbo ng Office of the Vice President the difference between regular activities and activities in relation to national security threats. Let's say if we say confidence building, whose confidence are you building?
I cannot interpret on how it was reflected in the physical and the financial plan. Because this
But
was...
you submitted this to DBM, so alam nyo supposedly, or let's say, sabihin na natin, dun sa mga activities na ginawa nyo, or on a personal note, and maybe we can also ask Attorney Sanchez because you came from COA. So if it's about handling activities in the satellite office, although, Mr. Chair, for the record, I do not have objections in the satellite office. The more government offices that we have that can cater to direct services to the people, the better. However, if we are going to use, let's say kung meron tayong social services, burial expenses, food aid, medical aid, kailangan naman talaga ng taong bayan yan. But the problem is that if we're going to use confidential funds for this, the fear of duplication is there. Kaya nga bumabalik tayo, saan ginamit yung pera? Kasi pag confidence building, Mr. Chair, kunyari, sasabihan mo ako, payat ka. Although alam ko namang mataba ako, ang feeling ko, talagang totoong payat siguro ako. But will that have an impact on national security threats? Or is it confidence na sabihin natin, train mo yung mga tao para pag nag-gather sila ng information, alam nila na tama yung impormasyong nakukuha nila. But it leads us to another question. How can you gather information if these activities were confined in a satellite office or a mere office, or if it was in relation to distribution of food assistance? In other words, I cannot comprehend, ni hindi ko matuhog at maintindihan yung relationship ng purpose. Para saan ba ang perang ito? Ano ba ang pinagkagastusan? Aligned ba sila? Or is this a case of technical malversation? Yan lang po, Mr. Chair, ang gusto nating maliwanagan because this has to be corrected. So may we ask, I think Attorney Sanchez was raising her hand.
Yes, Mr. Chair. May I
Attorney
be
Sanchez,
recognized?
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, my understanding of the term confidence building as used in the physical and financial plan is that the office intends to build that public trust in the government. So we need to make sure that the services of the OVP reach the public. That's why it is for the safe and successful implementation of OVP programs and services.
So, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, pero mas lalo akong nininervyos sa mga sagot ni Attorney Sanchez. What you are saying is correct in terms of performing the duties of the Vice President. And this can be given even augmentation funds. But what is its relation to confidential funds that is related to national security threats?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the use of the actual fund should be limited with what are provided in the joint circular.
And what are the
So,
items provided in the joint circular?
that
Please
would-
read the specific section,
Yes,
Mr. Chair, Attorney
So,
Sanchez.
For, under item 4.8, the confidential fund shall be used only for the following confidential expenses. Under 4.8.1, that would be purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order. Under 4.8.2, rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities. 4.8.3, rentals and the incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses. 4.8.4, purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that can not be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned. 4.8.5, payment of rewards to informers for non-employees of concerned government agencies, subject to the following conditions. The first one is approval by the head of agency in the case of LGUs and national government agencies.
So in other words, Attorney Sanchez, yung binasa mo, yan ang purpose ng confidential funds. Tama?
Yes, among
How
two
can you
others.
relate that to confidence building and making the office of the Vice President effective?
So under 4.8.1, Mr. Chair, it is allowed to purchase information to be able to formulate and implement programs,
Okay.
activities,
Madam,
and
Mr. Chair,
projects.
dagdagan ko lang, okay lang po ba? Kapag merong confidence building, are you saying that this is synonymous to purchase of confidential information?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
It's, I believe, Mr. Chair, it's answerable by yes or no. What do you mean by not necessarily?
Because there are also other uses, Mr. Chair.
Simplin lang po natin. Yung sinasabi po ninyong purchase of information in relation to national security threats, is that synonymous? Pareho po ba yan sa confidence building in the office of the Vice President or hindi?
It can be, Mr.
How?
Chair. If the information that was purchased will be used to
So how
develop
do you
programs-
purchase information when you do confidence building activities, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, the information is purchased to be able to craft programs which would
Mr.
be...
Chair, apologies, but I believe Attorney Sanchez is not answering my question. Napakasimple po ng tanong ko. Ang sinabi niyo po kanina, karamihan ng 500 million ay ginamit niyo sa confidence building. I do not have any objection to that. But my question is very specific. Yung confidence building na yun, paano yon naging payment of rewards, gathering of purchase of information, and safe houses? Ano po ang relasyon nung dalawa? Ibig natin sabihin, itong bote, nilagyan ng tubig. So itong tubig, paano siya may lalagay sa bote? Pinur mo yung tubig, hindi siya lalabas. So the purpose of the bottle is to contain the water so that it will not spill. In this case, this is the 500 million confidential fund. The purpose of this is to prevent outbreaks, epidemics, national security threats, and to protect the sambayanang Pilipino. Ngayon, ano ang relasyon ni itong 500 million na sinasabi mo under the joint circular to the confidence building na ginawa nyo? You're saying purchase of information, safe houses, rewards na pinamigay. Pero sa confidence building, ang alam ko niyan mga seminar, di ba? Yung sasabihin, kaya mo to. Pinapatibay ang loob mo. What is the relationship nitong mga seminar na ito, ng mga confidence building activities na ito, dito sa goal nyo na mawala or maibsan ang terorismo sa Pilipinas?
Your Honor, as planned, the confidence building would entail that the projects and programs of the OVP are safely and successfully implemented. Because
Last
the
question,
public-
Mr. Chair. I do hope you will bear with us,
Yes,
Attorney
Mr.
Sanchez.
Chair.
By your looks and by your nature and by your reputation, I know that you have the intellect and the neurons and you know the truth about all of this. Okay. Ang sinasabi mo is for the implementation of the programs of the OVP. Are you not referring to the regular budget and not the confidential budget?
No,
And what differentiates that from each other?
Mr. Chair, no, I am not referring to the regular budget.
Anong diferensya nung? Kasi di ba sinasabi mo, para ma-implement, o gumamit tayo ng ibang opisina, gamitin natin yung Department of Social Welfare and Development. Ano ba ang mandato ng DSWD para maalagaan yung mga Pilipino sa panahon ng kalamidad? Para maibsan yung gutom, para maihahon yung mga hirap at umangat sa buhay. Am I correct?
Yes.
But if they will be given confidential funds, will that be tantamount to accomplishing those programs or objectives? Or is it tantamount to saying, meron silang confidential fund kasi habang tinutulungan nila yung mga mahihirap, minamarapat rin nila na walang mga drugs na umiikot doon, walang mga sakit na pwedeng maging pandemic doon, or walang mga tao doon na rini-recruit na para sa mga illegal and terrorism activities. Tama po ba?
Sorry, may I be clarified about the question, Your Honor?
Napakasimple po nung sinabi ko. Ito ang DSW. Let's say, ito yung DSWD. Ang mandato nila, mamigay ng tulong kapag may kalamidad. Tulungan yung mga mahihirap na merong pangkabuhayan. Iangat sila sa antas ng pamumuhay. That is their regular budget. Tama?
Yes.
Pag meron siyang confidential fund, dahil ang confidential fund is for the purpose of countering terrorism, preventing threats to national security like outbreaks, pandemics, and even drugs, gagamitin nila yan, siguro kung andun sila tinutulungan yung mga mahihirap, na magkaroon din ng information kung sino dun yung mga nagsusupply ng drugs. Or, iso-surveillance naman nila in terms of disease surveillance kasi baka dumarami yan at maging outbreak. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Now, kanina ko papaulit-ulit na naririnig sa inyo to perform the mandate of the Office of the Vice President, to be able to perform the initiatives and confidence building of the Office of the Vice President. What is the difference in that objective that is different from the utilization of the confidential fund?
Your Honor, the objective may be the same, but the specific items intended to be spent on would be different, Your
So
Honor.
sabihin na lang natin, can you categorically point to us what specific OVP mandate are you referring to or OVP initiative?
Your Honor, as planned, it would pertain to all OVP.
So lahat ng
programs.
OVP activities is related to counterterrorism?
Your Honor, that can be related, Your Honor.
Please be specific.
Uh,
Alin doon?
Your Honor, again, the plan is very general, but in terms of the specific or actual
Hindi, kaya nga,
uses-
give us one example. Pasensya na ha, kasi hindi ko rin talaga memorize. Can you explain, can you give us the mandate of the Office of the Vice President?
The mandate, essentially, Your Honor, is to provide socioeconomic services to the people, Your Honor.
So which in the actions in providing socioeconomic services can a national threat happen?
Your
Saan, kailan, at paano nagiging national threat sa taong bayan ang trabaho ng OVP?
Your Honor, it can also be in the engagements of the Vice President, Your Honor. But for the specific projects, for example, Your Honor, when we conduct distributions for our projects and in some
So when you
areas-
conduct distribution, kunyari may namatay, pag nagbigay ka ng abuloy, tinatanong mo rin yung namatay, o meron ba ditong drug pusher? Ganun po?
I have no knowledge, Your Honor, on the specific or the actual use, Your Honor, but it can be, it can also be, Your Honor, part of it.
So pag nagbibigay ka ng abuloy, sasabihin mo, oh, condolence po. So sino po dito sa palibot nyo ang nagsusupply ng drugs? Parang ganun po?
Your Honor, with regard to the regular fund of the OVP,
No, we're not talking about the regular fund. We're talking about the confidential fund.
that is possible, Your Honor.
Ah. Talaga namang, yeah. So, and then when you provide food aid and medical aid, so this is in the interior areas
Your Honor,
or in the offices.
I am not aware of the actual utilization, Your Honor.
And napansin ko na lang din, in all the quarterly utilization, it pertains to all the same items. Purchase of information, payment of reward. So every quarter, meron kayong binibigyan ng reward.
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Who can answer that in your team, among the resource persons here?
I don't think there is anyone from us who can answer, Your Honor.
What is the process? When you release funds, di ba before mo sundan yon ng, it's cash advance, tama po ba? So
Yes.
nagbigay ka ng cash advance, before mo isunod, sisiguraduhin mong na-liquidate or natapos na yung... So can you give a reward kung wala ka namang parameters by which a reward can be given?
Based
So
on
tanungin kita, kunyari ikaw yung head ng office, meron kang reward na ipamimigay, pero wala ka namang parameters.
based on the joint circular, Your Honor.
No,
there
not
should
based on
be-
the joint circular. I'm asking you directly, as a head of a certain office. Pag magbigay ka ng reward, ibig ba sabihin noon ay meron kang parameters? Let's say example, magbibigay ka ng reward sa mga estudyante. E titingnan mo ba doon, walang absence sa school, ito yung grade na na-attain, tama po ba?
Yes,
So
Your
in
Honor.
this case, meron kayong parameters kung paano magbigay ng reward, tama po ba?
I am not aware, Your Honor.
But then, how can you say that you are giving out rewards every now and then? Kasi yun ang naging justification nyo. Safe houses, how do you define safe houses, Your Honors?
Your Honors, based on the actual utilization, Your Honor, I cannot...
On your personal knowledge as a lawyer.
Your Honor, safe houses are places wherein you could house your informants or people who would need protection, Your Honor.
So in this case, you had informants that you were providing housing on a regular basis.
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
So Mr. Chair, paano po ito kung kunyari nawala bang confidential funds ng 2024 or hindi?
We do not have confidential funds.
So
for
paano
2024.
itong mga nilagay nyo sa safe houses, saan sila nilipat?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Unless wala kang ililipat kasi wala naman siyang laman, okay lang yon. Kunyari, may mga safe houses, nag-rent kayo ng maraming safe houses, pero walang laman. Kung nawala ang pondo, okay lang yon kasi wala namang laman, Mr. Chair. Pero kung merong laman, syempre, kailangan nyo silang ilipat, di po ba?
That would be a fair assumption, Your Honor.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, pasensya na po, no, medyo humaba-haba lang because I'm really bothered by the fact that we have not ordinary employees, government officials who are supposed to be qualified, but there seems to be amnesia in recalling or defining the difference between a regular budget and confidential funds. And mas nakakabahala po, Mr. Chair, if pag-uusapan natin ang confidence building, if this is confidence building among our athletes or among our Miss Universe contestants, okay po yan. Pero hindi ko pa rin po talaga matuhog ang confidence building vis-a-vis spending 500 million pesos. So with that, Mr. Chair, I hope that as we move forward, the committee can recommend initiatives by which people in these offices will be reoriented. I'm not sure if indeed they do not know, reoriented, or maybe checked into how technical malversation can be prevented in the future.
And maybe, Mr. Chair, if, I'm not sure if it's allowable, but can we have the confidence-building activities? A copy kung pwedeng ma-request sa committee for the future hearings.
COMSEC, please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Janet Garin. Manifestation lang.
Mr. Chair, it's a request para lang po maliwanagan tayo kasi baka I'm requesting if it's possible what kind of confidence building activities led to the disbursement of the confidential funds kasi baka naman
We will try to write the Office of the Vice President inquiring the meaning of confidence building.
yan po ang naging sulat papunta sa DBM which triggered allegedly as mentioned by Sir Tenido yung kanilang request for confidence building resulted to the release of confidential funds. Kaya
Maybe we can ask the DBM the programs, activities, and projects that the OVP submitted to the DBM para doon po ma-check po natin talaga kung magmamatch po talaga yung justification nila and how come it was approved by DBM.
yes, Mr. Chair, I rely on your confidence also.
Thank you po. So, are there any other matters that the members wish to discuss before we suspend the hearing? Kung wala na
Motion.
po, do I hear a motion to
I move to suspend.
Before we move for that, Mr. Chair, I just have a quick manifestation. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat po ako sa 4 na resource persons po natin na dumalo po kayo ngayon. Kay Ma'am Villa Del Rey, kay Attorney Sanchez, kay Mr. Sorry, the light is shining against your name. Tenido. And kay Ma'am Rabago. So, papasalamat ako sa inyo na nakadalo kayo. It only shows that we don't bite. So, there's nothing to be scared in attending the hearings. We just want to ferret out the truth. But can I just get a solid commitment from you that when we do have our next hearing and those that we subpoena come and arrive, can you make yourself available and present in that next hearing as well? Yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so yun lang, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang po assure na dadalo sila sa susunod na hearing po natin. And on that note, Mr. Chair, para may sasabihin ka pa? Okay. I move that we suspend today's hearing. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any second to the motion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.